And I will call this Board of County Commissioners meeting to order on July 11th. We will start with a salute to the flag. Commissioner Garcia, if you could lead us in the salute to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We will now do roll call.
Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Jeannie Herman, Vice Chair. Michael Clark. Mary Luz Garcia.
Here.
Clara Andriola.
Present.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Assistant District Attorney Nathan Edwards.
Here.
And I'm Kathy Smith, Chief Deputy Clerk. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We will now go into item 3, Mr. Manager.
Item 3 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, do you have anything for us?
Madam Chair, I just would like to announce the upcoming boards and commissions openings.
Great.
For the month. We have an opening on the Board of Equalization. We have an opening on the Carson-Truckee Water Conservancy District. The Washoe County Audit Committee has 2 openings coming available, and the Washoe County Building Enterprise Fund Advisory Committee has an opening. If anybody's interested, please go to the county website, or you can call Washoe 311 for more information.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Manager. I see that Commissioner Clark has signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the county manager for bringing those vacancies or potential vacancies to our attention. I think the more citizen involvement we can get here in the county, the better. Fresh ideas, fresh thoughts, and get as many people and as many citizens involved in these boards that we can. So it's always nice to share that information that these openings are approaching. You know, so many times I hear after the fact, geez, I wish I'd have known that was available after the fact. So our job is to get that message out. If people elect to serve on these boards, at least they can't come back and say, I didn't know that was pending, or I didn't know that happened, or after the fact, not be able to be involved in this. So thank you, Manager Brown, for bringing that to the forefront here this morning. Got a few more things I would like to talk about. At our meeting on June 20th, 2023, when residents speaking in front of the Board of County Commissioners read from a Washoe County Library book, Mr. Edwards, our Assistant DA, asked the residents to stop reading from the children's book due to the graphic nature of the book was upsetting county employees. I think Mr. Edwards did the right thing, and I want to thank him. And I support him. During that, the commissioners meeting, Herman asked Mr. Edwards if Washoe County Library might be able to have an audit. Mr. Edwards and I have been communicating since that meeting about how to move forward, and I'm going to ask Mr. Edwards to address the issue, and then I've got some further comments to make. So, Mr. Edwards, could you take that, please?
Sure. The question that was asked at that meeting was if we could look into the ability of the county commission to do an audit of the library's collection, and I responded that we would, yes, look into that. This is an area where you have authority over county property vested in the Board of County Commissioners in 244.270, but you also have specific authority in the Library Board of Trustees vested in library assets in Chapter 379, such as NRS 379.025. Usually in the law, when you have a general provision and a specific provision on the same topic, the specific provision controls the general provision. Whether or not a court would determine that to be the case here is unknown. This has not been tested, so we don't know the definitive answer on whether or not an audit can be directed by the Board of County Commissioners, but I have indicated that I think it would be worth one or more of you reaching out to the library board to work together to put something together to go over the collection. And at this point, there have been 2 requests that have been fulfilled for lists of materials from the library, one for the overall collection and one for the list of children's titles. And so both of those items are available at this point to this board if they do want to take a look at it and pursue further discussions on that. So my recommendation, rather than trying to approach it as like a forceful or coercive action by this board, would be to work with the library board and see where that gets you first, and then go from there. And that would be sort of like seeking a cooperative type investigation or review. Investigation is probably not the right word, just a review of the titles and the process and all processes and those types of things. I mean, on that note, Commissioner, you had asked me about something that came up while we were looking at it, and what we were looking at was the process that is already in place in the library's system, which is a process for objecting to library materials. And this is important because it's not just something that the Board of County Commissioners, for example, could undertake. This is something that anyone in the public could undertake, and they can file an objection within the library system to collection titles or things of that nature. That gets reviewed within the library's system. It goes up to the director to make a decision on whether or not, for example, a title is appropriately placed within the library or should be there at all. Then the director's decision can be appealed to the Library Board of Trustees. So there is an internal administrative process that is available to the public. You may have seen the article yesterday that came out that did mention this process. So this is now out there sort of in the public domain as far as the ability to go forward with this. It's not a process that we recall anybody using in any in the recent past. And I think in that article, the person they were interviewing noted that they had not seen it done in the 4 years that they had been involved in the library. So it's a not often used process, but it is there, and it is a process that's available to the public. I have the website typed down here, but as I'm sitting here talking to you, I'm realizing that reading https:// is going to sound really awkward, but you can go on to the library's website, WashouCountyLibrary.us, and it's in their policy in that website. And I'm sure if you can't find it there, a phone call to the library would probably let them clear that up for you and get you to that. So there is that process. And the other piece of it, I think, is something that should be looked at as possibly, if there is an appetite in the future for an agenda item, for example, to do like maybe a cooperative type endeavor on that between this board and the library board. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. As I said at that meeting, and I'm going to reiterate it for the record, I'm not about censoring books. I think adults should be able to read whatever they want to read. What I'm concerned with is minors, juveniles. Children aren't allowed to sign contracts. They're not allowed to drink. They're not allowed to gamble. They're not allowed to drive vehicles. They're not allowed to do lots and lots and lots of things. And those rules are in place to protect children so they don't get taken advantage of. And I want to make sure that certain books are not available unless their parents allow them to read it. Some of these books, if these books were so unpleasant and distasteful that the county staff, adults here in the room, felt uncomfortable, who's protecting the children? Why are the children allowed to read these? In fact, who wants the children to read these? Why should adolescents and young adults be reading these books without their parents supervision? So I've never been about censoring or banning anything. I'm here to protect the children and make sure the children aren't taken advantage of by certain people that like to take advantage of children. So I'm glad Mr. Edwards was able to tell us how we can address any grievances we might have with the library board and take it from there. But think about this. If it's so egregious that adults don't want to hear it, why should children be reading it? That's my question. I'd like to move on now. Thank you. Next, there was a small amount of mercury found at the Washoe County Library in Spanish Springs on June 29th. The library is closed and reopened on July 2nd. The reason I bring this up is I was on an email string discussing the topic and learned from Ben West, Washoe County Security Administrator, who commented and takes care of security on all Washoe County properties and the Washoe County Library. I was surprised at the omission of security and voiced my concerns. I'm not going to put that on record as to what the lack of security is, because I was hoping we can move forward and get the security issue addressed and upgraded. During the email discussion, County Manager Brown thought to ask me if I knew more about the mercury that was found. It would seem that the county manager decided to call an elected commissioner out, all because all but accused me of having information I was not sharing with the county. I was appalled by this comment. I want to go on the record yet again. I'm here to watch out for taxpayers. That's my role. And if we have a glaring security omission, that I expect the county to fix it and not question me on why I'm concerned. We're here to protect the county taxpayers' assets, and I want to make sure that those assets are protected. The libraries, the courts, the security here at this building, security of any facility or anything that the county owns, vehicles, buildings, real estate, whatever it might be. So I think we need to do everything we can to make sure that we have the security in place to protect our citizens' assets. Next item I'd like to talk about is at the Washoe County Senior Advisory meeting last week, Wednesday, July 5th, 2023, I got to meet U.S. Senator Jackie Rosen. I was surprised when I arrived, and sheriff's deputies were outside the meeting over at the Senior Center across the parking lot here. I hadn't seen the sheriffs there before, so I wondered why. I thought there was an incident there, and I realized they were probably there shadowing the U.S. Senator. I want to know, did Washoe County know Senator Rosen was attending? It would have been great to get a chance to talk to Senator Rosen about Washoe County seniors. Senator Rosen and I have shared interest in helping our senior population as much as possible. Senator Rosen was a caregiver to both of her adult parents as they struggled with dementia in their later lives, and was a caregiver to these folks. She had problems navigating taking care of seniors. We want to make sure that we do better in this county and make sure that senior services available are published and people have an opportunity to help their parents or family members that need that. I reached out to a local senior activist who is putting together a meeting with Senator Rosen's team to get a collaborative effort going forward. So I got a chance to talk with Senator Rosen, and she said she would be happy to help our county. So I'm looking forward to federal help with senior issues in the county. Lastly, I want to talk about Ranchera. Ranchera was started in 2015 or 2016. The master declarations of the CC&Rs was filed on 10/27/16 and signed by Chip Bowlby, manager of Reno Land Company, LLC. Since that time, there have been 6 amendments, supplements, and the latest being filed on 6/16/2022. There's a group of folks that are concerned about what's taking place there and have asked me to bring that to our attention. It's in the city of Reno, but it certainly abuts to Bartley Park there, Bartley Ranch Park. Very strong advertising was done advising customers of the availability of an equestrian center and barn which could be rented by private individuals. Many current homeowners purchase homes based on those representations. Ranchera is now trying to evict those horse owners from the barn, stating the barn and equestrian center is not making money. Ranchera wants the horses out by the end of July 31st, 2023, so they can ask for more development of homes, demolition of the barn. Ranchera Holdings wants to amend the existing master plan of 6 acres, which is zoned parks, greenway, and open space, to suburban mixed use. Various homeowners, some of whom are senior citizens, have been trying to save the equestrian center and barn, have been threatened by an individual with lengthy criminal history, and it is not known why or who he works for. Question 1, does Washoe County Parks have a long-term lease, and this is just a question, on 6 acres for use in the Bartley Ranch Park for the equestrian center? 2, is the county allowing Ranchera to build on the equestrian center and the leased land? Is it now being discussed that there may be 24 townhomes in the equestrian center's 6 acres and up to 29 homes on the adjacent to Bartley Ranch? We need to contact and work with the city of Reno to consider this building and zoning changes and stop the demolition of the barn until the development is better understood. The density, traffic, et cetera, needs to be evaluated as to the effects on Bartley Ranch, and the current zoning needs need to be agreed to by the city of Reno. County and all citizens who use Bartley Ranch for horseback riding, hiking, concerts, etc. Washoe County needs to immediately set up meetings with representatives from Ranchera and the city of Reno to reach an understanding regarding this fabulous open area in Washoe County. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. I have Vice Chair Herman signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to report a sighting from Via and county people up north. They've been seeing these great big white balloons passing over the area. So, I don't know, sounds kind of scary, but we have a group of people. We kind of loosely call ourselves the People's Election Group. And so most of us are seniors. In fact, I think probably almost all. But anyhow, we've been working very hard and put together the election integrity bill that was brought before this commission over a month ago. And we're kind of feeling like we're being ignored, and time's a-wasting. And there's even been talk about maybe this is elder abuse. But anyhow, we just want our election integrity bill to be heard. It's very professionally done, and we don't understand or can't fathom the being ignored part. I mean, we're getting real tired of being ignored for more than 1 year. Okay, so I had some other comments about that, but I'll save them for later. Anyhow, I'd like to see that taken care of. There is a problem on the rise, but normally I don't get involved in any union stuff. I just feel that's, and this happens to be the Teamsters Local 533. They're talking about a strike for wages for, I believe it's mostly UPS employees. But I know the union is preparing a food bank for their part-time employees, and we're hoping to see if that does materialize, this strike, then that would be a good place to help out, because a lot of those people, those employees, are in District 5. They're the working people, and so I'd like to have us look out for them. I'm kind of confused about something. I got an email, and it was regarding my payroll checks. And so Washoe County, since January or so, and the county tracking my checks, I had this email was from Emily, and it was sent to Russell, who sent the alert to Abigail, who then forwarded to someone else along the way, and then to our county manager. about outstanding checks. This is my standard procedure. When I need the money, I put them in the bank account. So I was saving up for some hay for my livestock, like I usually do every year since 2015. I just don't understand why it takes 4 or 5 employees of our county to spend time trying to decide how I should put my money in the bank. So just curious. And then just seems funny. Well, Bob Listener sent me a little email, and he was talking about the Cold Springs Family Center Lifestyle Homes and the KT Grace Foundation have opened a food bank for seniors in Cold Springs. A lot of Cold Springs was built in the 80s, and we now have a substantial number of seniors, most of who are living on very limited fixed incomes, like most of the county, I think, in certain areas. Anyhow, there's some volunteers that I think probably should get some credit, and I just putting that out there to Cold Springs. Thank you, folks, for taking care of folks. That's really a great thing to see. So I asked a while back whether we can prevent ownership of land in our county to be owned by foreigners. And I'd still like to get that answer, because I have some constituents that would really like to know. And then I was waiting still for a copy of the election group, the first election group, not our election group the senior group that I was talking about. And we're still working on waste management. I hope we can get something accomplished this summer so that we don't have the problem next winter. So keep tuned, and I will have some more later. I don't want to take up any more of your early time here. Thank you.
Vice Chair Herman. Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to talk about some future agenda items. Number one, I've asked for public comment to be brought up as an agenda item, public comment at the beginning of the meeting. I've asked and asked and asked. I don't know if that would win in a vote up here with the commissioners. I'm not sure it would, but I at least want to get on the record which commissioners are in favor of that and which commissioners aren't. I think it's important that the public understand who's interested in public comment. Throughout history, one of the things that dictators always take away is the voice of the people. I think as elected officials, we need to hear, even though we don't like it sometimes what we hear, we need to hear things from the public, and we need to take into consideration the public's opinion on issues that involve the public. In fact, the public, they're the subject matter experts on what they think the public needs. So let's involve them. So I'd like to see that back on the agenda as soon as possible. I've asked in the past for a list of county-owned properties. For some time, I'd like to find out what pieces of real estate the county owns, and I'd like to get that list. It's been promised to me for months now. I haven't received it. And then I'd like to see a future agenda items for things that impact seniors. I brought it up many times that we spend millions and millions and millions of dollars on the homeless camp, the CARES campus. And we spend about $14 million approximately, at least it was in last year's budget, on animal services. And then the seniors, we spend about $9 million on. The largest growing segment of the population is seniors. We've got over 100,000 seniors in the county, and you can see that this is out of balance, the budget and the dollars spent on seniors. But something we could be looking at now is a senior center. I had about 20 or 30 minutes to kill the other day. I just went over unannounced, sat down and watched the senior center right across the parking lot. it's almost an annex for the CARES campus. More people had shopping carts than carts over there. It was a depressing place. I'd like to find out, when's the last time we remodeled the senior center here? When's the last time it got a coat of paint on the inside and the outside? When's the last time the flooring and furniture were replaced over there? We need to have some vibrancy in the senior center. I think we need to build some showers there where seniors can get cleaned up. I think we need to have a laundromat over there where people can get their clothes clean. A lot of these seniors are living in their cars, living in shopping carts. So, being clean, getting a haircut, having your clothes clean. These are some basic services that we provide for the homeless community. We should be providing for the senior community. As far as pools, I got to give a shout out to Sun Valley. They have free swimming for seniors, thanks to Mark Newman and the senior people over in Sun Valley. So the county should be looking at things that we can help seniors with that are for free for seniors. Free swimming at the county pools, free showers, laundromat, free admission to the Museum of Art for seniors on certain days. Just helping seniors with some quality of life issues so they can have some fun times. This isn't going to cost the county a lot, and in fact, in the big scheme of things, it's pennies to do this. But those are things I'd like to see on the agenda. How can we help seniors in our community? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark, and I see Commissioner Garcia has signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. I hope you all had a happy and safe 4th of July weekend. I'm the type of person that likes to go back and reflect when we hit certain milestones throughout the calendar year. And so July 3rd marked my 6-month anniversary, Commissioner Clark's 6-month anniversary. And I had a recent road trip where I had a lot of time to reflect on the last 6 months. And so representing District 3, of course, has been an honor of a lifetime. And I tell people all the time how much I love the county. The county is how I became a mom to my 2 beautiful children. And I have other family members who are employees of the county and who also love it. And not only have I loved our wonderful constituents, the meetings I've had with them, attending celebrations throughout the region, I have really enjoyed the regional boards that I'm a part of and getting to dive into issues that I care about, like health, wellness, parks, open space, animals, downtown, and our vulnerable populations. So these past 6 months have been honestly a true privilege, and as my mama always says, si Dios quiere, if it's God's will, I will continue to happily serve in this role for many years to come. So in reflecting on the past 6 months and our 15 meetings, I counted them, in these chambers, it hasn't always been so great. I remember my very first meeting when a constituent from Washoe Valley, and I think he's here today, I saw him earlier, he was kind enough to get up and congratulate us new commissioners and welcome us, and his sentiments that day were that he had hopes that we could move forward with respect and professionalism and collaboration. So that was back in January. Fast forward to closing comments and remarks from Chair Hill just made at the June 20th meeting, and she reiterated that our board truly does want to hear from our constituents, from the public, have productive dialogue, and expressed that we care about people's concerns. I'm not speaking on behalf of any other commissioners right now. I'm taking a moment to tell you my perspective. It has been my experience in these chambers for the last 6 months where I have been yelled at, cussed at, screamed at, called names, interrupted, and booed, and even more recently, cheered at when I got back from a bathroom break. I find this behavior extremely disrespectful and unprofessional and disheartening, and I truly believe that our community is better than this. These personal attacks are difficult to take, but nothing is worse when people, some of the people that frequent these chambers, find me and my children in public, come up to us, call out my name, make rude comments, and even go as far as filming and photographing us.
In one instance, a woman came up to us and started accusing me of things that were not true, and my children walked away startled and anxious. I believe this type of behavior is unacceptable. That said, I was elected to represent District 3, even during my toughest days, and I am always ready to listen. Not very many of my District 3 constituents are able to come into these chambers, have the privilege of time to come into these chambers to share their thoughts, but they do a great job of reaching out to me. They email me, they call me, they text me. If they don't have those means, they go through 311, and then 311 gets me that message. It's amazing, and I love it. I'm ready to listen, always able to listen, even as these chambers become very, very hostile from time to time. And I just wanted to give you a recent example. In the past few weeks, several people have come into our chambers and expressed concerns about the arrangement of our flags. And I did a little research, kind of looked at the federal code and recommendations there. And what I did is I followed respectful procedure, which is, from my perspective as county commissioner, let's just imagine that somebody actually called me to make that complaint or elevate that concern. Imagine that they texted me or emailed me or went through 311, which did not happen. But I took that and I elevated it just as a good county commissioner would, and I did it in an appropriate fashion. I went straight to Manager Brown, who is our direct report. Staff is not. Manager Brown is. I met with him one-on-one, as we do every single week, and I brought up, hey, can you talk to me about the flag situation in the chambers? And he's like, yeah, I can connect you with Eric Wilrich, who oversees that part. And his only comment was, the county flag's looking a little faded, right? So I talked to Eric Wilrich, and I asked him, hey, what's the story behind the flag situation in the chambers? And he says, oh, you know, I was just trying to make it look nice in the chambers. There's no rhyme or reason why it is the way it is. I was like, okay. And then next I moved over to Chief Moore. Truckee Meadows flag is up, and I said, Chief Moore, called him last week, hey, does it matter to you if the TM flag is up front and center during our BCC meetings? He goes, no, Commissioner, there's no problem at all. If we want to have them during our meetings, during our Fire Commission meetings like we had today at 9, I'll just move it up there, no problem. Next step, I talked to our Assistant DA, Nate Edwards. Hey, Nate, is it illegal to do what I'm thinking of doing? And he says, no, Commissioner, it's not. In fact, these are just codes that are, you know, at the federal level, and we can do what we want to honor and be respectful of our flag. Easy. Last but not least, I went to Chair Hill. Madam Chair, is it okay with you if we considered rearranging the flags in our chambers? She said, of course. That is an example of how we can proceed with collaboration, respect, and professionalism. You don't need to go up to the podium and yell at us, scream at us, call us names. We are human, we are elected, and we are here to represent, and we love what we do. So I am happy to announce, because this is a commissioner announcement, that we will be arranging the flags. We will be removing the TM flag and the county flag, and per Commissioner or Chair Hill's request, since the emblem of the county is front and center, we'll go ahead and remove the TM and county flag to the back of the room, and we'll arrange the flags. Now, if you don't like the arrangement that happens right now, after we move into the agenda, I'm just gonna get up and move. If you don't like it, please call me, please email me, please text me. My contact is on the website. I look forward to working with you, and I am so grateful for the last 6 months, and thank you to the county manager's team, who are amazing to work with every single day.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I have one short announcement, and then we will move into our agenda items for the day. To respond to Vice Chair Herman on the election resolution, it is being reviewed by the DA's office, and we should have an answer on whether the elements in it are legal and whether we can proceed to having them on the agenda. So I will be in touch on that. So thank you for bringing that. But that is, we are working on it diligently. On public comment, just as a reminder, and Commissioner Garcia eloquently said this, you can always contact Washoe 311 911, email, call, text your commissioners. We are here to help you. And we're going to have a new system for public comment that will be coming up. You'll be hearing from one of our staff members who have taken the initiative to do that. So that's an exciting approach that you'll be hearing here in the next few meetings. And I will be moving items 5 and 6 right after Commissioner County Manager announcements, because our staff have done a great job of making sure our Incline Village residents can participate in both of those items. So they are at the UNR library, and we want to make sure that we're respectful of the UNR staff's time. So with that, I have Commissioner Andriola signed in, and then we will go to item 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to thank the Washoe County Emergency Services. Commissioner Clark was kind enough to bring up the incident of mercury at the Spanish Springs Library. All commissioners were immediately notified. It's in my district. I immediately followed up with the emergency manager, who had it immediately contained and rectified. No one was injured or hurt, or there isn't any, from my knowledge, residual from that mercury. They're still looking at identifying how it was even in the parking lot. It was a small pool, is my understanding, much like the good old-fashioned thermometers that used to have that little bead of mercury. I don't even know if they're around anymore. But that's what I asked, the comparison of how much mercury was in that parking lot, and that was exactly, when I used that analogy, confirmed it was much like that thermometer amount. So I want to thank the immediate response by the Washoe County Emergency Services team and all the staff to contain it and keep everybody safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, we will now go into item 5.
Item 5 is a recommendation to first provide direction to staff on initiation of regulations to allow for cannabis consumption lounges in unincorporated Washoe County to provide, as provided in Assembly Bill 341 from the 2021 legislative session. Discussion and possible direction may include, but not be limited to, whether the Board of County Commissioners wants to allow the cannabis consumption lounges, the process for applications for licensing or permitting, locations where lounges would be allowable, site requirements for lounges, and limitations on approval of lounges. And second, if the board wishes to allow cannabis consumption lounges in unincorporated Washoe County, initiate amendments to Washoe County Code, Chapter 25, which is business licenses, permits, and regulations, and Chapter 110, which is development code, pursuant to Washoe County sections 2.030 and 110.818.05, to create the necessary code languages to facilitate the board's policy direction regarding potential cannabis lounges. The amendment may include, but are not limited to, the establishment of definitions, standards, location limitations, permitting requirements, and fees associated with cannabis consumption lounges, as well as the resolution of discrepancies that may arise within existing Washoe County Code chapters as a result of any new code language, and direct the county clerk to submit the requests to the district attorney for preparation of the proposed ordinances in accordance with Washoe County Code 2.040. And with us today, Madam Chair, is Assistant County Manager Dave Solaro, and I think he'd like to make a point of clarification in terms of guidance, how he would prefer to receive guidance from the board on these two sections of this item.
Wonderful. Yes. Let us know what we are giving you direction on today, Mr. Solero.
Perfect. Thank you very much. For the record, Dave Solaro, Assistant County Manager. So this staff report has two parts to it. And so I think to make this flow well for everybody, I think I would like to, with the indulgence of the chair, cover the first piece, which is a county code requirement for staff or elected officials to come before this board, essentially to ask your permission to determine whether we want to utilize staff time to create changes within Washoe County Code. So that is the first portion of this, and then depending on that outcome, then I could get into the second piece. But depends on what happens here. But I do think, Madam Chair, that the best way to do this would be for me to give my first part of my presentation, and it ends with a question. Then potentially open up for public comment so that we can hear from the public, and then a deliberation by the board. I'm happy to come answer any questions. I've got some sheriff personnel here as well to answer any questions you may have, so that we can get the first part of this, whether this board wants staff to go down this path of creating regulations for cannabis lounges in Washoe County. And then if the answer to that is yes, I've got a second half of this presentation as well. So if that's okay with the board, I will go ahead and proceed.
That's very important. So whether to allow cannabis consumption lounges in unincorporated Washoe County is really what we're looking at for our first part of the staff question to this board.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So just a little brief history of cannabis in unincorporated Washoe County. This began with adoption of an ordinance in 2014 for the Board of County Commissioners, directed staff, and we came up with requirements for, at the time, medical marijuana use within unincorporated Washoe County. That proceeded with legislation to then include recreational marijuana establishments as well, and we created temporary use for those marijuana establishments within unincorporated Washoe County while the state was working through kind of what do the regulations really look like. That all culminated on April 20th, 2018 with an ordinance making effective operational medical and recreational marijuana establishments licensed by the state of Nevada in unincorporated Washoe County. Additionally, through legislative action, the discussion around cannabis consumption lounges came up. And most recently, in October of 2022, the board provided direction to staff, much like we're asking today, whether we wanted to go down the path of taking the time and effort to go through and create county code related to cannabis consumption lounges within unincorporated Washoe County. December 6th, 2022, there was a denial by the by the Planning Commission on the code adoption sequence for creating that within the code. That was then, because it was initiated by the board, it was appealed by staff to the Board of County Commissioners. And at the meeting in January of 2023, the Board of County Commissioners upheld the denial by the Planning Commission. So currently, there is no avenue for consumption lounges within unincorporated Washoe County.
And the reason that this was brought back to this board as chair, I will just clarify, Commissioner Clark asked for reconsideration at the beginning of this year. And so out of respect for the request, we are bringing it back for reconsideration, because a lot of people were wondering, why are we bringing this back? The board already made their decision. We have a new board, and it's an opportunity to reconsider per the commissioner's request, and we can have that discussion today. So thank you for that.
And I appreciate that. So we are here again as staff at the request of the board, requesting a process to amend county code for consideration of cannabis consumption lounges in unincorporated Washoe County. So a little bit of background. The reason we're talking about cannabis consumption lounges is because currently recreational and medical use of marijuana within the state of Nevada and in unincorporated Washoe County can only occur in private homes or on private property. And so that is a dilemma for people that come in either from out of state as tourists, or also potentially as people renting from as rental economy within our community, having clauses within their rental agreements for no use of marijuana within those rental properties as well. So there is the question about the private residence. And so during the 2021 legislative session, Assembly Bill 341 was passed to address the consumption lounge issues. AB 341 allows the licensure and regulation of cannabis consumption lounges. It also directed the Cannabis Consumption Compliance Board to adopt regulations, and they have done so. They did that, those regulations, June 28th, 2022. I don't know if you've had a chance to read through that, but that information was provided within the staff report, as well as on what those regulations cover, and I'll cover that here in a moment. And then, importantly as well, the local governments are not required to allow these lounges within their jurisdiction. And also we can be more restrictive if it comes to that point with the regulations that Washoe County creates. So the state regulations really talk about location, how to procure the product, what the training looks like for the employees, what you can serve, indoor air quality and ventilation standards, because there was a push regarding the employees that are working there and how do we deal with employees around smoke. There were standards for food preparation, how to report some of the concerns with the lounges, and all of that goes through the Cannabis Compliance Board. So there are two types of recreational consumption lounges noticed in that regulation. One is called a retail consumption lounge, and this is affiliated and affixed, or at least adjacent to existing medical and retail dispensaries. Therefore, the license holder of those dispensaries must be the license holder for the lounge license. The numbers are regulated based on the retail establishments within Washoe County. So we currently have 6 in unincorporated Washoe County. So theoretically, the state could have applied or could have granted 6 licenses within unincorporated Washoe County for these lounges. As I mentioned, it must be materially attached or at least adjacent on an adjacent property to the existing location. So again, we have 6 facilities operating in Washoe County. There are 2 in Sun Valley, 1 in Spanish Springs, 1 in Lemon Valley, 1 in Washoe County, or Washoe Valley, and 1 in Incline Village. Those are the locations of our consumption or our retail establishments. The second type is an independent consumption lounge, and so these can be independent of those retail establishments. Again, limited numbers in jurisdictions. The state kind of controls how this looks. There are currently 20 available within the state. And those 20 have all been issued in Southern Nevada, Clark County area. So again, the first round of licensing opened in October of 2022. There were 99 applications. On November 30th, the state selected the applicants, awarded 40 prospective licenses. 20 of those are independent, 20 of those are for the retail. Only 1 retail lounge was awarded in Washoe County, and all independent lounge licenses were awarded to Southern Nevada. While there has been confusion in the past related to the 1 lounge license issued in Washoe County, this request for the board will apply to all of Washoe County. We are not parsing out and being specific for this 1 establishment, because in the future, the Cannabis Compliance Board could change, or the state law could change to allow more numbers of these cannabis consumption lounges. And we want to make sure that we are consistent across Washoe County with the way we handle these, much like we did with the retail establishments to begin with. So I have at the point where I would like to ask the board, does the Board of County Commissioners want to initiate amendments to Washoe County Code to allow cannabis consumption lounges as an approved land use in unincorporated Washoe County? So I would like to stop here, and I would suggest, because I would like to have the board take a vote, that we also do public comment, prior to continuing on.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there any board discussion before I open it up to public comment? I'm seeing none, so Madam Clerk, if you could call public comment for us.
We do have a couple of people signed in Incline first, who'll be
Wonderful.
participating remotely.
It looks like they're ready to go.
Rhonda Ticer,
I need a microphone.
You can see it now.
Okay. I'm Rhonda Ticer, a 32-year resident of Incline Village. I am looking at who benefits when we have cannabis lounges in Incline. Of course, the users benefit, and the business benefits, and the tax collectors at Nevada State and Washoe benefit. But there is really no benefit to Incline Village residents. When first the cannabis business was approved, and I think it was 2017, the original agreement understood by us citizens was that profits from the cannabis sales would somehow come back to Incline Village. With this understanding, we allowed 1, not the proposed 2, cannabis businesses. But we later learned it was up to the commissioners to decide whether or not to give us something and to give us some certain amount. They could decide what we got and how we got it. We know cannabis lounges will endanger us, and we now know cannabis lounges will not benefit the residents of Incline in any way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Pamela Innes.
Thank you. There's a little bit of a time delay. I appreciate the commissioners setting up this opportunity remotely for us to participate. I am a full-time resident of Incline Village, and I would like to ask you not to approve cannabis consumption lounges in Incline Village in Crystal Bay. As you know, there is a history of congestion and gridlock, lots of tourists during peak seasons here in Incline Village. Public safety is already an issue for many of us who live here, many of us who work here, and we do not need to invite more reasons for people to come here and get on the roads and be incapacitated and not fully within their driving faculties. There is no way to get to a cannabis lounge without using a car. And right now, there is no National Highway Traffic Safety Administration approved test for cannabis lounge consumption and those who are using it and getting on the roads. So I think it's prudent to wait. I would also ask you to consider the fact that many other jurisdictions within Washoe County have already declined to have cannabis lounges in their areas, and these range from Carson City, City of Sparks, Douglas County. There are others within Nevada as well that don't think it is time yet for cannabis consumption lounges. If people want to consume it in their own private homes, that's fine. They're not driving anywhere. But I ask you to prioritize the safety of the residents of Incline Village and Crystal Bay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Julian.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate what my two fellow community members have said. I have no problem with smoking pot in your home or in a friend's home. Where I have a problem is when it becomes a tourist attraction, essentially, because I believe we would be one of the few, if the only, cannabis lounge location in the Tahoe Basin, which could attract other tourists to come into our area. And as Commissioner Hill well knows, we have traffic issues here, we have safety issues here. So I would urge you not to approve cannabis lounges until such time as we have accurate assessments when a policeman stops, a sheriff stops you for a traffic issue to assess for cannabis use. But even then, cannabis affects people differently than alcohol. And while I might feel comfortable drinking a glass of wine at dinner and feel comfortable that I can drive home, with cannabis, the effects are different on people. And depending on what you take, and sometimes you don't know it. So with that in mind, please do not approve this for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's no one else in Incline Village, but we do have people in chambers.
Great.
Ed Alexander, followed by William Naylor.
I've got some handouts for you folks. Would you like me to approach, or would you like?
Please hand them to the clerk and they'll get them to us. Thank you, Mr. Alexander.
Madam Chair and Vice Chair and distinguished BCC members, my name is Ed Alexander, and I'm the founder of Soul Cannabis. I'm here to provide some insight, answer questions, and hopefully educate all in attendance as to what a consumption location might look like. After hosting a number of town hall meetings and speaking with thousands of people over the last 4 years, I believe there's some misconceptions about this concept. I understand that Washoe County Envision 2040 is designed to update policies, codes, and programs needed for our diverse and dynamic community. I'm asking that we are given the opportunity to update the current policies, codes, in an effort to be inclusive of all of the members of this diverse and dynamic community. I'm sure that as you're aware, there's not a single location for those looking to use cannabis as a treatment option or to get hands-on guidance as they need to have an experienced, well-trained professional guide them through their experience. I can personally attest to the importance of this educational component as I provided end-of-life care for both of my parents. My mom died of astroglykoma, a rare brain cancer, and cannabis was very effective in her treatment. If not for my understanding of the effects of cannabis, she would have been left to deal with this alone. My father had muscular dystrophy and used cannabis for the last 15 years of his life to deal with pain management. As Commissioner Clark so eloquently put it before us, we need to address situations to deal with our aging population. This is a very important tool. I mention this because as our industry continues to evolve and the understanding of both recreational and medical properties of cannabis evolve, so does the resources available to consumers. I'm not here to say that the lounge will simply be a medical resource, but to illustrate that as evolution presents itself in many different forms, and I ask that you not limit the positive impact that we have and are continuing to have in our community. I would also ask that as I'm here representing the only licensor, that perhaps 3 minutes would be extended for me to be able to properly present.
I cannot do that, I'm sorry, but we have your handout and we certainly will reference that.
Currently, the city of Reno has 80 parks. Washoe County has 49 parks in which alcohol is permitted to be used. It's recommended to not be used in the presence of minors. Soul will represent the only facility that is regulated for the consumption of cannabis for those 18 years of age. Lots of concerns over highway issues have been presented. The data that's been presented before you shows that cannabis consumption is not equal to that of alcohol.
Thank you very much.
William Naylor, followed by Maureen Collins.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is William Naylor. I'm a 45-year resident of Washoe Valley. Why do we live here, you and me? The reasons are many. The spectacular Sierra Nevada mountains, contrasted with the Great Basin Desert, dotted with lakes, provides a great diversity in topography. The climate is great and varies with altitude. These two factors provide an almost unlimited activity-oriented lifestyle. Speaking of activities, the area of sports activities includes world-class skiing, which has included the Olympics and the World Cup, a celebrity golf tournament, a PGA golf tour, the National Bowling Stadium, and national-class sporting venues, such as the Golden Eagle Recreational Complex, which hosts families from across the nation for youth, baseball, and softball tournaments. These sports activities draw tens of thousands of visitors and spectators to the area each year. With such large concentrations of people, drug impairment of judgment and actions, and the associated danger to public safety is unacceptable. The area offers many recreational opportunities. 2 of the most popular state parks and 7 regional parks draw millions of visitors each year. Again, drug impairment and reduced public safety are incompatible with the activities provided by these facilities. Due to the vision of our local leaders, that would be you, The area is active with special events and festivals. In warm weather, there are several in a week. Among the largest are Hot August Nights, the Reno Rodeo, the National Championship Air Races, the Best of the West Rib Cook-Off, and more. These events draw tens of thousands of visitors and participants each year. Once again, drug impairment and its impact on public safety are incompatible with these activities. Unfortunately, I don't have time to cover additional cultural and historical related events. I can find page 3 here. Here we go. In summary, Washoe County is a wonderful place to live and raise a family. It offers an active, outdoor-oriented lifestyle with many activities for residents and visitors to participate in and enjoy. A business that intentionally impairs the mental state, judgment, and actions of its customers, and therefore threatens the public safety, is incompatible with our way of life. You know what you have to do. Do not allow cannabis consumption lounges. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maureen Collins, followed by Doug Flaherty.
I have some documents that I will pass out to the board.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Maureen Collins. I'm a resident of Washoe Valley and have been for over 20 years. Before you, I brought the list of local jurisdictions that opted out for cannabis consumption lounges, as mentioned by the speaker in Incline Village. And I agree with everything that I heard this morning coming from Incline Village and more. In many areas of unincorporated Washoe County, public transportation is unavailable. This is especially true for the proposed lounge in Washoe Valley, which is about 10 miles from both Reno and Carson City. People from other areas would have to drive much longer distances to get there. A shuttle service provided by the lounge could not serve all customers coming from all surrounding areas at all times. Also, infrequent shuttle trips would result in customers having to stay at the lounge for longer periods of time and possibly becoming more impaired. A cannabis consumption lounge should never be allowed unless frequent, regularly scheduled public transportation is available, and that is not the case here. The owners of Soul Cannabis do not comply with local codes and ordinances. The owners of Soul Cannabis have demonstrated a blatant disregard for the quality of life of the residents who live in close proximity to this business thus far. The facility uses a water mist spray system to filter odors related to cannabis production, which is ineffective. The facility, 3 to 5 times a year, strong marijuana odors engulf the residential neighborhoods for weeks at a time. We used to complain to the county. Now it's in the control of the Nevada Cannabis Compliance Board, and no one is watching this. We have called, and we hear from no one, and nothing gets done. When confronted with this issue, the Soul Cannabis owner, openly refused to address the problem, stated that he had installed a county-approved system. A local resident who holds patents on similar systems recognized the system design problem and offered to help and mitigate the problem. I lost my place. He was turned down in a negative manner. A formal complaint was filed with Washoe County over a 2-year period. The county failed to properly follow up on the complaint, stating the problem occurred outside their normal working hours. The county no longer regulates cannabis businesses on behalf of the citizens. cannabis-related problems must now go to the Cannabis Compliance Board.
Thank you.
Doug Flaherty, followed by Cindy Shard. Mr. Flaherty has documents that will be distributed to the board and placed on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Doug Flaherty, resident of Incline Village, Nevada, and a retired fire battalion chief. As a resident of Washoe County, I urge you to oppose agenda item number 5 for the following reasons. The decision to allow cannabis lounges in Washoe County without considering vital, accurate, and substantial public safety data evidence and injury trends is premature. Without analyzing such data, including crash rate increases and injury trends, including victim data connected with the use of cannabis inside Nevada, as well as nationally, those voting yes today are avoiding the responsibility to consider public safety. I ask the board what seems to be the hurry here. Let's take a look at cannabis-related accurate state and national crash rates and victim data, including trends, before considering this issue. In the meantime, one of the arguments offered in support of cannabis lounges is that lounges will offer users a location to socially congregate with others consuming cannabis. State and national public safety crash data and injury trends connected with cannabis use alone or in connection with other drugs or alcohol will be, those that vote today in favor will be indirectly responsible for future cannabis-related transportation, injury, and death. In short, you will be practicing negligent abuse of prejudicial discretion by not considering these safety trends. Which one of you who vote yes today will personally apologize to the mother whose teenage daughters lay slaughtered on the sidewalk after being violently hit from behind by an impaired frequent social cannabis lounge user who swerved into the sidewalk, hitting the teenage girls while texting his buddies? Who's going to account for the cumulative PTSD impact on first responders who arrived to deal with a horrific scene of carnage? Who among you will care for the homeless man or woman pushing their shopping cart who were crossing the road in dim light and hit by a cannabis user who asked his buddies to take him and return him to take him to the cannabis lounge and return him to his car parked a mile away so he would not be seen re-entering his car? Please delay this until we have more accurate crash data. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy Shard, followed by Helen Neff.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. My name is Cindy Shart, and I don't know how old I have to get before I can get up here and stand without shaking and being so nervous. But so I will just give my opinion as everybody else did and come into agreement with all of those that stand opposed and all of the reasons that they gave. They're very good reasons. They're very legitimate reasons. And I think that we should draw a line as to how permissive we're going to be with the whole industry. And I wonder, as long as I'm up here, I wonder why the taxpayers passed the law to legalize medicinal marijuana, and yet we don't see where the tax dollars are in our school system as they were supposed to be applied to. And so I wonder about all of this that we've come through and how far we have to go to allow more and more leniency over these matters. And so I stand opposed to people going out to Washoe Valley or actually any place and being allowed to consume it. It's just another step to letting these things get out of hand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Helen Neff, followed by Cliff Lowe. Ms. Neff has provided documents that will be distributed to the board and placed on the record.
Helen Neff, Incline Village resident. Please include this public comment and the written documents that I just provided as part of the record. They were also sent by email. First, you have a letter of objection signed by 60 Washoe County residents. This is in respect for your time rather than asking them to all come here and give 3 hours of public comment. These signatures were obtained in 3 days, and more people are contacting me as they understand the ramifications of not having a defined impairment level of THC as there is for alcohol. Citizens are concerned about even more impaired drivers on our already unsafe roads. Cannabis consumption lounges should not be considered in Washoe County until standardized testing is adopted by the NHTSA. Otherwise, you are further jeopardizing everyone's safety, including innocent drivers, unimpaired, passengers, cyclists, and pedestrians. It is prudent to pause and wait until a scientifically backed test is readily available. Washoe County can opt out, as did City of Sparks, Douglas County, Carson County, many more. The staff of the City of Reno recommended to their City Council no action at this time. Second, you have a letter clarifying information and misinformation from the minutes of previous meetings on this subject. Also, details of revenue received from cannabis taxes and fees. Please be clear on the facts before taking action. And last of all, I resubmitted the objection that I made on June 20th, including details of my personal experience of being a victim in a totally avoidable pedestrian crash. The driver was not tested, as I was told there was no test that would be upheld in court. Allowing for cannabis consumption lounges will further occupy court time and funds. Crash victims with serious injuries, such as what I endured, are not supported by the court system due to limited court resources. Yet crash victims often suffer severe PTSD for the rest of their lives. The amount of cannabis tax revenue and fees collected by this county is under $2 million. This is minuscule compared to the societal costs of a crash caused by impaired driver, first responders, law enforcement, the district attorney, the justice system, the healthcare system, increased premiums for everyone, and the pain and suffering endured by innocent victims and their families. The healthcare system and court systems of this county are stretched to the limit now. Innocent crash victims suffer as a result. Those without sufficient resources, often people of color, the homeless, are disproportionately affected when they are the victims of a crash. I speak for them. Please save staff time and opt out with a stipulation to reconsider only after the NHTSA provides court-upheld testing for cannabis impairment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cliff Lowe, followed by Marilyn Naylor.
For the record, Cliff Lowe, 19-year resident of unincorporated Washoe County. Wow, that last speaker really hit a lot of nails right on the head. A lot of things I would have liked to have said. with all due respect, let me remind you of something that's on that wall every meeting in these chambers. The mission of Washoe County, working together regionally to provide and sustain a safe, secure, and healthy community. I presume you've all bought into that mission statement. I, for one, do not see how cannabis consumption lounges and the threat that they pose to public safety, how that fits in with the mission. Mr. Solero mentioned that we're looking at this, and the only thing he mentioned was about tourists and renters. Renters have to deal with a lot of restrictions. This is one of them. A lot of places don't allow pets, they don't allow people to smoke, and the renters either do without or they find a place where they can rent and conduct and engage in the behaviors that they want. As far as tourism goes, I would suggest that the cannabis industry engage with the hospitality industry and perhaps the RSCVA and seek some other method to allow people to consume cannabis products where they are staying, not in some location where they have to get to it and from it, in all likelihood by a privately operated vehicle. Nevada Highway Patrol indicated earlier this year they are too short of people to patrol the freeways in Reno from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Washoe County Sheriff representative recently told us they have one patrol vehicle to cover all of the area from Hidden Valley to the Carson City line. Who is going to protect the public, if not for you? And has been clearly pointed out, this is not just about Washoe Valley. Everybody can, all of you can be affected. And understandably, the proprietor of Soul Cannabis, potentially the first beneficiary of this, advertises widely and seeks to bring people from all over. They will be on the roads. Now, you know as well as I do, you don't have to justify how you vote. You can just cast your vote. But I would ask those of you who do decide to vote to proceed down this path to explain why you don't see these impaired drivers as a problem and how it fits in with the county mission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marilyn Naylor, followed by Cliff Nellis. Ms. Naylor has documents that will be distributed to the board and placed on the record.
My name is Marilyn Naylor. I'm a 40-year resident of Washoe County. Working together regionally to provide and sustain a safe, secure, and healthy community is the mission of our county manager's strategic plan. Managing partners of Washoe Valley and South Valley citizens have been working together for a long time to sustain a safe, secure, and healthy community. I'm one of the many volunteers recruited by Washoe County in 2005 to work on the South Valley's area plan, subsequently the Scenic Byway application and corridor management plan, now Envision Washoe 2040. In 2013, after surveys, meetings, engaging South Valley residents, business owners, government agencies, and community organizations, the Federal Highway Commission grant was awarded and the State of Nevada Washoe Valley Scenic Byway was designated. Through that process, all were united as managing partners in a shared mission to preserve the surrounding natural environment and open space while developing solutions for a safe, multimodal highway in order to provide opportunities for people to experience the scenic beauty, cultural history, and natural resources and recreational opportunities. Our managing partners are Washoe County, Department of Transportation, BLM, Forest Service, State Parks, Nevada Department of Wildlife, Nevada Land Trust, and community service organizations. Citizens have made it possible to create a Washoe Valley Scenic Byway map, brochure, and maintain a website. Representatives from managing partners in interface with the public at the annual Celebrate Washoe Valley held at Washoe Lake State Park. Washoe Valley highways are used by cyclists, wildlife photographers, and artists. 3,000 residents with interest in agriculture, ranching, golf, and equestrian pursuits. Visitors to 4 Washoe County parks for camping, hiking, and fishing. 300,000 visitors who enjoy camping and water sports at Washoe Lake State Park, the 3rd most visited park in Nevada. Over 50,000 vehicles pass through daily on I-580. Consideration of a business that actually promises to impair concentration, coordination, and judgment of patrons with no foolproof tool for determining the degree of impairment, with no fail-safe options for reliable transportation for the impaired. It's an absolute guarantee that public health and safety will be jeopardized. Please make the decision to sustain a safe and secure, healthy legacy that so many of entities have worked so hard to maintain. Please deny cannabis consumption lounges in Washoe County.
Thank you.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Janet Butcher.
Hello, my name is Cliff Nellis. I'm a resident of Pleasant Valley, Washoe County, for 45 years, and I'm ashamed every time I drive by that Soul place. Like, how in the world did that thing get here in our county, right? I remember in 2006, George Soros was trying to get this initiative passed in California to allow cannabis to be used. You know, there's a reason our ancestors made certain things against the law, like using drugs, smoking dope, and committing the sin of sodomy. And we just celebrated the Sodomite month this whole last month.
If you could direct your comments to the agenda item.
Well, no, this is part of the whole thing. Now, we have county commissioners that just don't listen to us, and they're not going to listen to these people either. I'm against this thing because these people will be driving right past my house. And there's bicyclists all over the road, and there's going to be a day when one of those impaired people slaughters some of those bicyclists. That's going to happen. I can almost prophesy that for you. So you guys need to listen to us and vote no on this. And Mary Lou's, I apologize.
Sir, you can direct your comments to the floor.
Okay, the board. I apologize for anyone who's treated you guys disrespectfully, but you don't listen to us. We've been pointing to that thing a lot. Now these newcomers here, they have a local issue, and they're pointing to that board. We've been doing a lot. We get ignored. So I understand some of these people who respond negatively. And to them, I would say, hey, straighten up and stop acting the way you're acting. Act decent. But you guys won't listen to us. And, you know, Alexis.
Sir, please address
we know
to the full
you were not elected. We have a problem with our election system.
I'd love to hear your thoughts on cannabis consumption lounges.
Well, it's because we don't have a vote in this county. The elections are rigged,
Sir,
and that's how you got in there.
Please tell us about cannabis consumption lounges. Sir, I don't want to dismiss you. I don't want to take a break. Please address your comments to cannabis consumption
we
lounges.
also want to protect our children, and that's why we don't want these cannabis lounges. And we want to protect our children in the libraries, and you won't listen to us when we say we want Jeff Scott out of there.
Please direct your comments to the cannabis consumption lounges.
We have 165 books in the library system
This is not pertaining to
that
the
are
agenda
preying
item.
upon
Sir.
our children.
Sir, please stop. You can address your comments to the cannabis consumption lounge.
I have freedom of speech. I can talk whatever I want to talk
No,
about.
you
I don't
cannot.
like your dictatorial
You
attitude.
can address your comments
and
to the
you are
cannabis
dictatorial,
consumption lounges.
and you won't even let agenda items on the agenda.
I
So
cannot
we,
wait
the
to hear what you
people,
think
do
about
not
cannabis
like
consumption
your
lounges, sir.
attitude.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Janet Butcher, followed by Tracy Thomas.
Janet Butcher for the record. Hey, if you put public comment back on the agenda, you might not get that. So anyway, Janet Butcher for the record. My comments are not meant to be venomous.
My comments are only meant to be informative and advantageous to the good of Washoe County. Living in unincorporated areas, we moved to unincorporated areas for a reason. To move away from a lot of what goes on. We didn't move out there to have some things moved into our area. We fought several years ago in Spanish Springs to not allow a casino to be built. So we managed to get that taken care of, but now it's just more and more garbage is coming towards us. We're out there to be in a wholesome environment. I could go into personal reasons why I don't like it. We all know cannabis in this day and age is different than it was in the 60s in my era. There was a person who was killed out in Spanish Springs within the last 20 years. It was probably 15, 16 years ago. I didn't have time to research it, but there was somebody killed, and it was a young lady that had been smoking pot. And I mean, we're stuck with the fact that the legislature voted on this, that we can go and buy it and have it and smoke it and do it and whatever. But bottom line is, do we need to set up something? Who is it going to benefit? The gentleman who got up here and spoke for it? It's going to benefit his pocket. It's not going to benefit the people of the community. Why should we all of a sudden, I mean, it's going to put a heavier burden on our already overburdened but wonderful law enforcement. I mean, do we want to have billboard signs, come to Washoe County, get high, and while you get an abortion? Thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy Thomas, followed by Fred Meyer.
I just wanted to point out the main primary word in this is the unincorporated Washoe County. So this is what you're considering, is the unincorporated Washoe County. So that would imply the incorporated parts of Washoe County are probably already providing this. So there's probably going to be lounges available in Reno, if they're not already. I'm not in that, so I wouldn't know. And they have the freedom to do that, and which is good, because that's where the casinos are, that's where the tourists are, that would be where the need are. Out into the areas, for a very small portion of the population might need a place to go to consume this, are going to have to drive anyway, so why don't they just go ahead and drive to Reno to do this? There are other resources for them. We don't have to put something out there in the middle of nowhere. So I just don't see the benefit. Whatever money we might be able to bring in for that would really outweigh the losses from it, the legal problems and everything. The responsibility is just not, it's not a good balance. And so I have read the report of all of the restrictions. It's very well thought out that they want to limit it down to just single-use consumption, and then they're going to put the responsibility on the lounge operator to determine whether or not these people are too inebriated to leave their lounge or to serve them anymore, which is similar to a bar. I understand that. It's a great responsibility. So I would just maybe, one thing that was lacking in the conditions was making sure that these lounges are on at least a public transportation route. So people are not having to drive their own vehicles. If you're going to do that, make that one of the conditions. Just something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fred Meyer, followed by Anthony Turner.
I think the case
Good afternoon, everyone. I think the case has already been made by all the previous folks. They've done a great job at sort of explaining what we, the public, feel about this. There's only one gentleman that's spoke in favor, and he has a financial agenda, for this. And I can't believe, 35 years ago, I couldn't imagine speaking against this licensure. But in those years between then and now, it's brought into awareness to me regarding this subject, marijuana. And, somebody said evolution and the word progress. Decriminalization, I was for. I think that was a good idea. There's just too many people were being put in jail for possession of small amounts of marijuana, and that was not good for all of us, I think. But they could want to call this either evolution or progress, and there's a lot of things in our society that fall under that purview. This is progress, right? This is, no, it's just another step. And that's the problem that a lot of us out here have with a lot of things that do get legalized and or blessed by us as a society. And then it just opens that door and it keeps opening wider and wider. And this is another, the door's opening even wider now. And I think that it does send more inebriated folks out on the street. They have to drive there and they have to leave there, right? And not all of them are going to call an Uber. We all know that. And I don't know if they'll be serving alcohol in these lounges, but if they do, that's really a double whammy there. It's not good. Alcohol and pot, I can speak from experience. So, from years ago. So my vote is no, and I think everybody's made the case here quite eloquently. They don't want it. I think it's on you guys. Please give us the no that we're asking for respectfully. We appreciate your attention and appreciate the ability to be able to come up here and speak to you about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Turner, followed by Mark Newman.
I'd like to thank the commission for your time today. Pick up where Mr. Alexander left off in support of cannabis lounges. A lot of what I heard here so far today is speculation of what will happen, but we've yet to give it a chance to happen. As a teacher of over 20 years in Washoe County, I taught the facts. The data I'm about to speak of is in front of you, Commission. 10 times more likely to be injured by drunk drivers than cannabis. Does Harvey's at the Lake have public transportation? Because I've yet to go to a concert there where I didn't smell cannabis in the air. Are we willing to acknowledge that alcohol kills more people than cannabis? We are the most regulated industry in Nevada. Just curious if the Celebrate Washoe Parks event had alcohol on site. How regulated was it? Also want to ask if the phone calls and emails that you received will be included, because we had over 2,000 supporters on paper. I'd like to ask if a sheriff's representative on site today would be willing to speak of the field sobriety training they have received regarding cannabis. And lastly, currently there are no legal spaces to provide education or allow first-time or experienced adults a safe place to have supervised exposure to cannabis. This is vital to those using cannabis for illness and for those with no prior experience or those who simply want to congregate with other adults. It is our intention to provide a safe, regulated space to do everything within our power to ensure the safety of the community, our guests, and team through responsible, regulated cannabis. Lastly, I'd like to end that my wife and I both use it medically. As of now, it's hard to go on vacation. We're using Airbnbs with clauses. There's no lounge in Vegas, or wasn't last time we went there. So we could medicate correctly and responsibly without breaking the law. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mark Newman, followed by Nichelle Hull.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Mark Newman. I've heard a lot of opposed to it. I personally am not opposed, nor am I for it. I have lived in Washoe County for over 60 years now, and I can remember as a teenager, if there was a seat in your car, you were going to prison. Things have changed. My wife benefited it when she had terminal cancer from the use of it. Personally, I am at a lot of the events, the air races and the balloon races, and just recently the Reno Rodeo, and all these events. Even the other day when I was out playing golf, you could smell it in the air. People are using it if it's legal or not legal. Making it legal is going to be up to you to make the decision. I've heard a lot of negative things about it, but it also has its benefits. And I think if it's properly regulated, it might be good to have places where people could go and use it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nichelle Hull, followed by Penny Brock.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nichelle Hull. Please insert my comments into the permanent record per NRS statute. Today, I'm not representing during this comment period Wake Up Washoe County, which is a multi-partisan family advocacy group that serves the county. Before I get started, I just want to give props and thanks and acknowledgement to Commissioner Mike Clark for having this item brought up on the agenda, because clearly, you know, there's a lot of folks in Incline and here even in Reno and Sparks and unincorporated areas that are letting you guys know that they don't want this. So, you know, we have bars, we have restaurants. I don't know if these cannabis consumption lounges are going to be serving food and alcohol. I imagine that they would. That brings in more profit. And my only comment is that, you know, there's smarter ways to do things, right? I know that income comes into the courts through DUI, and there's money in that, but it would be better if people weren't getting on the roads inebriated, whether it's through alcohol or cannabis. So my point is just the thought to insert that, you know, we could have, and maybe it's something we even want to legislate, we could have breathalyzers in all of our bars, our restaurants. I mean, you know, I have alcohol with a meal. I would not mind at all, you know, I mean, I might have one throughout an evening, but I think it makes sense to be able to use these vending machines, these different breathalyzers before I get on the road. That's something that we could do now. And if this goes through, it's something we could do then. And so here's 3. Breath Sense, S-E-N-S-E, Breath Sense is one. Boozelator, that sounds interesting, B-O-O-Z-E-L-A-T-O-R, and also Breath Advisor. So that's just food for thought. Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Valerie Fiannaca.
Penny Brock for the record. Well, here we are. We legalized pot. It's going where we thought it was for those that were concerned and voted no on it. It's being expanded. When will it end? I agree with those who have spoken before me about their concerns. I think this is a bad idea. I do not see how this will make Washoe County safer and more secure. Then we get to the health issue of those that get hit by someone leaving the cannabis lounge. My other concern about a cannabis lounge, the word will get out that people that use drugs are going to the cannabis lounges. How many fentanyl dealers will be there? How many deaths will be caused by fentanyl? We already know we've got that problem in Washoe County. So I see this as a risk that it could become a center for drug distribution, and that's something to consider. The other thing is, in Washoe County, we want smart businesses. Businesses that are going to create jobs, not create problems, social problems, addictions, that kind of thing. The reason why you don't hear or read about THC impairment regarding a road crash is because there is no test. Like the 70s and before, when .08 did not exist for alcohol. The other thing is, what does pot bring into Washoe County as far as taxes? This is from Washoe 311. $1,631,317. The money goes basically to the courts and to the homeless. We already know there's a problem with cannabis, drugs, with the homeless. Why do we want to encourage more cannabis uses by having a social place together? I think this is a really bad idea. I don't think it's fair to the residents out in the county or up at Incline to have to deal with this when even Reno Sparks do not want to deal with this problem. We already heard that there's a law enforcement problem out in the counties. I used to live out in the county. We knew if you called for the sheriff to come, it would be hours before they got there. Who's going to be there to monitor the roads in Washoe Valley and Incline Village and anywhere else? We heard from someone from the north who's out in the area. Is law enforcement going to be out there monitoring those roads? Thank you.
Thank you.
Valerie Fianaka.
Valerie Fianaka for the record. I've shared multiple times with this board, most of you anyway, that my son died from opioid overdose. What I haven't shared with you is that marijuana was his gateway drug. Many of you in this audience will not agree with me on that, and that's okay, because I like healthy disagreement and argument. He started at a very young age with pot. I tried to stop that. That didn't work. I tried to stop all of his addictions. That didn't work. I also would say that you're going down a slippery slope with this endorsement of lounges. It sends a message to our young people that it's all okay. It's alcohol. It's everything's okay. Where do we stop? We don't stop. We've seen it with lots of other movements. It never stops. I don't see anything good coming out of this. It's like give them an inch and take a mile. It's just not a good thing. What about edibles? Maybe I misunderstand the nature of this whole lounge thing, but if you are a tourist, why don't you buy edibles and take them back to your hotel room? I don't understand the notion, but I am here to tell you, it's the same with alcohol. If you're an addicted personality, too much drinking at all of the affairs that we have is a bad thing, but we do have a test to stop impaired drivers. We can stop them, we can test them, we can take care of it. If one thing leads to more things, it's always a bad thing. And I am living testament that this is a bad thing, living testament to it.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in, but I have received 15 emails that will be placed on the record.
Thank you. And I know that the board has received those as well. So I now open this up to our board to have a discussion on this item. And I'm looking to board members to see if anyone is signed in to speak on this item. And I'm not seeing, oh, yes, Vice Chair Herman.
It just is kind of surprising that we're back here again, but I got the same arguments that I've had all along. I swore to uphold the Constitution, and here we are, our state, and of course we didn't do it here, but we're illegal. begin with. Then there's the safety issue. And it's been well described by the public. And this won't be the last time that, or, the first time that I voted against this, so I will probably repeat the same process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Clark has signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're correct. I asked this to be brought up again. I wanted this to be as clear can be. Mr. Alexander's business is in my district. He didn't feel that he was treated fairly initially. He believes he was told he didn't have to come to some of these meetings. He didn't attend. He was out of the country one time. He's out of the county another time. I wanted to make sure that the sentiment of the constituents was still what it was initially. I asked Mr. Alexander to hold some town hall meetings with constituents immediately surrounding his property. I asked him to reach out to these folks, and as a business owner, I felt it was his job, and I still feel this, it's his job to convince the folks that properties are immediately adjacent to his, that he was going to be doing what he could to mitigate odors and other things. So he's had an opportunity at least 6 months of doing this, and prior to the last 6 months, reaching out to these folks, and I think that the citizens of my area, District 2, have not changed their views, and I'm not opposed to. I'm no prude. I'm not opposed to this kind of thing. I'm not opposed to beer bars. I'm not opposed to that adults acting responsibly. But in this case, I'm going to do what I like to always do: is stand with the constituents that are going to be affected by this. These folks are going to be living there a lot longer than any of us are going to be on the dais here, and I'm going to respect the opinion of my constituents. So that's just all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Commissioner Andriola signed in.
So one of the commenters said that he didn't think after 35 years he'd be talking about cannabis. I never thought he'd be talking about cannabis. But I got to say, I have learned so much. I've spent so much time when this issue came before us with Commissioner Clark asking for it to be reconsidered. The industry has not kept up, or the law has not kept up with this new industry, and the standards and the benchmark and the science does not really exist. There are methods in terms of law enforcement that actually have a blood test. My first, in learning about all of the facts, I thought, what are we going to have? Everyone be a trained phlebotomist at the lounges to take the blood? It's really, and I'm not saying this lightly, but it is the wild, wild west. And in my opinion, until we have the science, a practice standard, the law catching up with this industry, and maybe encouraging the industry to actually put dollars behind working with law enforcement and scientists to create an assurance of methods and the liability. There's personal responsibility as an individual we all have in how we conduct ourselves. But there is an unfortunate situation, even with alcohol, that is abused. And to one of the public commenters about having an addictive personality, there's lots of things that, happen with individuals. We're all different biologically. But I am not going to support this. There is too much concern of public safety. I have, as I mentioned, spent a lot of time talking to law enforcement, a lot of time talking to various folks about the facts, and the facts do not substantiate this having a level of assurance of public safety, let alone the resources to help support the law enforcement that needs to be in place when you introduce something like this. I think there's a lot of training, as I mentioned, that needs to take place. So I guess I would encourage not only Mr. Alexander, but the whole industry to look at supporting what needs to be done to give everyone a comfort of assurance of a standard that is not in existence. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have comments? I'm not seeing any. So Commissioner Clark, since you brought this back to the board, I'm looking for a motion. And the language of what the staff are looking for is up on the screen there.
I would like to make a motion that we have a vote and the commissioners can decide themselves what they feel if we should move forward or not. That's
Okay,
the
well, I
discussion
need a
have.
motion in the affirmative
Okay.
or the negative. Does
Okay.
someone want to do a motion, or would you like to do a motion?
No.
Commissioner Clark?
no.
Okay. I'm looking to the board. Thank you, Commissioner Andriola.
I will attempt to try and do a motion.
Thank you.
So I am voting to not approve staff, giving, that was how I understood, to give direction to staff to move forward with creating an ordinance and the language necessary. My motion is not to not to have staff do that. In other words, I am voting against moving forward with staff spending any time on this particular issue.
Okay, I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Okay, a second by Vice Chair Herman. Is the motion clear in everyone's mind? Okay, it looks like it is. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. And that motion passes 3-2. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Madam Chair, is it appropriate, and I'm not sure if it's later on, but because it's the topic of the agenda, I know the vote has been taken, but if there's ever an opportunity to look at getting a comparison of what's happening, there's no lounge in my understanding, period, in Nevada. And I really think this probably will come back, and I would encourage staff to actually look at really giving us a true comparison of what may already be existing and the safety impact and the standards that are used thereof. So I just, in terms of just giving some direction if it does come back, I'm not sure it's appropriate at this point.
You can certainly ask for that in commissioner requests.
Okay.
But
Well, I'll
yes.
ditto that for commissioner
Okay.
request, so I don't have to repeat it.
Fair enough, fair enough. Thank you very much. We will now move to item 6.
Item 6 is a recommendation to acknowledge in 2023 Washoe Tahoe Housing Partnership Housing Roadmap as a document identifying potential actions to address workforce housing challenges faced by residents and employees in the Incline Village Crystal Bay area. Virtual public comment is also available for this item.
Thank you very much. I think we are doing a presentation from Heidi Hill-Drum from the Tahoe Prosperity Center, who conducted this work with consulting partners.
Shorter than Dave. Oh, there it is. Just click the buttons. All right. Good, almost afternoon. Morning, Chairwoman Hill and Commissioners. Appreciate some time on your agenda this morning. My name is Heidi Drum, and I'm the director of the Tahoe Prosperity Center. We're your regional partner on community and economic development at the lake. We are the neutral convener of issues up in Tahoe like expanding broadband, workforce housing, and the alert wildfire cameras, which hopefully you all know about, protecting our community And today we are proud to share the housing roadmap with you. So this is a slide of our partners, our funding partners, which included the county. And we want to acknowledge the hard work of all of the funding partners as well as our expert consulting team on this, on the roadmap. This was the mission and vision for the housing roadmap. We were grounded in the very beginning in 2021 when we did our housing needs assessment to accelerate local housing solutions for those who live and work in Washoe Tahoe, the portion up at the lake. We also worked hard to find consensus-based solutions that work for the community. And since this report in 2021, housing has become even more challenging due to the pandemic. So really, again, the vision there is a thriving, vibrant community that has housing options to support our local residents, workforce, and business. So how we got here, again, we started in 2021. First, we do our homework. So we did a number of data gathering components, research and analysis, as well as community outreach. And that was the housing assessment. Next, we focused on action. Again, the roadmap is a set of recommendations. It is an outline. It is a framework. It's not a rule book to follow. It is a set of recommendations for you to consider as the county priorities regarding housing, as well as the community, continuing to gather community input on what makes the most sense. Ultimately, over 50 members of our partnership were involved in the roadmap process, and more than 500 community members, business owners, and employees provided input in that initial survey. So this is a long text slide, so I'm just going to hit a couple of highlights, but we all know the stories. Businesses are reducing their hours that they're open due to lack of staffing. Many employees, in fact, 65% of the employees in the Washoe Tahoe portion have to commute into work, which causes more traffic issues on the roads. And we've all been stuck in that traffic up at the lake. So this is why it's important to focus on housing. Having your core workers back in your community where they live reduces traffic. It reduces businesses struggling to find the workers that they need. So that's why it's so important. This is a snapshot of the 2021 needs assessment and the number of units that were identified as needed in that report. Again, we are focused only on the under market rate units. Clearly, we don't need to worry about the market rate units. This is for the community members who need under market. It's important to know that the last study that was done on housing in Washoe County for this part of the lake was 2009. So our data from 2021 has been significantly updated. Sadly, in 2009, it was recognized that the county only had built 285 homes in a decade, and we're looking at, 700 units needed. We also recognize we can't build all of that, so this has to be redevelopment opportunities. It also needs to be improving the housing that exists right now, and currently, when I looked last night on Zillow, there are 11 homes under $800,000 for sale in the portion of Incline Village and Crystal Bay. Those are all condominiums, and so roughly a $4,000 mortgage is what we're looking at for some of those. This is what we call our housing spectrum. So it shows very specifically the percentages that are needed by the units. And 24% of the housing is needed for those making under 80%, so the very low income. Those tend to be federally subsidized housing projects. And 45% are in that area of between 120% and up to 100 and 250% of AMI, which is middle income. So we're talking about your nurses, your teachers, your firefighters, your restaurant managers. The roadmap focuses on that area of housing. It's, again, not market rate housing. This is just a brief snapshot of the schedule that we followed. So we started last fall. Again, first you'll see we spent time on the research and review of previous work that had been done. Then we went into priorities and alignment with the community goals, followed by expert input to build the final roadmap, and then finally community input specifically on the strategies. This slide, seen from another side, shows you that each part of the process involved significant community input. So these are all the committees listed here that we had those 50 members that I mentioned participating in the process. And when we added it all up, we had over 350 hours of local community input into the roadmap. A partnership framework is just that. It's a set of priority goals and actions that are recommendations for you to consider. At the county level, there will be certain things that make sense for staff and the county to prioritize. There will be certain things that the community can prioritize. And the framework is just that, a set of those recommendations and strategies. This graphic we just created last month, or in May, actually, so it's already July now. And it just shows who we're talking about, again, that housing is critical for. The numbers that are on this slide were taken in May when we created it, but at the current market rate, these members in our community were not able to afford the median home price in Incline Village or Crystal Bay. And so again, to reiterate, we're talking sheriff's deputies, we're talking firefighters, we're talking nurses, teachers, and snowplow drivers. And after this winter, we all know we need our snowplow drivers up there. There we go, sorry. So as you can see from this framework, this is how we built the roadmap. So the vision is right there in the middle, a thriving, vibrant community. Then we have 5 strategic goals and actions in each of those areas. And then on the circle all around it is who we're talking to and who this is for. So it's employees, it's homeowners, it's the community. And I know it's really hard to see on this slide, but I wanted to provide you a snapshot of all of the housing roadmap recommendations in one place. You can see that we've broken it up by priority actions that can be taken, mid-tier actions that can be taken, and long-term actions. Again, the previous report done in the county was 2009, so this is the first time you've had an updated housing roadmap to consider for recommendations to improve housing. And it's important to remember that you may also hear from some members of the public that there are quick fix solutions. Things like banning short-term rentals will fix all of the housing problems in the community. But that has not shown to be the case in other resort communities where that has happened. So while we do make recommendations in here regarding short-term rentals and looking at different options, it's only one solution that is in the roadmap. There are many different solutions in here that have been recommended so that you can consider what makes the most sense, continue to gather that community input, and decide what is the priority for this region. Sorry, I keep linking it. And so each one of those actions that you saw has its own specific level of detail regarding the background and information about each of those actions, why that action is important, and then recommended steps. So we've really gone and done a deep dive on each of those priority actions for you to look at and consider. And again, reminding you that these are just recommendations. So you will get in there with staff and with community members as you move forward, and you will say, okay, we like this part, we don't like this part, but we've just laid out a variety of options for you to consider. Some potential applications of the roadmap include having some of your local community groups leading this effort moving forward. So the Incline Village Crystal Bay Community and Business Association, for example, is based in Incline Village. They work with business owners who've been impacted by the lack of employees. They can do a lot of work on community engagement moving forward. The roadmap has policy recommendations. Again, staff will need to look at those recommendations, go back to the community, gather continued input, and decide which ones make sense to move forward at the county level. That's what will come forward to you as you, in your roles as commissioners. And then finally, there's a new option called Placemate. They have a Lease to Locals program, and it's an incentive program that was recommended as part of our research into this effort. But again, whatever works best for the community. And with that, hopefully I was under my 10 minutes, but I, again, really appreciate you all for supporting this effort, for allowing us to convene this group together to present this roadmap. And on behalf of the residents at the lake who need this housing, I hope these recommendations move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Manager, is it appropriate if I ask Ms. Mullins a few questions from our staff regarding this?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello. Thank you so much for coming up, Ms. Mullins. I know that you have been working with the Tahoe Prosperity Center because they have taken the charge around the lake to help with workforce housing solutions, and that's why the county contracted with them on the original study and this roadmap. We haven't quite had the capacity to do this, and so I appreciate the County Commission for approving those funds in past budget cycles. But I wanted to ask you, on the staff perspective, where do we go from here? What are you looking at when the county accepts this report, and where will you take these recommendations?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Kelly Mullen, Planning and Building Division Director. So next steps from here, we are asking the board today to acknowledge the report as an item that has done significant research with the community and offer some potential solutions to address some of those housing challenges specific to the Tahoe area. And what we would expect from this point forward, if the board acknowledges the report, we would then come back with a future agenda item that would take those recommendations into consideration as part of our overall broader affordable housing strategy, kind of following up on the direction that was provided by the board back in January at the strategic plan workshop, identifying affordable housing initiatives as one of the priorities for the board. So it would be part of that broader view, looking at how we can implement some of those initiatives in the county.
Great, thank you for that. And my understanding is that once that comes back, then the board gives direction, and love government, because each little piece of that has to come before the board, and code changes, area plan amendments, programs that the board will review for adoption, all of those kind of things. So there's a lot of opportunity throughout this whole process for community engagement. That's kind of what I'm trying to bring to the fore on that question. Okay, great. I wanted to make sure I asked those questions for the board for clarification. I've been deep into this issue. I lived in Incline Village in 2009, and I was lucky in that I had a board member that, when I worked for a nonprofit, that was able to find me housing. And I was a professional that worked up there. And right now, I hear from many professionals. We had a roundtable convening of landlords, folks associated with the Tahoe School, and the grocery store up there, and they are struggling. They are struggling to find employees. And I think that this is one of many pieces that we'll be looking at for the whole county to support workforce housing solutions. So I just wanted to, give that point of personal pleasure, just so folks understand my passion about this and how important this is to our local community. And I see that Vice Chair Herman has signed in.
Just thank you very much, Chair. There's some questions I have. How much time or effort or funding are the employers willing to come to the table with? Has that been something that you could answer?
Yes, feel free, Ms. Drum.
Thank you for calling me Miss. Vice Chair Herman, that's a great question. And we had an employer partnership committee, which involved a lot of employers from the local community getting together regularly to talk about solutions and things that they could do. Currently, a couple of things that they're doing specifically are, I would say, more interim solutions, not necessarily long-term solutions, although some have gone further than others. So initially, there is a couple of transportation options bringing employees up from here in Reno, where they live, up to the lake to their place of work. So they have coordinated on transporting employees and to and from Reno. That's one thing that's been happening. And then another thing that has been happening is some of the larger employers that have more capacity have actually been housing their employees on site as available, as they've been able to do that. So it really varies across the board. But again, we hope this committee, the Employer Partnerships Committee, will continue to move forward. And we think with the Business Association, they'll be able to provide some more input and funding into future solutions.
So I know that here it's very difficult to find affordable housing, whatever that means, affordable.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it seems like it changes from place to place, but it is a difficult situation and a difficult problem. And do you actually see a solution that's going to happen in the near future, or is this just going to be temporary fixes as we go along?
I would say that I'm an optimist. So I wouldn't be in this work if I wasn't. I feel very hopeful that some of these recommendations will move forward and that the community will continue to come together to prioritize the ones that make the most sense for each community, because each community is different. Solutions in Reno are going to be different than solutions up in Crystal Bay. And solutions around the lake are going to be different in Truckee than they are in South Lake Tahoe. So each community, again, what we've tried to do at the Tahoe Prosperity Center is bring people together to sit around a table to talk about the things that matter to them, and then to put the ones that have the most consensus down on paper so they can move those best ideas forward. So I am hopeful. My personal experience is I have been trying to buy a house on the North Shore in Incline Village and Crystal Bay for the past 2 years and have been unsuccessful. And I'm married to a firefighter. And so we are a dual income family, and we were not able to find anything that was in our price range. So I hope that we go back to that initial mission of this roadmap, which is to accelerate the local housing solution. So we're not here in another 15 years sharing another report.
Thank you very much for your honesty.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure where to start, but I guess I'll start with just the name of the community, Incline Village. It wasn't called Flatland Town or the Flats. It's Incline Village. It's built on the side of a very steep mountain. As the former assessor, as a real estate broker for 47 years, a mortgage broker for 40 years, a property manager, I have an understanding about real estate costs and values. It costs more to build an Incline Village because of the topography there, because of the rock formations. It's some of the most expensive property in the whole county. And to try and convince the rest of the county that we can build affordable housing on some of the most expensive property in the county is silly at best. You know, we've got a situation up there at Incline Village and selling real estate for a number of years. There's only 2 seasons in Incline Village. It's winter and getting ready for winter. We've got a short building time up there. Everything has to be trucked in. We've got Truckee, the regional governing body up there. Everything is more expensive in Incline Village. The lumber, the drywall, the nails, the employees, the tradespeople, everything costs more. It costs more to get there. And to build affordable housing in Incline Village, why don't we go to Beverly Hills? Why don't we go to Manhattan? Why don't we go to Jackson Hole? All of these places are faced with the exact same issues. And it's funny that the rest of the county should fund affordable housing in the most expensive properties in the county. You know, we can learn a lot from what other communities in this great state do. If you go to Winnemucca or Elko or Eureka, Carlin, these places, they bus, and even out here at Trick, they bus their workers in. They didn't come to us and say, build us some affordable housing. Affordable housing is an issue throughout this state, and it's not going to change. And the reason it's an issue, and it wasn't that way 20, 30, 50 years ago in this state, it wasn't that way. We've got a political climate in the state right next door to us. People are fleeing that state. They're coming over here with truckloads of money. They're out buying our local folks. They come to town and they buy up what's available, and that's caused the housing shortage. And now on top of that, now we've got an interest rate issue. And then on top of that, now lumber, sheets of plywood that used to cost $10 or $12 are now $90 or $120. So affordable housing coupled with all these other issues in the most expensive area in the county is just a pipe dream. I don't want to be involved in it, and I don't think that the other taxpayers want to see that happening. Up at Incline Village, the employers that need more employees need to figure that out. You can't go to an area that's that expensive and expect to buy affordable housing. You know, 35 years ago, I went to Malibu and I told the folks in Malibu, I want 5 acres right here on the beach so I can have a horse ranch. You know what they told me? Go to Reno. I had to drive, in the mortgage business, it's called drive until you qualify. You've got to go where the affordability is and move there. You can't go to the most expensive area in the county and ask the county taxpayers to subsidize your lifestyle. That isn't how it works in a capitalist society. Drive until you qualify. And you know what will happen? Sooner or later, if enough folks don't go to an area, that's when the prices drop. It's supply and demand. Everybody wants to be there. I'll tell you, with the traffic up there and the infrastructure, that's the last place you'll catch me in the summer. I won't go up there. I don't want to be involved in the traffic jams and the tourists and people that don't know how to drive. So think about that. Why do we want to build more homes in a congested area with infrastructure that doesn't handle what we have there now? So just hearing this idea, it just doesn't make any sense on a financial basis whatsoever. You wouldn't see any, and there's a lot of smarter people than I am out there in the building and development world, and they don't go into places knowing they're going to lose money. Why should the taxpayers have to subsidize this? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia, I have you signed in.
Thank you. I appreciate your report, and I appreciate your optimism. Don't lose that. I'm a firm believer that we should never turn our backs on exploring possibility and working with community partners to be innovative and think outside the box, regardless of what some people think. And this roadmap, you said yourself, or it was in the staff report, I can't remember, the roadmap won't solve this housing crisis that we're facing, but the goals and priorities will create a path forward. And that's our job, is to always be moving forward, not just quit and get stuck because it's bad or tough or complicated. We move forward, and we appreciate reports like this, the time, energy, and effort that it took to bring this forward. And I look forward to seeing it at an upcoming BCC meeting. And, you know, I give props to the county and the commissioners last year for approving 100K, I believe, and to Chair Hill for giving some of her own district funds to support the assessment. And I think that shows true leadership. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Garcia. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Andriola.
I spent a lot of time talking to a lot of people about this, both who, called me or emailed me, and the overwhelming agreement amongst various groups who had some disagreements with things was that something needs to be done. It's not just the stories that I heard in terms of Chair Hill, I'm sure you have more info, but for me, it was the first time hearing about just even teachers, not just what we would categorize maybe in our minds of folks that are working in casinos, for instance, or other industries, but, the fundamental infrastructure of a community. And I believe that teachers are a part of that, firefighters, law enforcement, people that need to be there. So it was very interesting when I asked leadership of various groups if they felt that this was a solution, and everyone felt something needs to be done. Now, how it gets done is where everyone had various different suggestions. So I think the roadmap certainly lends itself to a framework for the county to actually meet with these stakeholders. I think the other thing that the roadmap did and this project did, at least in having these many discussions with people, is that it actually made them think of the solutions, not just coming to the table expressing frustration, but being solution-driven so that they would have a contribution that they all know folks are facing. So it was very optimistic, to your point about being optimistic, to know how committed the community is to solving this problem. And the fact that we have clarification from staff that they are going to continue to reach out and engaging those stakeholders is really critical. That was the overwhelming message that I did receive, is please, we have more work and more solutions to work through. So I do think it's promising, but this is definitely not going to be an easy thing to navigate. And I think the employers do have a responsibility as part of the stakeholder and the community to contribute and be at the table and find a possible solution. Everyone's impacted there. But I just wanted to clarify how much that I appreciate the work that went in, and to all of the people that have spent countless hours in looking at what may be viable, but still needs a lot of work. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I also appreciate the clarification that it's coming back to the commission, and it's not just accepting this roadmap the way it is with the provisions that were outlined. It is a roadmap, and it is a structure that can allow for a framework to look at continuing that dialogue. So thank you, and thanks to staff in advance for tackling or beginning to tackle this.
Thank you. And I think what's really what makes me feel optimistic about potentially, hopefully the county commission accepting this report and this roadmap is that we have seen both through the Mountain Housing Council and the city of South Lake Tahoe that when government says, yes, we're going to look at these solutions, the community comes as well. And I heard through many of these town hall community meetings that I had, church groups saying, yeah, we've got money. If we saw that the county was committed, we would want to put our funding towards something like this. And I know through the Mountain Housing Council, the major employers all stepped up, but they needed to see that the town of Truckee was committed. So that's really what we're asking today. Are we committed to finding these solutions? If so, then I think that all of these communities' support will follow. So I appreciate the commissioner's feedback, because I think think it's an us problem. That's another great thing I heard in one of our town halls is this is an us problem, not a them problem or a they problem. This is what we all need to work together to solve. So with that, Commissioner Garcia, yes.
And to add to that, the folks that are often not attending these public meetings or represented by different organizations, they're working full-time. The families I serve up in Incline are doubled up, multiple family members and children in one apartment, one-bedroom apartment, two-bedrooms apartment. Those are the folks that we need to advocate for because they're not obviously here. They're not attending these meetings, but they're getting up every single day and feeling the strain and struggles of living in an environment where they go and work and need to work to survive every single day. So I appreciate shining the light on this again.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if we can go to...
I have,
yes, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to be, I'm not against any of these people. I want to make sure it's on the record. But each and every situation and every concern that was brought up about up at the lake, up in the Incline Village area, can apply to any single part of this county. Affordable housing is non-existent anywhere. So when you take a situation that's pandemic in nature here in the county, and you pick one area to resolve this problem, and it happens to be the most expensive building area to build in. It costs more to build up there than anywhere else, and the land's more expensive. And so there's so many. This one has 25 or 30 more hurdles that anywhere else might not have. The presenters talked about being optimistic. Well, I want to be a realistic person and be realistic about my assessment of this. And so, again, if you think about all of these issues, and you could just plug in any other part of the county. You could say North Valleys, you could say South Valleys, you could say, Northwest. Anywhere in this county, there's a housing crisis. So why do we pick an area that has more hurdles? If somebody really wanted to tackle this, they could build some workforce housing in an area, and again, transportation, bus the people up there if that's what we needed. The other thing about people that live in an area and struggling, they might want to look at another place to live. As the former assessor, on my desk there, I had a list of every single county in America and what the average housing prices were and what the average income was. There's lots of places to live if you really want to own a house, if you want to have a family house or whatever, but it might not be here. So why are you, people that are already struggling, the other taxpayers here with the cost of fuel and infrastructure and their tax burden, and then tax them a little bit more to give one particular area an advantage, it just doesn't seem like a way to equalize this for anybody. So I'm not opposed to people having the best life they can live, but doing it this way just doesn't make any sense. I had a Zoom meeting with a group of folks from up there yesterday. I was hoping they were going to be able to Zoom in and talk on this issue. Local folks that have lived there for a long time, and they're not in favor of this. So the only ones who seem to be in favor of this are people that might benefit from this. So this is a real problem throughout the county, throughout the state, even throughout the United States now is affordable housing. So why do we pick the most difficult place to build, the most costly place to build, and then try and make that work? We're setting ourselves up for failure, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. To be clear, we're not increasing taxes on this initiative. This is just simply some policies and programs that are being looked at. And as Ms. Mullen said, we will be looking at these countywide. I took the initiative because my constituents have told me this is a priority. So that is why it's before us today. But Madam Clerk, I'm happy to open it up to public comment at this point.
And just for the record, I said I might have said increasing taxes. What I'm saying is taking the limited resources that the taxpayers of this county have and putting them into one area. So that's what I meant by tax increases, taking the money from one group of people and putting it in another area when all of the people here are struggling. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
We do have a few people signed in remotely in Incline.
Great.
Pamela Sigdenis.
Housing is a complex issue in the Tahoe Basin. I'd like to start by saying those of us who live here in Incline Village and Crystal Bay are acutely aware of the housing shortages in our community. This problem accelerated greatly when short-term rentals were allowed to become a lucrative business for real estate investors and non-primary residents operating STRs. In peak season, 800 to 1,000 STRs are advertised on STR platforms for Incline Village and Crystal Bay. Some permitted, some not. If commissioners want to prioritize worker housing and address long-term housing shortages, the first place to start is revisiting the county's ordinance, which favors STR operators over long-term renters. Consider requiring STRs to be owner-occupied and to limit or phase out STRs like many other communities have done, not only in Nevada, but in other places around the United States, to free up housing for local workers. This is a more cost-effective approach than investing hundreds of thousands of dollars into roadmaps developed by third parties. Second, I'd like to ask why the county is being asked to put its seal of approval and trust in a third-party organization. I think this organization deserves a lot more scrutiny. I've sent a public comment to all the commissioners explaining why in a much longer email. If you read the document, you will find that there are reasons to question what are the underlying assumptions here and are other interests being served beyond those who need affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rhonda Tyser.
Thank you. I'm Rhonda Tyser, a 32-year resident of Incline Village. Agenda item 6 asks the board to put its stamp of approval on the Housing Partnership Roadmap. Admittedly, there are many good features of the roadmap. But before you stamp it, you may want to consider the following. The roadmap claims, and I quote, "This comprehensive plan was developed by community leaders and backed by sound data," unquote. By my reckoning, about half of the 60 or so community leaders in the partnership don't even live in Incline and couldn't possibly claim to represent this community. And I, as a professional data analyst, challenge the statement that the plan was backed by sound data. In fact, the roadmap is based in large part on the Tahoe Prosperity Center, TPC, 2021 housing study, which has many unsupported conclusions. That study of IVCB employee housing needs never found and never reported the actual number of employees in IVCB. Rather, the authors estimated the number of employees based on pre-pandemic 2019 data. So if the housing study never determined the actual number of IVCB employees, how could the authors conclude IVCB needs 785 new housing units for its employees? The number 785 is purely a guess. And how can the partnership recommend building new housing units when short-term rentals now comprise about 50% of all IVCB condos? This is a huge inventory of housing that could be and should be, at least in part, reclaimed before new housing is created. Although IVCB condos are likely too expensive for affordable housing, they could serve middle managers as achievable housing. In my opinion, one of the most important findings from the TPC housing study was from the write-in comments. Employees were asked to indicate their most important housing problems. The largest number of comments, 90 in all, pointed out problems caused for employees by STRs. To their credit, the TPC authors mentioned that incline STRs need to be reined in. But until the STR inventory is opened up for purchase or long-term rentals, we can't know how many housing units need to be built. In short, the roadmap needs further scrutiny before commissioners give their stamp of approval.
Thank you.
Claudia Anderson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Claudia Anderson. I'm the CEO of the Parasol Tahoe Community Foundation, and I'm here today to encourage you to acknowledge the 2023 Washoe Tahoe Housing Partnership Housing Roadmap. Like all communities in Nevada and the nation, the Incline Village Crystal Bay community faces unprecedented challenges regarding providing adequate housing that will sustain a thriving and happy community now and into the future. While specific challenges vary by community, they are urgent for each community nonetheless, and they require a collaborative effort to find solutions. Our collaborative partnership process began in 2021 with the completion of the housing study, the goal of which was to collect baseline data that would inform our efforts going forward. The next step was to pull together options that might be developed to affect housing solutions. That was what the roadmap represents. As stated in the roadmap itself, the roadmap represents the collective voice and priorities of many stakeholders and community leaders, but it is not an official binding policy document. It can continue to evolve and change based on further input and community priorities. And we certainly expect that with additional feedback, things will evolve and change with possible solutions. By acknowledging the 2023 Washoe Tahoe Housing Partnerships Roadmap today, you will give us great encouragement to continue to work together to seek positive housing solutions for our community, and we can begin the next step. On behalf of the Parasol Tahoe Community Foundation, as a funding partner of the Washoe Tahoe Housing Partnership, I want to thank you, our county commissioners and the county staff, for your ongoing support of this effort. It's so very important to our community, as you can hear from those who spoke before me. And we can't make a difference without you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Kathy Julian.
Julian, for the record, I was a member of a community member of the committee that prepared this roadmap. I have no financial vested interest in the output. However, a number of the people who did participate in the community did have financial interest, and there was, in my view, insufficient broad-based consultation through workshops with the public to inform this roadmap. But that being said, it is a first step. And I'm not against the commission acknowledging this roadmap, but it should be caveated with that it did not undergo broad public consultation through workshops with our community. And it, in my view, does not adequately target the workforce that is a priority, it seems, the folks who make less than 100% of AMI. So the rental housing, this roadmap did not address sufficiently the rental housing need in Incline Village. And I echo the comments made about the short-term rentals. Frankly, the County Commission has made decisions that have adversely impacted our workforce housing here through encouraging short-term rentals, and now through perhaps some encouraging ADU development, which sadly, because of the weak system for enforcing deed restrictions, will likely not end up supporting workforce housing. So I think acknowledge it, but please caveat that it didn't have the broad consultation, and there is much more data needed to support some of the statements made about how, for instance, ADUs support workforce housing. How do we know that? How deed restrictions are effective? How do we know that when TRPA has not done a particularly good job with enforcing deed restrictions? The devil is in the details, but at least this is a step that gets us looking at these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's no one else in incline, but I do have people signed in chambers.
Great.
Doug Flaherty, followed by Cliff Nellis. Mr. Flaherty has provided documents that will be distributed to the board and placed on the record.
Doug Flaherty is president of TahoeCleanAir.org. I request that before the commissioners recognize any portion of the roadmap, that the commissioners require the Washoe Tahoe Partnership conduct at least 2 public workshops for Incline Village Crystal Bay residents, of which workshops last at least 2 hours, and record all activities, comments, and data from residents for the record due to the following reasons. The housing roadmap was created out of the eye of the general Incline Village Crystal Bay resident population. The roadmap was based on outdated census information and therefore on its face lacks substantial evidence to support its claims. It's highly controversial, subjective, and its stated outcomes are far-reach and highly uncertain. The 24 Washoe Tahoe Housing Partnership members listed on page 7 of the roadmap did not account for balanced and adequate representation of Incline Village Crystal Bay residents during its numerous meetings leading up to the development of the roadmap. The roadmap claims and proposed policies and actions are extensive, lack substantial evidence to support many of its claims and comments, and its timelines are aggressively unreasonable. This then pushing through highly controversial and future costly agenda items significantly affecting Incline Village Crystal Bay residents. The housing roadmap implementation and other community initiatives, as they may adversely impact the special environmental and safety issues of Incline Village Crystal Bay, are detrimental. They lack substantial evidence justifying recognition by the Board of County Commissioners. There is no accurate substantial data included in the roadmap or otherwise indicating that by allowing the option of a single-family residential accessory dwelling unit and units to proliferate Incline Village Crystal Bay will in any way alleviate any perceived housing crisis, nor result in an increase in affordable, achievable, or workforce housing. Allowing a proliferation of accessory dwelling units in Incline Village will add to the already dangerous fire evacuation process. And finally, nurses, firefighters, whatever the rest of the class of people are, you're mentioning them specifically, a class of people. You're discriminating against seniors, and you're discriminating against those who cannot afford achievable housing.
Thank you.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Ellie Waller.
My name is Cliff Nellis, and there is a bedroom community. I don't know if you know that name of that community. It's called Kings Beach. Have you ever heard of that? And my concern is that this will open the door for more public housing, which is subsidized housing, which we got all these apartments going up all over Reno and Sparks, massive complexes like down on Virginia, and I think it's Longley. And I think these are subsidized federally through HUD, but I knew a guy who had a house he had, and he was getting paid by the city of Reno, which I think got most of their money from the feds or somewhere. But I think some of it came from the city of Reno too. And the lady in there was paying $250 a month, and it was like a 3 or 4 bedroom, really nice house off Queen Way, and just her and her kid, you know. How do you qualify for this? How do you get these? How does the whole thing work? I remember reading about the superintendent of schools, the African-American lady, forgot her name. Part of her payroll was a housing subsidy, which, like, if you know, and that's tax-free. So, like, if you're a pastor of a church, you can get a parsonage, you know, they can pay the parsonage thing, and then you don't get any taxes taken out. That's a pretty cool trick, you know? Well, the superintendent of schools was getting that, like $150,000 a year or something like that. So that's one suggestion of what you could do. Make it so that the employers up there can pay directly a housing subsidy to their employers without them having to pay taxes on it. And maybe another suggestion is putting a little, like, I really like Mr. Clark's suggestion, a busing system, a parking lot in the area of the Summit Sierra Mall, where the buses go up and down, take people in, take them back out. Yeah, so if you get this passed, I would like to apply for that. I'll probably get a job so I can have a nice big fancy house up there in Incline. That would be really cool. Yeah, so that's my comments.
Thank you.
Ellie Waller, followed by Ann Nichols.
Good afternoon. Ellie Waller, Douglas County resident. I'm concerned about everything that goes on the lake and what the consequences of all jurisdictions choose to do. In 1989, my husband and I lived 37 miles from our aerospace jobs in Southern California, and we took a bus to get to work. I'm here today to talk about the recommendation to acknowledge. Commissioner Hill, you said accept. I believe the definition of acknowledge and accept are two different things, and I just want some clarity when this comes to vote. TRPA handed down responsibility to the local jurisdictions through area plans. Today, Commissioner Hill, you said the Washoe County staff doesn't have time, so you're handing some of that responsibility over to the Prosperity Center. Who's in charge? This isn't just here. It's happening at all local jurisdictions. I attend more meetings than I care to admit to. When staff is presenting this information, I suggested that there should be Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, Tahoe Living Group information brought forward. Also, I gave links to the June 5th Incline Village Crystal Bay CAB meeting, where everybody got an earful during the presentation from Ms. Hill Drum. There is no disrespect to Ms. Drum and the Prosperity Center. The modeling is only as good as the data that goes into it. And I think there needs to be a refresh on the information that you've received. Why isn't staff presenting or identifying redevelopment sites? If this really is going to happen, where are these sites? In other literature, I've seen that you expect people to sell their homes for less than what they might want to sell them for, or developers, we just had the 947 project come forward. A developer is going to donate maybe land worth $1 million. but the cost to build it is 10 and 20 times that. I really have some concerns. Similarly, yesterday I listened at 5 p.m. to the new Tahoe Destination Stewardship Group. I was really taken aback. We don't know who attended. I hope somebody from Washoe County did. I hope somebody from Douglas County did. We don't know who the citizens were there. It's another organization that eventually is going to ultimately ask the taxpayers and the businesses for money to support things like transit issues, as well as affordable housing. When does this all stop? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Nichols, followed by Penny Brock.
Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance, 52-year resident of Tahoe and real estate broker in Nevada, California. I have 4 long-term rentals in Washoe County, and they're not $6,000 a month. They're $3,200, they're $2,200, they're 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, 2-car garage. Anyway, some of this stuff, this on the TPC, who is it for? You know, it's just not my experience, and I've handled rentals forever, still do. So, and then you're being led to believe, and I really wish there was more of a semblance of neutrality on this board. I mean, we already know how you're going to vote, you know, and you're selling it hard. And that, it seems, you know, we haven't even had a chance to speak. So it's sad. Anyway, and the pitch is, oh, don't worry, this is just a start. It's really nothing. It's not nothing. They want to be, the TPC wants to be the fiscal agent. And as far as you said taxation, yes, in their roadmap goal, Action 5, explore potential taxation strategies at state level. This is not nothing. Don't fall asleep on this. They've been working on it for a couple of years. And, you know, the sad part of all of this is that these nonprofits, you know, okay, you don't have a conflict if you're on the board because you didn't get money. Well, you're using your influence on this board, and you're voting and you're bringing forward money for them. So isn't there some sort of ethical issue there? I mean, Eric Brown was at the CAB meeting when everybody was deathly against this plan, as was Alexis Hill. Do you hear about that? You know, so this is a real concern. What's nice about being able to get up here today is I can say, you know, I have real concerns. Now with the TPC, how am I going to do that? Am I going to come to the Washoe County and say, gee, you know, I don't like what they're doing. Would you hear me? I don't know who's in charge. Where's the redress? These are nonprofits that are taking on quasi-governmental roles. And they're getting public money, but they don't want scrutiny. Now, the head of the TPC wouldn't answer Ellie Waller's questions. It's in my my comments to you. She said, you know, I don't think you're just trying to complain about us, and I'm not going to answer you anymore. So that's how we get treated by the nonprofits. They're apparently above criticism. So how does that work in a democratic country? You know? Anyway, if they're going to get public money, they've got to take public scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Fred Meyer.
Penny Brock for the record. First of all, I agree with everything Commissioner Clark said. We are a country based on our Constitution. We were designed to be free enterprise and a capitalistic marketplace. In the 50s, my father got a job in the oil field. They call it the oil patch of Wyoming. The company he worked for, one of the majors, they built housing for their workers. We lived in a nice, what they called an oil camp. My position is the businesses up at Tahoe should pay their workers enough, or I think the idea that they're transporting them is great. That is a solution. They should house them. It sounds like some of them are housing them. That is the right way to do it. Someone is wanting Tahoe to become something. I mean, they want a bus hub at Incline Village, and yet we hear from the residents, they don't want the bus hub. Why are you going to do that to the residents of Incline and Crystal Bay who don't want this? Where are they going to put affordable housing? Like Commissioner Clark said, it's built on a mountainside. Where are they going to build? Are they going to buy the huge homes up there below market, tear them down, and build what may be considered low-income housing? It's going to ruin the whole uniqueness of Lake Tahoe and Incline Village. We have a duty to preserve Lake Tahoe. It's one of the wonders of the world. Why would you want to ruin what's already up there that's beautiful, that bring in people from all over the world and bring in a lot of money to Washoe County? As a taxpayer, I don't feel I should have to subsidize for affordable housing up at the lake, or in fact, any part of Washoe County. As Commissioner Clark said, if they can't afford to live here, then they maybe need to move along to the Midwest, where the cost of living and housing is much less. That's what you call free market and a capitalistic country we are supposed to be. I would encourage you not to invest any more money of our taxpayer money into this some convoluted idea to put affordable housing up at Incline. Please preserve Incline Village and Crystal Bay and the lake. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fred Meyer.
Fred Meyer for the record. Mike, thank you. Agree with everything you said. Mike has a lot of experience. I know him. I'm a broker too, in the area for 35 years doing that business. I think she does some real estate too. So you've got some expertise here that I think that's your job, is to pay attention to the experts. So you've got some in the room here. And I agree. I think that we need to quit interfering in the private marketplace here. We just do that to the nth degree to make us feel good. We feel like these folks, these poor folks, they need us to help them, give them that hand up. We go home and put our heads on our pillows and feel better about ourselves. It's not the solution. It really exacerbates the problem. Free markets do not need us to interfere. They need us to stand down. They need us to stay out of the way. It will solve itself if we leave it alone. Why don't we have, there's a lot of money up there in Incline. We actually call it Income Village as a joke. There's just a lot of money there, as we all know. And why don't we let the stakeholders up there come together and form some kind of a consortium to build homes, big multi-property, whatever they think they want in their community to service their businesses that they make a lot of money on. So I just don't see how this solves the problem. And then what? We do another one when it grows even more. We're trying not, growth up there is out of control. This isn't going to slow growth. And I think, even though I think we probably all maybe agree that growth is a good thing and we need to accommodate it, but when you're constrained like Tahoe is, and we are all seeing the traffic problems and everything else, so we want to bring in more folks into the area to work to service these businesses. It just doesn't make sense. And also, the government will be subsidizing these properties because it's a joint, from what I understand, I guess it's a joint thing. So that will be ongoing for whatever. I mean, we don't need that. And will we be renting to skiers? Will a bunch of ski folks, to be nice, be going up there and hanging out and occupying these things? Or will it be workers? Who's going to control that? There will be no control over that. So I would just ask you to please consider the expertise up here of the folks that are surrounding you, and maybe you guys have some too. I'm not saying you don't, but I think collectively we can come to the right conclusion here that this is a waste of our tax dollars to solve a problem that the marketplace, the free marketplace.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in, but I have received 32 emails that will be placed on the record.
Thank you very much. Do I have any other commissioners who have comments?
I have a question for staff.
Great, Commissioner Andriola.
So the agenda item that is before us, what is the commitment from Washoe County and the Tahoe Prosperity Center in terms of anything long-term? Is there a long-term commitment with this?
So what that report includes are recommendations for the board to consider. Staff is asking that this board acknowledge the report, understanding that there are some potential solutions that the board at a later date could choose to implement. So as Chair Hill mentioned earlier, those include things like policy changes that we could incorporate as part of our broader overall affordable housing initiatives. So not necessarily any commitments in here. There are things that are asked for of Washoe County, specifically recommended in the report. But what will happen after this, should the board acknowledge it, is that staff will do some assessment of those recommendations and again bring those back to the board for consideration of whether or not you choose to implement any of those recommendations.
May I have a follow-up, please?
Of course.
So there will not be any funds that will be expended to the Tahoe Prosperity Center, nor will there be any funds expended in any way without Washoe County looking at this proposed framework and then having it come back to the commission for appropriate consideration. Is that a fair assessment of the agenda item before us?
So in terms of dollars spent specifically for this, should any additional special district funds be recommended for allocation to any of these efforts, certainly that's something that always comes before the board when those allocations occur. No additional dollars specifically, certainly staff time and resources would be something that we would expect to move forward with and, spend some time taking a look at those recommendations and how we can incorporate them as part of the board's overall strategic initiative related to affordable housing, kind of broader for Washoe County.
Will you be looking at updated data? Because that was one of the overwhelming feedback that I received is the data needs to be looked at.
Certainly in terms of the need, that's additional conversation that we can have with the Tahoe Prosperity Center and some of the information and data sources that are in there to see if there's maybe more updated information available. I can already tell you that in terms of other initiatives underway or things that are included in that roadmap, there's recommendations related to short-term rentals, for instance. That's something that several of the public commenters spoke on today. There's data pieces in there that we're already going to be looking at, bringing a separate item back to the board. There's other, and I just want to be clear too, there's information in there and recommendations in there that I think that you're going to see actions separately from other agencies such as Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. They're already looking at methods of addressing housing affordability within the basin. We already have direction from the board or request from the board to bring short-term rentals back for further consideration. So I just want to make that clear in terms of other efforts that you may see, whether or not those are recommendations that are in this roadmap that may come back anyway for the board to consider.
Will your path that you're taking for exploration, will it also include having additional workshops with stakeholders and getting additional information and feedback from those that including the employers, including the residents, including all of the stakeholders that are impacted by this, as well as the workforce themselves. Will you be doing that? Will Washoe County alone be doing that? No third party?
So I do want to mention that, in the roadmap, Washoe County is listed as one of, I think it's over 50 partners and folks and agencies that have participated in the creation of the roadmap. So there's a lot of other efforts that are going to be going on separate and distinct from what Washoe County will be doing. I will say, of course, any code amendments that the board directs for us to continue to work on, that is a standard matter of practice where we would go out to the community and have those conversations with the public. Absolutely, that as part of those broader affordable housing initiatives, policy changes and code changes are expected to be included in those. We would absolutely be talking with the different impacted community members.
So Washoe County is the lead on addressing this concern or these issues. Is Washoe County the actual body that various folks are going to be feeding information to? Is that how that works?
So, and this is something that Heidi may want to add a little bit of context on, but again, Washoe County is one of the members and participants leading to the creation of the roadmap, and that roadmap includes recommendations for various agencies within the community to participate to make progress on this issue. So there are in the roadmap some recommendations specific to Washoe County. There are also a number of recommendations for other community partners. So I would not identify as the lead or implementer of this plan. That certainly has been a request in the past that Washoe County, take on that role. That is not something that we have committed to do, but we are definitely one of the partners and the players that could potentially take some actions to make a difference on this regard.
So to clarify, the fact is that any expenditure related to this particular item would have to come back to the commission. Is that a fair statement?
If it is Washoe County dollars, we would expect that's something that we would bring back to the board. Yes.
And short-term rentals are going to be a part of the exploration that Washoe County is going to look at?
That is already something that we have received those requests from the board to bring back, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark, you're signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to know when the short-term rentals is you said it was coming back. When?
Certainly. So we have, we took proposed fee changes to the incline cab, presented information there, have put out information to about 3,500 different folks who are either short-term rental owners or have expressed interest in short-term rentals. That went out a couple of weeks ago. We expect to take a request to the board in August. I believe it's the mid-August meeting. To take a look at those short-term rental fees. And then at the same time, we expect to ask the board, or I should say, same meeting, different agenda item, would expect to ask the board officially at that point also whether or not to initiate code amendment for short-term rentals.
So is that a reliable time frame then? Is that time certain? We're going to be talking about this about a month from now?
That is the expectation. That's what we're aiming for. We are currently collecting input from the public. We have an online survey up that we expect to close at the end of July, barring anything other major occurring. That is the plan at this point, to bring it back to you mid-August.
So I'll ask the question yet again. We can expect to see this mid-August on the agenda.
Short-term rental fees, yes.
Okay. All right, very good. One of the commenters, thank you. One of the commenters made a comment about a meeting up at the board. I guess the Tahoe Regional Planning. If you get up there, I guess, is what they were talking about. And they said, Manager Brown, were you there? And she said that, could you confirm or deny that she said the vast majority of the folks in the audience were anti this particular issue?
For the record, County Manager Brown, I believe she was referring to the Incline Village CAB meeting.
CAB meeting, okay.
Where Commissioner Chair Hill and I were participants. And yes, the majority of residents had concerns.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that on the record. So the majority of the folks that live up there, at least attended that meeting, are against that. I want to salute Commissioner Andriola, asking all these pointed questions about who will be involved and what the clarity might be and how do we get the other citizens involved and all the concern of the citizens. Can't we just table this until all that's happened and then have another meeting and discuss this and have it on another agenda? That's my question to the chair. It seems like there's a lot of work there. This is half-baked at best, and I think we need to get this nailed down before we even have a vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Andriola?
I actually appreciate the opportunity to follow up on a couple of my statements. When I say I spoke with people, I am talking a lot of people, including the chair of the CAB, who I literally just spoke with before the 9 o'clock meeting, just to clarify what appear to be misunderstandings, hence my questions to get on the record, making sure that we're not allocating dollars with this proposed agenda item, making sure that we understand that the residents understand what is happening today. And the chair of the CAB, I wish you were here, but the chair of the CAB, essentially the sentiment that was shared was that, to be honest and be very respectful, is that the Tahoe Prosperity Center would be carrying all of this. And that's why I did the clarification and I did the research and I made all the phone calls and clarified to, and just got it on the record. The Tahoe Prosperity Center was the core of what appeared to be concern by the CAB, according to the chair. And it was a very lively meeting in terms of really not necessarily filtering to the point of, I believe, the clarification that I just got on the record. We're not allocating any dollars. We're essentially following up. And when I said this to the chair, you know, my thought is that having Washoe County actually continue the dialogue. This roadmap is not we're adopting every word and every recommendation as a plan to implement. And so it is my understanding, and staff just confirmed it, that this is not going to have any implication at this juncture, that Washoe County is going to continue to have dialogue. The chair of the CAB was very appreciative of that. The data analysis that the Tahoe Prosperity Center did appears from feedback to need some additional updating, hence my question. So I believe that in moving forward, it allows Washoe County to have a neutral stance in looking at this particular issue and working collaboratively for the overwhelming, the one item that was overwhelming 100% is the residents and the leadership wanted to have a solution. That was the for sure commonality amongst many hours of conversation. Where it went took a different course of suggestions. And so having Washoe County be a convener, I think is really important. And Ms. Mullins mentioned that it had been direction by the commission at some point, I don't know when, of having Washoe County take a lead. And I think Washoe County should take a lead. Here's what I did hear. I heard that a lot of folks in that area feel that Washoe County can do a better job in terms of being supportive of them. And so I am about listening to the residents, and all of those conversations were taken very, very seriously. And so having the chair of the CAB feel very comfortable in having Washoe County continue that path, and knowing that the Tahoe Prosperity Center roadmap is not gospel and every single thing is going to be implemented. And to several of the speakers who also mentioned some concerns about data. So I just wanted to kind of get that on the record that, yes, I heard the same thing in terms of the CAB, but really it was the concern of having the Tahoe Prosperity Center be the only entity that Washoe County would be paying. And so I just got clarification on the record. That's not the case in this case with this particular agenda item. So I just wanted to clarify all of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I disagree with the idea to table this item. I appreciate Commissioner Andriola's holistic follow-up questions. It aligns with our strategic planning goals that we set forth as a body at the beginning of the year. I am more than comfortable to move forward with the motion if you're ready.
Yes, I would love to hear the motion.
I move to acknowledge the 2023 Washoe Tahoe Housing Partnership Housing Roadmap as outlined in the staff report.
Thank you. I will second that. And any questions on the motion by the board? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
And that passes 3-2. Thank you very much. I know that this has been such a long meeting. I look to my board. Do we try to do consent, or do y'all want to do a lunch break and then come back at 2? I have to go. Okay. Let's do a lunch break. We'll come back at 2. I'm so sorry for folks who have been waiting so patiently. Thank you for your patience, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
The whole point of the thing.
All right, it is 2 o'clock. I'm going to call back the Board of County Commissioners meeting, and we will start with our consent items, items 4. But before I go into that, I just want to let folks know the arrangement of the agenda. I'm so sorry that I'm popping around here, but after consent, we'll do our block vote, and then I'd like to move up item 10. We have a staff member who has to leave before 3 o'clock. So, and then we will go back to our regular agenda. So thank you again, everyone, for your patience. And with consent, are there any commissioners who would like to pull any items? I'm looking around. I'm not seeing any. Well, if that is the case, then Madam Clerk, can we please open public comment?
Valerie Fianaka, followed by Mark Picker.
Finished swallowing. Valerie Fianaka for the record. I'd like to comment on 4G2. Once again, activism. Latino Arte was just awarded $5,000, I believe, a month ago by the same commissioner for the same project. $6,000 for the same play promoting LGBTQIA 2S+ indoctrination directed at children, with the playbill listing 2 of our commissioners and the health department. I would say this does not promote kids' health. Absolutely does not promote kids' health. The second thing on that giveaway list is Indigenous Peoples Council on Biocolonialism. I can't even go there. I don't even understand it at all. Maybe somebody can enlighten me. Hopefully that group's here to enlighten me. Is the next thing going to be reparations put forward by this board? All of this discretionary money needs to go away, in my opinion. It needs to be really hard to get people's money, taxpayers' money. Reed High School, $10,000. Washoe County School District has a $1.4 billion budget. Giving any more taxpayer money to the schools seems highly inappropriate to me, but you all get to make that decision.
Thank you.
Mark Picker, followed by Kurt Richter.
Mark's not here.
Kurt Richter.
Good afternoon. For the record, Kurt Richter, and I represent Nevada Indoor Tennis and Pickleball, a nonprofit project here in Reno, Nevada. And I'm just here to thank you, especially Commissioner Hill, for her support and her staff's help and support in moving our project forward. And look forward to continue to working with you in the future to make this project a reality. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Beverly Harry, followed by Penny Brock.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Beverly Harry, for the record. I would like to thank Commissioner Hill and the past Commissioner Kitty Jung for assisting us on river cleanups. Since 2021, we began working from Gateway Park all the way to University Farms, downstream to Vista, and we collected over several hundred cubic yards of solid waste. This is the Indigenous Peoples Council on Biocolonialism, and it's important to understand that Indigenous people have always been caretakers of the land. Washoe County is within Numu lands and Washoe lands. And it's important for the commission to include Indigenous people on some of these areas that you are currently debating. These subjects may include housing justice, they may include water issues, the impacts of Indigenous people, their lifeways, and the cultures that they currently have within their communities. Downstream on the Pima Lake Reservation is where my daughter and I reside. Upstream are relatives from the Washoe lands have that whole area, and it's important for us to continue to look at the riparian health, the health of the river. What are the problems with these areas, and especially during the pandemic? I only have 52 seconds left. During the pandemic, there was just so many areas that we had to consider. We did a reconnaissance back in 2023. We actively we're working to crowdfund. We got donations from residents from Washoe County to remove all of the waste, and there was a lot of issues that related to housing, mental health, heavy addiction, the problems of how the county is not looking at these problems, at like how come the deer isn't fat, where are the fish jumping, how come there's not native fish jumping in these areas, and how can we get more people to assist in river health?
Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Cliff Nellis.
Penny Brock, for the record, I put up the American flag to claim my First Amendment right to have the first comment time, and also to have, you're blocking several items here, and because we do not have the First Amendment right to address each agenda item that we would like, that's an infringement of my right, freedom of speech, and the right to redress you, my government. So I would just ask that the first comment time be put on the agenda as Commissioner Clark has asked. The agenda item I'd like to address is 4D1. You heard Commissioner Clark say earlier today, we've got over 100,000 seniors in Washoe County. Help the seniors. The motto is a safe, secure, and healthy community. When I look at this agenda item, I see in point number 2, property taxes, payable from property taxes, this debt. Number 4, debt obligation is payable from property taxes. Number 5, regarding the manner in which the county expects to sell its debt.
Please don't read the agenda item. Please tell us your thoughts on this. Thank you.
And number 7, it says expected to affect the property tax rate. That means property taxes are going to be going up. Help the seniors. Many of them cannot, they have to choose between food, their medicine, paying their electric bill, having their little pet. I believe that we as taxpayers, all taxpayers, young families are struggling, middle class. We, the people, are struggling under our tax burden. I'm concerned that this is going to raise our property taxes again. I haven't gotten my notice yet for July, but I'm getting a notice. My property taxes are going to be going up. This agenda item makes it sound like some staffer is wanting you to vote on raising our property taxes. I'm here to appeal that you at least give the seniors who have worked hard, they've raised the next generation as taxpayers. When does a senior get a break that's paid years and years and years? We paid for public schools. We paid for law enforcement. We've paid to help the homeless. Seniors are in trouble now on fixed income. Please help the seniors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Autumn Harry.
Hello, board. My name is Cliff Nellis, and first of all, I'd like to apologize for getting a little emotional last time. Sometimes I used to be an employer, and I hate being bossed around by what I think are employees. So you guys are my employees there. The reason I'm concerned about this is I'm looking at this item number 4E1, the Children's Justice Act. Whenever you see that word justice, that's a leftist Marxist term, and they always got justice backwards. What they think is that everyone should get an equal portion of the pie. The Bible says this is what justice is. The man who does not work should not eat. You know, he talks about the sluggard. He can't even work during the harvest time, and then so he starves during the winter. That's justice. You know, so okay. I have a passion for children. I love children. I have grandchildren, and they're the most beautiful thing in the world, made in the image of God. And that's why I'm all over this whole thing about the Drag Queen Story Hour. You know, I'm concerned for children. I want children to be protected. And like during the 80s, when I was raising my kids, you know, going to public school, if I sent them to school and they had a little bruise on them, you know, like say I spanked them too hard, which I hardly ever spanked them, but let's say I did. I was conscious that if a teacher saw that bruise, then they'd send social services to my house, and they might even take my kids. And so now, what are we doing? Do we really care about child abuse? Does the county really care about that? I mean, you're going to put out $40,000 for this? When you are allowing the child abuse through having Jeff Scott as the library board director?
Sir, please direct your comments back to 4E1.
So I don't see that you really have I don't think you guys really care, or some of you don't, about, justice or children. And so I think we should save the money on this thing here. I don't even know what it is, so it might be a good thing. Who knows? But until you can really care about children, because the indoctrination going on, because what goes on in the library.
Your thoughts on 4E1.
Okay, you're so sweet. You have a beautiful smile, and all of the library books that are in the schools are from Mr. Jeff.
4E1.
Mr. Jeff. So I just want.
I'd like to hear your thoughts on the Children Justice Act subgrant. From the state of Nevada.
I would like to not approve this, because I don't know what's in it, and it has the wrong name.
Thank you.
Autumn Harry.
Haumu, no Autumn Harry Minani, no Kuyui Papananaway, no Kuyui Takata, Agai Takata, Dene, no. Hi everyone, for the record, my name is Autumn Harry. I'm a member of the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe. I'm also the first Paiute fly fishing guide out at Pyramid Lake as of last year. We are downstream of the Truckee River, and we're part of the Truckee River watershed, and I think a lot of folks upstream tend to forget about that. And part of the work that we're doing with Healing Waters Institute, we're being fiscally sponsored by Indigenous Peoples Council on Biocolonialism, is we're really working to help recover the health of the river. And we're seeing a lot of impacts downstream to not only my communities at Pyramid Lake, but also to our fish species, the Lahontan cutthroat trout, which is threatened, and also the kiwi, which is listed as endangered under the Endangered Species Act. And those fish are part of our identity as Numu, as Paiute people, and the impacts that we're seeing along the river, especially coming from the urban areas, a lot of accumulated waste along the river. And we're really thankful for Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Jung, former Commissioner Jung, for participating in one of our larger cleanups that we hosted a couple of years ago. And as my mom, Beverly Harry, stated before, we've had over 12 cleanups along the river. We've removed hundreds of cubic yards of waste directly off of the riverbanks. And throughout that work, education is a big part of the work that we're doing. We're having conversations with community members here who live in Reno and Sparks, and we're engaging in conversations about how, we are affected downstream, and to remind people that they are on Numu and Washoe homelands. And we would really appreciate your support and the work that we're doing. We're in it for the long haul. I expect to be doing this for the rest of my life, and any support that we can get to continue removing waste along the river is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in, but I have received one email that will be placed on the record.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So we have our consent items before us, and Commissioner Clark, I see you've signed in. Do you have comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to comment on the comments made by Beverly Harry and Autumn Harry. I too think that the river's a jewel, and it's being spoiled by trash and litter. And one of the best ways to have a cleanup is not to have people litter. That's the start of it. That's the easiest way to have a cleanup, is not allowing litter. So that's one of the reasons why I was so vocal about the homeless encampments along the river. I understand. I don't have a beef with somebody sleeping somewhere. I have a beef with anybody camping somewhere. But as a longtime camper, we learned whatever you haul in, you haul out. If you can go to the store and get a 12-pack, and you bring it in, take it out. Don't throw it in the river. The plastics and the styrofoam and the cans and the bottles and the plastic bags. I mean, all of this stuff was brought in by humans, and the same humans should bring that out. And so I looked at law enforcement to enforce the littering laws along the river. This Sunday, I'm having a bicycle ride along the river. We're going to start at Cottonwood Park. I'm inviting all the residents of Washoe County to join me. I want to give a tour of the river, bring the river back to where families feel comfortable there. A lot of people are afraid to ride on the river. A lot of people are afraid to be down there. So I want to bring the river back and make that the jewel of the community, where people enjoy being there and like to be there, and they don't like to see litter and shopping carts and plastic cans and on and on and on and on. So I appreciate what you say, and I'll do anything I can to help you keep that river corridor clean. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, if there's no other commissioner comments, I'm looking for a motion on the consent.
So move.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. May I have a second? Second. I will second. Any questions on the motion for the consent calendar? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that passes unanimously. Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. Now I look to my vice chair. Vice Chair Herman, do you have a block vote for us?
Madam Chair, the block vote would be number 8 and number 12.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on number 8 or number 12?
There is not.
Okay. With no public comment and Vice Chair Herman, I'm assuming that's in the form of a motion.
That would be.
Thank you very much. May I have a second on the block vote? Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any questions on the motion to block 8 and 12? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Okay. Thank you very much, and that passes unanimously as well. And we're going to move, like I said at the beginning of the meeting, we'll move item 10 up, and then we'll go to item 7 after that. So item 10, Mr. Manager.
Item 10 is a recommendation. It's going to take a minute.
And Mr. Manager, you probably can summarize this, right? DA Edwards?
Yes, there's no need to read the whole thing, so if the manager could just read the opening couple of lines there.
Yeah, I feel for you. I don't want to have to read all that. Thank you.
To approve allocation of American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funds, through the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $8,269,635 for a collection of 18 Washoe County Department projects. And here to review that for the commission this morning is Gabrielle Enfield.
Great. Oh, yes, and before you start, Commissioner Garcia has a disclosure.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. I would like to make a disclosure that my sister is a librarian at Sierra View Library, the branch there. She's not the branch manager there, but directly reports to the branch manager. And after consulting with the DA's office specifically about item 10 from agenda item number 10, I have decided that it would be, out of an abundance of caution, better if I recuse myself from this item. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So Commissioner Garcia is going to leave, and then we will continue on. Yes, Ms. Enfield.
I have a change to this item. After agenda was posted, we were noticed that item 10 and 14 we're going to be removing from this item because other funding was identified for those two items that were library items, the Sierra View Library furniture,
okay.
as well as the book vending machine for Sun Valley. So those two projects have been funded with other funding, so we're not asking for that to be funded.
Do you want me to go get Commissioner Garcia?
That would be amazing. Thank you. Perhaps we can take just a tiny breaks before you get into the presentation so we can make sure Commissioner Garcia can now participate. Okay, now that we have Commissioner Garcia, and perhaps Ms. Enfield, you could just reiterate what you had stated at the beginning of this item for us. Thank you.
For the record, Gabrielle Enfield, Community Reinvestment Manager. I just wanted to, as an introduction to this item, there were a couple of changes that came in after posting of the agenda. The two library items, those two projects have identified other funding, and so they'll be pulled out of this this item for this agenda, and that is item number 10, Sierra View Library Furniture at $100,000. Item number 14, Book Vending Machine in Sun Valley at $50,000. That changes the total amount of these projects to $8,119,635.
Great, thank you for the clarification. So now, looking forward to your presentation on these items.
Brief presentation. So this is our update slide, and the numbers are updated with just the information that was changed at your June 20th meeting. So just as background, the funding that we're requesting the allocations for is the American Rescue Act funds. Washoe County received $91,587,038 back in 2021. So far to date, prior to today's meeting, we have allocated $75,737,236. This includes in the remaining funds that are identified are $15.8 million, including the deobligated funds that the board approved to be deobligated and returned to the balance of funds from projects that came in under budget or did not need to be implemented at the last meeting. So we have a total of 74 projects right now, 39 internal and 32 external grant projects. This next slide is a very intricate, it's a complex process that we've gone through over the last couple of years since July of 21, identifying projects with these funds. We began with urgent projects that were funded for internal projects implemented through Washoe County departments. We then implemented the Community Reinvestment Grant Program that was a competitive process, providing grants to community nonprofits. And you'll see on the bottom is a number of awards that have come through the Board of County Commissioners that were emergent community issues that were addressed throughout those months. We are now at basically the final process of identifying projects for these funds. Today's allocation request is for internal projects. On July 18th, we'll have another list and grouping of projects that are regional and community projects for community nonprofits and other entities. These are all internal projects that will be implemented by Washoe County departments. Again, we utilize the guiding principles that I discussed the last time I was here, and these are guiding principles that were identified by the board as we began this process back in 2021, as well as, here you can see on the side, some directives that have been provided from the dais from the Board of County Commissioners as we've gone forward on these various updates. Parks and open space, one-time funding, limiting projects that were staff-focused, and you will not see staff-focused or staffing in this list of projects, or a regional approach as well. For this internal process, we went through an allocation evaluation, basically a competitive process for these internal applications, utilizing these same criteria. And it's very small. I apologize for that, the complexity of it. We did utilize, we utilized an evaluation tool that is similar to our capital projects evaluation tool, but modified it to include criteria for programs as well. We invited all departments throughout Washoe County to meet with Community Reinvestment and provide us information on their priorities and projects that could be funded with federal funding. As you know, federal funding it's a different kind of source of funding, and not everything is appropriate to utilize those funds. There's timing, there's requirements, there's a lot of different considerations. So we met with 16 departments. We received 96 requests for over $89 million of projects. So we utilized this information to really understand the needs in Washoe County from our departments. Some of this information was utilized to submit for our appropriation request to Congress, as well as this round 2. And we continue to utilize this information as we go forward and look at discretionary grants. And as we moved through the components for the projects for this round 2 and this list that you have before you today, these applications were all evaluated by internal subject matter expert groups on the objective evaluation tool. And it was about, if it was a technology, a computer program, it was evaluated by technology services. If it was an equipment or a construction, by capital projects, et cetera. We also work closely with budget to make sure that we were in line with what was happening during the budget process, because the timing was very similar. So just a brief summary of kind of where the projects are landing. So recreation and culture, some of the things that we've heard from the dais. We've given a lot of money to vulnerable populations, but the commissioners have identified, we really want to be able to show that we're also funding other types of services. The Sun Valley Regional Park is one of those projects for parks, as well as, South Valley's Regional Park and the Sun Valley Bike Park, 2 separate projects. Arts and culture at $300,000, and then the Green Recovery Plan, which has a few different components and was a plan that came out of the recovery from COVID, very specifically. Supporting vulnerable populations, we have a couple of our continuation projects. So you'll recognize Kids Cottage and Our Home Well Care programs. Those are continuations of programs to care for kids in care or our vulnerable adults. And then an innovative seniors project that we will identify an appropriate focus area in collaboration with the Senior Advisory Board and community input. And then innovative services, so you'll see future of work, our large radiology scanner, cybersecurity plan, and some new technology for Department of Alternative Sentencing. And then under mental health, you'll see a couple of projects that are very regional, as well as a pilot project for, sorry, my eyes. For a treatment program for our STAR program for alternative sentencing. So I wanted to make it, I know I brought these to you a number of times. I wanted to make it fairly short. I know you have a long meeting, but if you have any questions, please let me know.
Great. I like how you described how hard you work to really narrow down the needs of the different departments and make sure that they met the qualifications for this federal funding and ensure that we're really we're being specific with our asks and that we're actually being accountable as well and ensuring that we can show the taxpayers how we spent these monies and perhaps for future programs that will be very successful in Washoe County. So great job, team. I will now go over to the county commissioners. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for your presentation, Ms. Enfeld. You always do a great job. I had the opportunity of meeting with you several weeks ago and kind of got a preview of this, so thank you for your hard work. I had a couple of questions quickly. Kids Cottage contract services for emergency foster care, bed placements, $1.4 million. I'd heard or thought that the county had stopped working with the Kids Cottage. Is that a fact? Did the county stop with them at one point in time and we're back working with them again?
I think we have staff from Human Services Agency that can give you that history.
Good afternoon. I'm Kara Powley. I'm one of the division directors with Washoe County Human Services Agency. We have not discontinued a relationship with the Kids Cottage. We've continued to work with them, I want to say for at least the last 20 years or so. We did reduce the number of children that were served by the Kids Cottage, and our contract had reduced fairly dramatically. At one point in time, probably 7 or 8 years ago, we were serving 80-plus children, and then services expanded in Washoe County, including mental health services, and we saw those numbers drop significantly. When I first started with the county almost 5 years ago, we were seeing anywhere from an average of 6 to 7 children in Kids Cottage any given month, and now we're back up to a full census of almost 30 every month, which is why we need to expand our access to that service. Unfortunately, mental health services in Washoe County have decreased significantly. Many of the children that are in the shelter have significant mental health problems, and they're not being accepted by foster parents. So we have no other option for these children. We've even gone so far as to come up with backup options at our Family Engagement Center with staff if we have to do that, because we're almost at full capacity every day. So that's the current situation, and we're very grateful to our Kids Cottage contract providers. They really do a great job with the children, and so we feel confident that this increase would be positive and that they're doing their very best with these children.
Very good. Thank you for that information. Got another quick question. Innovative senior programs, $100,000. Do we have any plans for what that might be? I know, again, we talked the other day, and you kind of know my focus on anything we can do to help the seniors and spread it around as far as we can. What thoughts do we have? I don't know if you heard my opening comments about things I'd like to see at the senior center. Even several movies a week or something that would be minimal cost, but some good entertainment for seniors, especially with this record temperatures that we're looking at. But please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the question. This is Kara Powley, for the record, Division Director with Washoe County. And we are really excited about this funding and are doing some research into some of the evidence-based practices all around the country and what other states have implemented. We also realize that many of the commissioners here today are probably getting feedback from our constituents on things that they would like to see, so we would be interested in hearing more about that. And we have also had some feedback from people on the Washoe County Senior Advisory Board, some ideas that have come forward. So we just actually received an email today from Carissa, who would like to pull a meeting together to talk about some ideas, and there are potential of things that we could do now based on some of the ideas you generated at the last advisory board meeting. So I think many of those things we can probably move forward with now based on our budget, and some of them are really low-hanging fruit that we could take advantage of sooner than later. And other ideas will take a little more planning and input from people in the community. So we're looking forward to having those conversations.
Very good. Thank you for that information. And one last, I believe that I talked with Ms. Enfeld and possibly, I think you were there, maybe take a field trip down to Douglas County. Apparently they've got some really great ideas at their senior center. They've got a new senior center down there, and they've got some things that maybe we could borrow, take some research and see if we can bring some of those good ideas up to our county.
Great, thank you. We would be open to that, very open to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Andriola.
I just wanted to also thank Ms. Infeld and the staff for taking the time to meet with me to go over how this all worked and understanding the extent that you all went through, and the process is commendable. So thank you for taking that time, and thank you for your presentation.
Great. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Garcia.
Another thank you coming from me. Thank you for the one-on-ones you gave us, and also for looking at things that have historically been underinvested in. Region-wide, statewide, mental health, child welfare. Those are things that often get overlooked, and they are so critical, because if we can intervene young and effectively with early intervention and investments like these, then we can prevent a lot on the back end and be really proactive and preventative in the services that we provide for our citizens. So I really appreciate your focus on things like mental health, the items related to those, and then also parks, historically underinvested in, but it really makes a dramatic impact on our overall quality of life, our mental health, our physical well-being, and just general satisfaction living in a community. So thank you.
Okay. With that, Madam Clerk, can you please open public comment?
Valerie Fianaka, followed by Tracy Thomas.
Forgot where we were. Valerie Fianaka for the record. I'm glad to take library CRV furniture off my list. The Green Recovery Plan, $250,000. I kind of have an issue with that. I'd like to see all $250,000 of that go to substance abuse disorder. That's a huge problem. It's driving our homelessness. It's creating a lot of the problems that we could solve on the river, as this woman graciously mentioned and educated me about. We're spending twice as much on the new Green Deal and the same for library furniture as we want to spend on mental illness and substance abuse in this county. I think that tells us a lot about what our priorities are. And that's upside down and backwards, I hate to tell you. Really upside down and backwards.
Thank you.
Tracy Thomas, followed by Janet Butcher.
Good afternoon. I appreciate that many of these items address some of the consequences of 2020 and 2021, as well as attempting to mitigate future attacks on our community. However, the allocation of these funds are very erratic and irresponsible. Luke 16:10 teaches us whoever can be trusted with very little can be also trusted with much, and whoever is dishonest with very little will also be dishonest with much. You are carelessly proposing $2 million on a park and only $100,000 on our seniors. You want to talk about historically underinvested? The senior center just across the parking lot hasn't had any improvements to it since 1997 that I've even worked here. I want to know how this addresses how $2 million on a park addresses the root causes of homelessness and includes collaborative solutions for mental health, substance abuse, and identifying pathways for independent living, or how it builds stronger neighborhoods with initiatives that preserve and expand upon affordable housing options, or for low and mid-income level earners in our community. That park is nowhere low to mid-income level. It's way above that. And I don't know if you realize that seniors are being displaced out of their affordable housing just a few blocks from here in order to house homeless migrants. The senior center across the parking lot is no longer adequate to meet the needs of the seniors of this county. It serves the seniors of all 5 districts, not just right here in this area. There's no reason that you couldn't use that $2 million on that building, double the size of that building, and provide many of the amenities that Commissioner Clark has suggested. And, you know, how about investing in the seniors and veterans before blowing $2 million on a swanky park? What are the ongoing costs to maintain that park additions? And then the $100 for cybersecurity incident response. I'm not sure you're even cognizant of how much technology equipment costs and the lead time required to order the equipment. That amount of money might buy 2 switches. Or the cost of travel, let alone the specialized training that is needed for cybersecurity. But I suppose when the technology is held for ransom, folks will at least have a nice park to go to.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Penny Brock.
Janet Butcher for the record. I appreciate the report because one of my questions was going to be, or I know nobody would answer me because nobody does, is what type of a scorecard was used to determine who got to receive the funds. I just can't help but think about all of those people. I mean, this is COVID money. Can you nod your head? That's correct. It's COVID money. That there were a lot of people in our community that lost their businesses, lost their homes, and because of it, may have even lost their family because they did lose their homes. So anyway, I just found that interesting that where we are dispersing this money. One of the questions I had, and I know you won't answer me, but the number 2, the Future of Work initiative to enhance technology, customer service, and workplace safety. Don't have necessarily a problem with it, but which workplace? All workplaces within the county? No definition of exactly what it was. I always had to do cost analysis when I asked for money or got money or whatever when I was asking for equipment in the IT department. The next one is number 8, the Green Recovery Plan. When I hear Green Recovery, is this so you can come and take my gas stove away or make me drive an electric car? Then the other 2 were taken off of the agenda item, and it was said that the Sierra View Library furniture and the book vending machine in Sun Valley were funded elsewhere. But, you know, a little bit of information goes a long, long way. Who funded them? Where did the funds come from? It would be nice to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Penny Brock, followed by Dan Gallagher.
Penny Brock for the record. Well, more taxpayer money. Yes, I know it's coming from the federal government, but you know what? I paid my taxes. It went to Washington. It's taxpayer money. We're done with COVID. These funds should be sent back to Washington. It just adds to our national debt. It puts a burden on the next generation, your children, your grandchildren. Some of the things I have issue with, number 1, the South Valley's park expansion for $2 million. Hey, what about the senior center? You know, we need to do something with that. I agree with the speaker before. This senior citizen is not serving the entire population of Washoe County, 100,000. That's almost a third of the population of Washoe County. This needs to be addressed. The other issue is number 8, the COVID response green recovery plan, blah, blah, blah. Support enhanced environmental and greenhouse reduction. You know, just a few weeks ago, we heard the emergency management team come before you. Start talking about COVID, but it progressed into the climate change agenda that they want. It's the radical climate change agenda. Please don't take my stove away. Please don't take my air conditioning away. How far is this going to go? The emergency team promised they're going to come back before you with a plan, with a proposal, and asking for money. So I don't even know what number 8, where is that money going? It says Washoe County facilities, blah, 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 250 grand. This is outrageous. We, the taxpayer, I'm sure if you did a survey of all the taxpayers in Washoe County, they would not support this. So I know it's a block vote, you'll vote for it, but just so you know, we as the taxpayers are not in favor of this. The other problem with these agenda items is you open the staff report. There is no, like someone mentioned, needs analysis. There is no full disclosure of what the money's going for. We, as a taxpayer, ask for full disclosure of what the money is going to be spent for. The bureaucrats and nonprofits, they come before you and they ask for all this money, but we don't know what it really goes for. And there's no follow-up with an audit being done to tell us what the money went for. My right as a taxpayer and my fellow taxpayers in Washoe County, we have a right to know not only what is the money being asked for, but afterwards, where did it go and where was it spent? Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Gallagher, followed by Roger Edwards.
Hello, I'm Dan Gallagher. I am the president of Washoe Little League, and I'm here to speak in support of the South Valley Regional Expansion, with specific interest in the addition of youth softball fields in the master plan, which I think hits the principle of enhancing child environments with community partners. If you're not familiar with Washoe Little League, we have been operating for 64 seasons. Like all Little Leagues, we are 100% powered by volunteered moms and dads and grandparents. So you can imagine after 64 seasons, that community collaboration has been handed down generation after generation after generation. Today, we are home over 1,000 kids a year, ages 4 to 15, playing t-ball, baseball, and most recently, softball. We started our girls softball program in the fall of 2021, which was driven largely in part by a group of dedicated parents and board members who believed the girls needed a game of their own. At that time, Washoe was under 10% female. Just boys, just baseball. They mostly played t-ball, coach pitched baseball. Our program's grown significantly since then. This last spring, it grew, and now we are over 26% female in total. But we quickly identified our biggest limitation to actually operating and having a long-term Little League softball program would be field space. We've scrambled for every field available through the city of Reno, renting through the high schools, anything we can do, and we've bootstrapped it to this point. Over the past year and a half, a leadership group from Washoe Little League has been working with county officials to find ways we can fund these fields in the master plan so we can have a long-term home for our softball program. Through that effort, we have lined up in-kind donations from local engineering firms, and we have a group of volunteers committed to roll out robust fundraising initiatives that go above and beyond whatever this project needs. I believe now is a perfect time for a project like this. You have the right time of community engagement, demand, and the grassroots support from volunteers and business leaders to make this really happen. Not only will it benefit the community and the families of South Valleys and South Reno, it will benefit generations of girls to come who can call those fields their own, who can grow up and learn to play the game, and then maybe one day bring their daughter or their granddaughter to fulfill that generational promise that we've seen on the baseball side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger Edwards, followed by Cliff Nellis.
Good afternoon, Roger Edwards. Please enter my comments into the permanent record. I'll be a 50-year resident of this county in November. And I know this is windfall money, but it doesn't mean we can just urinate it away. My concerns are items 2, like everybody else's. Who is this future, or what is this future of work initiative? Is it attached someplace? Because I don't see it. That's $2 million, folks. But my main concern is item 7. Arts and culture project to support the development of regional art projects and programming. You need $300,000. You know, isn't there a senior project that money could go to that would amount to more for the community? You know, I'm a senior. I know a little bit about that. My next concern is item 13, innovative senior projects. How about the basic ones? Innovative is great, but what about the basic ones? Food, shelter, housing, transportation. I mean, shelter and housing, same. You know, that sort of thing. Medical care. Transportation to medical care. And to top it all off, item 17, alternative sentencing in-car mobile Wi-Fi units. Well, there's all kinds of problems in that short little item. I have a problem with alternative sentencing. It hasn't accomplished crap. It's put more offenders back on the street faster than it ever has before. And I understand that they don't all drive a 2020 pickup like I do with Wi-Fi built in. But is that really our responsibility? If alternative sensing is working that well, you probably ought to be able to figure out where they are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cliff Nellis.
I'd like to say that I agree with Mrs. Brock that we should send the money back to the feds. Every time you go out to have a meal, it's double the price now because they've stolen our money. All the money I worked for my retirement, put in the bank, they stole half of it in 5 years. So I know what's going on. You know, inflation is a tax. But I know you guys aren't going to do that, so let me put up a theoretical scenario. Okay, I have a construction company and I'm going to build a park. So will you give me $2 million? Because I'm going to give $50,000 to the Republican Party, help them run operations. That's going to be it's going to be I guess a kickback, you know, and so that's the question. We the people don't know where the money's really, there's no details here. Where's the money going? Can these people actually give kickbacks? What about that construction company? Can it give a kickback to the Democrat Party? And I hate to be cynical. I've said before, we need a Republican ROV, and you guys didn't listen to me. And I've said that this is a Democrat-run operation. I'm wondering how many public employees here in the Washoe County are actually Democrats and how many are Republicans?
Mr. Nellis, if you'll please put your comments back on item 10,
Okay.
which is the allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds.
Yeah, there's no details. I'd like to see details, you know, and then also I agree with the senior thing. And you know, $100,000, is that all you got, you know, for the people that built our community, the last 80 years of their lives or whatever? I mean, I don't plan on, using any of that stuff. I'm pretty independent, but, you know, there's some people that need it, you know. So, and that little facility over there, I guess to play bingo. I don't know what they do in there, but, yeah, but how about a nice big one somewhere instead? But, yeah, I just see a lot of other stuff that I could use other places. Maybe I could get on the committee to help determine that, you know, how much goes where and stuff like that. I'm retired. I have time for that. But this is, there's just not enough detail. I mean, how can a decision be made when you don't have the details? So.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in.
Thank you. So I will bring it back to the board. Any other board comments or questions? I'm not seeing any. So with that, I'm looking for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the allocation of ARPA funds in the updated amount that Gabrielle had mentioned. I believe it was $8,119,635 for the following, not 18 projects, but 16 projects.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm looking for a second. I will second it with a motion and a second. Any question on the motion? I'm not seeing any. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes. Thank you very much. Great job, team. We are now going on to item 7.
Item 7 is a recommendation to approve the reappointment of Timothy Dake, for a term beginning retroactive to July 1st, 2023, and ending on June 30th, 2027, for the Washoe County Open Space and Parks Commission, and a recommendation to approve the appointment of 2 candidates to fill terms beginning on the date of appointment and ending on June 30th, 2027, and 1 candidate to fill a partial term beginning on the date of appointment and ending on June 30th, 2025, for the Washoe County Open Space and Regional Parks Commission. Applicants for the vacancies include Michelangelo U. Aranda, Jessica Brown, Matthew DiMartini, Barbara S. Finney, Joseph Hannick, Neil S. Jones, Matthew B. Camphy, Robert A. Laurie, Alicia A. Lindsay Dietrich, Denise Meyer, Charles Mark Newman, Cheryl Olson, Gerald Rasmussen, William Robinson, Joe M. Rodriguez, Cynthia Cindy T. Welch, Charles Wellington II, and Shanna Wexelblatt. And here with us today is Alexandria Wilson to facilitate the discussion.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, what do you want us to do here?
Hi there, Alexandra Wilson for the record. So the first should be the reappointment of Timothy Dake to the Open Space and Parks Commission. And then for the remaining 3 vacancies, which include 2 full terms and a partial term, you'll vote via closed ballot on your top 4 candidates. The 2 individuals that receive the top votes will then be considered for the 2 full-time appointments and the 3rd place individual for the partial term.
Okay, thank you so much. So we will do the closed vote on Mr. Dake, or we need to just make a motion?
Just a motion.
Okay. Before we do that, I have public comment. So what we can do is take public comment on all of this, and then we will come back to those items.
Sounds great.
Okay, unless there's commissioners who want to speak. Commissioner Garcia, you sit on this board, so I would like to hear your perspective.
Thank you. I was going to say before public comment, if I could, Mr. Dake was here all morning. He came up to me as we were adjourned for lunch, and he apologized for not being able to stay. But he is wonderful. I've had the pleasure of serving with him on the board. He's got a very interesting background as a retired mechanical engineer, a lot of experience in construction and mining, but he served on this board, and he's really excited about the opportunity to serve again. He says he really enjoys the planning and budgeting process of this, and just very interested in what's coming down the pike with the discussions of a potential study for the Parks District that we are discussing with the different jurisdictions here regionally. So that is, again, for Timothy Dake to be reappointed.
Thank you so much. Any other comments on the rest of the applicants, or do you want to take public comment, Commissioner Garcia? Okay. Madam Clerk, let's do public comment.
Valerie Fianaka, followed by Mark Newman.
Valerie Fianaka for the record. Alexandra, I'd like to thank you for sending the policy out. I think you sent it to me on how people are chosen for these positions. I appreciate continuity on some of these boards, at least having one person that has some institutional knowledge. But I also support the notion that we should have variety and new fresh blood on these boards. That being said, for this one, I would support Denise Meyer or Shannon Wexelblatt, both of whom I know or know of, and they're very decent human beings. I would support both of them.
Thank you.
Mark Newman, followed by Neil S. Jones.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Mark Newman. I'm also on the running for the Open Space and Regional Parks. All of you have met me or over the time of the last few years. I'm a Reno resident, Washoe County resident for the last 60 years. I've done baseball with my son for 9 years, girls fast pitch softball, AYSO soccer, basketball, swimming, the whole 9 yards with the kids. And now I'm going to be starting with my grandchildren. Volunteer at the Sky Tavern Junior Ski Program for over 20 years. And my two big things are with children and our seniors. And as Commissioner Clark would know, that serving on the Senior Services Citizens Advisory Board, I really am not coming in with any agenda. I am like you, sitting on the board, and I have to listen to the people. And I throw it up in the air to you guys, and if it sticks to the wall, well, that'd be great. And I'd appreciate if you would put me on to the Open Space and Regional Park so I can bring a different aspect and maybe be open with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Neil S. Jones, followed by Matthew DiMartini.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to hear me. I am Neil Jones, and your first question is, why me? Well, I'm a recently retired land surveyor with over 30 years experience in surveying and engineering. I worked for California State Parks for 6.5 years in the Acquisition and Real Property Services Division. I believe I have a strong resume for this position. Regional parks are the backbone of communities. They provide a beautiful break from the everyday hustle and bustle of life. While Yellowstone may be a beautiful national park, it takes days to get there. And you have to have reservations in order to get there, and it's just simply a long trek to get there. That's why these regional parks, the parks that are around the corner, are so important to the quality of life. I would like to see our regional parks enhanced even more. One of the ways, as an example, are called PAR courses. These are courses that have stations where individuals, everywhere from teenagers to seniors, men, women, and there are different levels of fitness as part of the requirements. You can take 1 lap, 2 lap, 3 laps, you can do all kinds of stuff. PAR courses are wonderful, wonderful courses to get people involved in physical fitness and be able to utilize these parks. Above all, we need to maintain and enhance the parks that we have now, as well as open spaces for residents of Washoe County for their quality of life and for future generations. Thank you for hearing me, and I would appreciate your consideration. I'm Neil Jones.
Thank you.
Matthew DiMartini, followed by Janet Butcher.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Matthew DiMartini. I'm also an applicant for the position. I just wanted to take a moment to introduce myself. I've lived in Washoe County, Reno for 40 years. Graduated from UNR in 2004. I'm a local runner, so through all these years I've been running through the parks and experiencing them and all the far corners of them and seeing people enjoy them. Just by way of example, I was out running through Rancho San Rafael this morning and got to see they're out there baling the hay, and yet the dog park's right next to that, and people are playing with their dogs, and they've got the Dragon Lights, festival going on and setting that up, and the streams are full and flowing, and the grass is green, and it's just tons of people from all kinds of walks of life out there enjoying that, and it's just great to see that and have that asset, for this community, great parks and open space, and I would support preserving the ones that we have if I was appointed to the commission. And also, I live in District 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Penny Brock.
Janet Butcher for the record. There are a few of these people that I do at least either know of or do actually know. I think there probably is some great enthusiasm. Denise Meyer, I just heard Matthew. I didn't really know him, but I knew his name. Listening to Mr. Jones and Mark Newman. There is one person on the list who actually at this time has 3 ethics violations against him. So hopefully you won't consider that. I don't know how you do go through the process of considering people. When we have so many people, like when we had the library trustee a couple months ago, when we have so many people, it would really be nice. Commissioner Clark asked, especially for the library one, that maybe we have a special meeting and that we can listen to each one of them. It would be really nice that we, the people, could know who's getting appointed to these positions. At one time, I would have said, I'd have trusted you. I don't trust you now. Mr. Dake, is it? Dake? Too bad he had to leave. Had this been put to maybe the beginning of the meeting, maybe he would have had a chance to speak. Or if people knew what a time frame or a time slot, or if we just put the first comment back where it belongs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Penny Brock, followed by Fred Meyer.
Penny Brock for the record. I agree with Janet Butcher. The poor gentleman that had to leave, it really wasn't right. He was here. He wanted his First Amendment right to let you know why he wanted to be on this particular commission. So please consider again to bring back the first comment time. I support Denise Meyer. She would do a great job. I know she just got elected to the senior board, but that will be up in September. So that should not be a reason that she's not voted in for this, because if she's not going to be on the senior board come September, or she'll have to apply it again and wait 8 months, 9 months, 10 months. So I highly support her. Mr. Rodriguez, Joe Rodriguez, he's on the school board. And he's also going to run for Sparks City Council. So I think he'll have his plate full running for the Sparks City Council next year. Plus, he should be very busy on the school board. So we shouldn't take away from his duties on the school board. We know there's huge problems over there, so I would ask you not to appoint him so he can be attending to the duties he should be as a school board member. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fred Meyer.
Hi, Fred Meyer here. I'm here in Denise's place. She's actually at work. She's only got 10 days left. She's retiring, so she would be available for this position. I think she's got qualifications. I know she does. She's been in safety and environment. She's worked in forestry, and I think she would do a fine job for you all. I think that it sounds like maybe one person's already been picked, so there's room for you guys to pick somebody else, and I think considering Denise, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in, but I've received 3 emails that will be placed on the record.
Great, thank you so much. So with that, I think what we need to first do before we do our closed ballot is reappoint Timothy Dake or not. I'm looking for a motion on that first part of today's item.
So move.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Is there a second? I will second. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. Seconded. Any question on the motion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, I think that passes unanimously, but let's just double check. Yes, it does. Okay, great. So now we will do the closed ballot to choose the top 2 candidates, and you want us to check 4, correct?
Yes. Sorry, Alexandra Wilson, again for the record. Choose your top 4 candidates, and then the top 2 votes, those individuals be considered for the full-time appointments. I did also want to put on the record, I sent an email to the Board of County Commissioners noting that Joe Rodriguez had removed his application, so you'll notice that his name is not listed on the ballot.
Thank you. And I see Commissioner Clark is signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the applicants, the people that are interested in becoming a member of this board for taking the time and coming down, introducing yourselves, put a name with a face. It just makes it so much easier for us. So thank you, each of you, for coming down. It's important to see who it is. Otherwise, we can read about your bio. We can see a name on a piece of paper. It's just ink on a paper, toner on a paper. But at the end of the day, it's nice to have somebody that you can look at and somebody who can give us a little bit of personal history. So thank you for showing up.
Commissioner Andriola.
I really also want to recognize Alexandra Wilson for her hard work. I have been on the record of calling for a process that extends beyond just the paper. I have taken it upon myself for every appointment to call everyone and speak with everyone, and it's been very, very helpful in making decisions and not just looking at a document, but actually having an opportunity to speak with the folks. And I can just say, what a great caliber of applicants overall, really. Again, commendable to everyone who applied. It's really amazing just to see the dedication and commitment from our community. So I'd like to thank Alexandria again, all the applicants, and all of the applicants who took the time to speak with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, agreed. We're so lucky to have all of these people apply to be on our Parks and Open Space Commission. We have the best community in the country, and we have the best Parks and Open Space Commission, so these folks will only enhance it. So if folks will please fill out their ballot, and I'm ready. Thank you.
So I'm going to read the candidate selections.
Thank you.
From Commissioner Andriola, Neil S. Jones, Charles Newman, Mark Newman, Charles Wellington II, Shayna Wexelblatt, From Commissioner Garcia, Michelangelo Aranda, Jessica Brown, Alicia Lindsay Dietrich, and Charles Mark Newman. From Chair Hill, Michelangelo Aranda, Jessica Brown, Alicia Lindsay Dietrich, and Cynthia Welch. From Commissioner Clark, I think it's Michelangelo Aranda, Neil S. Jones, Denise Meyer, Charles Mark Newman, and from Vice Chair Herman, Matthew DiMartini, Barbara Finney, Denise Meyer, and Charles Mark Newman.
Okay, so it looks like our top vote getters are Mr. Newman and Mr. Aranda. Did I see that right, commissioners? I'm seeing head nods. Okay, so I'm looking for a motion on those two candidates.
So move.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. May I have a second? Oh, I heard the vice chair, I'm sorry. Second
Vice
from the
Chair.
vice chair, yes. Any questions on the motion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none. That motion passes, I think.
I'm waiting for Vice Chair Herman's vote.
Unanimously. Okay, congratulations to our new appointees, and looking forward to seeing all the great work you do on the Parks and Open Space Board. And for folks who did not get it, don't be discouraged. There are many other opportunities to get involved in the county. Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Just really quickly, I was really pleased by the quality candidates, but also we had 3 Washoe County Leadership Academy applicants, and that really was important to me to see that we're creating a pipeline that's been effective. So I was really excited to see that.
Yeah, the dream of the program. That's a great thing to point out. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Okay.
Vice Chair Hill?
Yes.
If I may, you also have a partial term to
That's right.
appoint
We
to.
have one more to go.
Oh,
So you have a tie between Neil Jones, Jessica Brown,
okay.
Alicia Lindsay Dietrich, and I put initials DM because I couldn't write fast enough. Denise Meyer.
And, okay, yes. Okay, great. So we've got commissioners. Are we just choosing our top 2 on those? Okay, so commissioners, you'll choose between Jessica Brown, Neil Jones, Lindsay Dietrich, Alicia Lindsay Dietrich, and Denise Meyer. And we'll do another ballot if the clerk has that. Thank you so much. Did everyone get what we're voting on? Yes, the top 2 of those 4 candidates. Thank you. Thanks. Okay.
Hold on. I can't remember her last name. Thank you.
From Vice Chair Herman, Neil S. Jones, and Denise Meyer. From Commissioner Garcia, Jessica Brown, and Alicia Lindsay Dietrich. From Commissioner Andriola, Neil S. Jones, and Alicia Lindsay Dietrich. From Chair Hill, Jessica Brown, and Alicia Lindsay Dietrich. From Commissioner Clark, Neil S. Jones, and Denise Meyer.
So now we have a tie, I think, between Neil Jones and Alicia Lindsay Dietrich. So
We have a tie.
one more ballot. I hope y'all have one. Okay, you were ready in this very tight race here.
Chair Hill, so for this one, you'll choose your top.
Just one?
Between the two.
Okay, thank
Is
you.
that
So
implied?
just one candidate between Neil Jones and Alicia Lindsay Dietrich. Thank you for clarifying that.
From Commissioner Clark, Neil S. Jones. From Commissioner Andriola, Neil S. Jones. From Chair Hill, Alicia Lindsay Dietrich. From Commissioner Garcia, Alicia Lindsay Dietrich. And from Vice Chair Herman, Neil S. Jones.
Okay, great. So congratulations to Timothy Dank, to Michelangelo Randa, Jessica Brown, Neil S. Jones, and Charles M. Newman. We're very excited to have you all on the board. And so now we need a motion on that last candidate.
So move.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia, that's a
I'll
motion.
second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any questions on the motion for Neil S. Jones? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Okay. Thank you. Now, we are going to move to item number 9.
Item 9 is a recommendation to reappoint Amy Guilleri, I think I said her name right, as a trustee of the Washoe County Library Board of Directors to a consecutive 4-year term pursuant to NRS 375.000. Beginning July 1st of
23? You're doing great. I think you don't have to read the whole thing.
I'll finish, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2027, or until a successor trustee is appointed.
Okay.
So this is a reappointment.
Great. So I think that Ms. Wilson will kind of confirm why we only have one candidate on today's item for library board appointments, and then we'll take public comment after I hear from commissioners, if there's commissioner comments. Go ahead, Ms. Wilson.
Correct. So again, Alexandra Wilson for the record. I did send an email over to the Board of County Commissioners noting why we do reappointments first and then open it up for applications. So a couple of reasons why we consider reappointments first is the continuity to allow the board to continue to operate in its continued capacity. The experts and skills, or expertise and skills that are brought from having someone longstanding on the board, and then the trust and relationship that it builds for that board. So under the Board and Commission's terms of service for county-appointed boards, the limit of service for individuals is 2 consecutive terms. So with that, the board already outlines what the term limits are. So what we would like to do in making sure we utilize an if-then model. So if we have an applicant who is not termed out and would like to continue, we would bring that first back. However, it is up to the appointing board if they want to accept that reappointment. That doesn't mean you have to, although that is the first step that we'll take for all the boards when we do have an individual that is able to be reappointed and has the desire to be. So similar to the previous recommendation of Timothy Dake for that reappointment, as he was not termed out and he was interested in continuing to serve, we have suggested the reappointment of Amy Guillieri. I did also want to mention that in this week, I was notified that we will also have another library board of trustees position that just opened due to a resignation. So you will have the opportunity to bring back other candidates if needed.
Oh, great. It's a bummer that they resigned, but there is an opportunity for new folks to get on that board. Thank you for that update. I see Commissioner Clark is signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been quite vocal in the past about reappointing people. I didn't make a big issue on it on parks and open space or open space and parks, but this particular board has been a real polarizing situation in the community. I think we need some fresh blood on this particular board. I think we had some excellent candidates. Just here a couple of weeks ago, we had 15, 18, 20 people show up, and there were some excellent folks. One of them that I'd like to recognize, and several of us on the dais voted for, Ann Silver, head of the Chamber of Commerce. So I can't talk too much about it, but I mean, we had excellent folks, and I am absolutely adamantly opposed by reappointing somebody who's caused such a stir in the community, that board. Reading her op-ed or her story in the newspaper was unbelievable. We're not doing our job if we're not making people unhappy. Horsepucky. That's not right. The library board shouldn't be a polarizing point. I can guarantee years ago when the library board was set up, it was probably a bunch of retired school teachers, librarians. There was zero controversy. Here in our community now, nothing but controversy. I want to see some fresh blood there, and I will not be voting to reappoint this person. Thank you.
Thank you. So Commissioner Garcia, I see you're signed in.
Okay.
Oh, Vice Chair Herman, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I agree totally with what our Commissioner Clark has said, and I would do the same exactly. I would not vote for the person we've been talking about, but I would vote for Ann Silvers.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything else, Vice Chair? Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
Recent resignation is the key word there. Alexandra, you just said that, right? Recent. And this is a huge issue, so I'm going to offer an alternative perspective to my two colleagues here at the dais. The recent resignation is due to, yes, a very polarizing topic, but it is not driven by Amy. She did not create this. She did not bring this into our chambers. She did not involve 50 people to show up on a day on our BCC meeting when it wasn't even agendized. She had nothing to do with the issue. This is a national issue. It's a trend happening throughout counties all over the country. My sister just got back from a conference in Chicago, a conference of librarians, and she said county commissioners like us are defunding public libraries because we are allowing things to go off the rails. This is not okay. You have come into chambers time and time again and spoken about libraries when we're not even agendized to speak about libraries. We are today, and I appreciate your comments and your insight on this particular item. However, I've been here for 6 months, and I can't count how many times we have gone off topic to talk about this issue. This is being politicized, not by our agenda, not by Amy and her role as board chair. The reality is that August is when things started to go awry on this library commission board. And before
No, please
that,
stop. Please, I'm sorry, Commissioner Garcia, just a moment.
It's okay, because I have the microphone and it is my turn to talk. Listen, So I had an opportunity to speak with Amy, and I asked her from her perspective, when did things start getting challenging? We were talking about the recent resignation, and she said it happened in the fall, where the meetings started to get so volatile that it became unruly and unmanageable. And so I feel it is my duty to point out that on our doors here in our chambers, we have a sign that says, "We respect your right to have a voice in local government." These are blue placards out there. We respect the please respect the decorum of the Washoe County Chambers. I asked Nancy when those placards were put up on our doors, and she said in 2016. And we've seen for the last 6 months how well folks have abided by those rules here in our chambers. Now, I can't imagine what it's like to facilitate a meeting when you're bouncing around from branch to branch, trying to have public meetings that are agendized, and they don't have security. They don't have a DA sitting at the dais with them. These are volunteers from our community. Amy is one of the last of the guard, of the original guard. This board is tough. This is a volunteer position. And the attitude and behavior that we see day in and day out in these chambers is taking place in our library system, and it's unacceptable. It goes back to my opening remarks, and I'm taking a hard stance on this now again during this agenda item because I believe it needs to be reiterated. It's happening right now as I'm talking. This is what I'm talking about. It is not easy. We were pleased to see how many people wanted to step up and apply. We did have phenomenal candidates, but Amy has recently been asked to serve as chair again by her current board members because she's going to be able to provide that continuity and a little bit of historical knowledge. It's unfair that she's not here today to defend herself against, again, personal attacks. So that's why I'm stepping in, and I'm going to say what I need to say about respect, decorum, and professionalism.
No, ma'am, I am happy to remove you if you do not want to follow the decorum of this meeting. Commissioner Garcia.
So 5 seats. We've got 5 seats. This is an important job, as are our other regional boards. And you don't have to agree with me. I don't have to agree with you. But we've got to respect each other and this appointment process, okay? We get to decide up here, all right?
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And I couldn't agree more with you. I think that libraries should not be political. And sadly, they've been made to be political. And I do see that it's a trend to polarize our community, and that's very sad. And the fact that Amy wants to step up and be chair after all the difficulties that she's endured as chair of the library board, I commend her. It's a volunteer position, and she truly believes in what the libraries do for our communities. So I agree wholeheartedly, and I'm very concerned with how the audience is acting. Very concerned. I want to put that on the record because I think it's very important that people, because I don't think the people on the video can hear the yelling and the inappropriate language that is being thrown at commissioners. So I will now go to Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me state again that the public is unhappy with the library board. The library board is not happy with just a majority or a supermajority. They want a monopoly of all the appointed positions that they want. I don't want to see a monopoly anywhere. I don't really like to see supermajorities. I'd like to see other points of view on that board. This person doesn't show up and talk to us here, doesn't want to be here. And again, we had so many fine applicants. Let's get some new blood in here. Maybe this will diffuse the anger that seems to anger you. Let's get some voices, the people, so let them squabble amongst themselves and settle it for themselves so we don't have to hear it all the time here. That's part of diffusing something, putting some other people, some fresh blood on the
board and letting them discuss it amongst themselves so we don't have to constantly hear this. I'm frankly tired of hearing it as well. I want to hear some fresh voices on the library board so we don't have to hear it all the time. We've got some excellent candidates, and we had a whole slew of them, and we need to look at that and have some diversity on the board, some equality on the board, and get some of these other people's voices on the board, and then maybe they won't be so angry, and you won't have to take it personally, because I don't take it personally, and you shouldn't take it personally either. These people are asking for some help to get a voice on a library board, and we should give it to them and pick some fresh ideas and maybe diffuse some of this polarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too spoke with Amy Gillieri, and I really feel that I need a point of clarification, if I may, with Alexandra.
Absolutely.
So if, for whatever reason, the board votes to not appoint the incumbent, would the process then be going out, and the incumbent could apply if he or she would like to procedurally?
Yes, they would have that opportunity to apply.
So approximately, how much time from the time of you putting it out and then doing the process and coming back to the commission, what is the approximate time?
It would depend on if we were going to open applications or bring back the current candidates. If we were to go through the entire process and open the application again, it would probably be about 2 months. That's the ability to open the application for 3 months, allow the commissioners to meet and discuss with the candidates for another 3 weeks, and then the 2-week time frame that we have at minimum to get something on the agenda.
So if we did just contain it to the previous applicants, then it would be approximately 5 weeks? Is that what I'm hearing?
But it doesn't necessarily go along with our current process. It would be kind of outside of that.
So if we opened it up, it would be 2 months?
Correct.
And that's the fastest? I'm not trying to put pressure on you. I'm just asking.
I could probably get it down to a month and a half.
Okay. We don't need to negotiate. I just am curious what the fastest could be. As I've stated a million times, I really am looking forward to having a process that we can put in place through this application process, not just library, any application, but that's a different subject. I really would like to, and I've brought this up so many times about having a process, because a piece of paper is one thing. Actually talking to people, I think expands that opportunity of selecting the best candidate. I also think it gives them an opportunity to understand our commitment to extending that dialogue. So I, again, have spoken with Ms. Gillieri, and my understanding procedurally is if until such time as there's a replacement, she would retain that position. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
On the board.
She's reappointed. Mm-hmm.
So I would like to state that I believe that we need to open it up. And I believe that we need to open it up to just more than the candidates that we had, but as quickly as possible. I'd also love to have the opportunity, if it's possible procedurally, to have the open position that you just stated as part of that, so we don't have to delay it again. I think that it would behoove all of us, just in light of the amazing applications, and Amy Gillieri should be commended for committing her time and expertise in serving the board, but that's why I was asking if she could apply if she so desired. But I'd like to open it up to the community, so I am not going to be supporting the reappointment of Amy Gillieri.
So I guess DA Edwards, just a procedure question. If we did take it to a vote on Ms. Guillieri, and she was not reappointed. She could not even be considered in the new group of applicants, correct? Or could she reapply? I'm just curious if there's a negative vote.
She could reapply.
Okay.
She would continue serving on the board until the new appointment.
Even if we said
Even if you say no today, by statute, she serves until a successor is appointed. She could reapply, as Ms. Wilson has described, and then it would come back, I guess, roughly in 2 months. And what I'm hearing from Commissioner Andriola would be that you would try to do a twofer where you have both of the open positions considered at that point, and then you would fill both of those positions at that time.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Clark, you're signed in, but hopefully we'll hear public comment here soon too.
Sure, it'll be very quick. Just want to make sure that my fellow commissioners understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, we've had a vacancy for over almost a year on this board, is that correct? Do you know that as a fact, Alexandra? It's been quite some time.
Yeah, it's been a significant amount of time. I can't say the
Longer than 2 months?
Yes, longer than 2 months. But for this position specifically, for Ms. Guillieri, it's only been the 2 weeks that we reappointed.
I understand that, but my point is to Commissioner Andriola, looking for speed of reappointing and re-voting on this. It's been 6 or 7 months at least, maybe longer, since we've had a vacancy. So I mean, the rush is not there. There's no, I mean, we haven't rushed in the past. We're going to rush now, and I agree we should to fill these two positions. But there's been no sense of urgency up until now, is my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Madam Clerk, can we open up public comment?
Valerie Fiannaca, followed by Tracy Thomas.
Great.
Valerie Fiannaca for the record. And I'm going to take full responsibility for this crowd of heathens that's been accosting you weekly that you can't stand. Bruce Parks and I went to a library board meeting where they have probably never had public attendance. They sit and knit, they eat their dinner, they do all sorts of things. They don't follow Robert's Rules of Order. They don't call a meeting to order. They don't dismiss a meeting. They just sit and bullshit. They do their thing with no interference. And when we showed up, we were kind of like, what the heck? I don't appreciate being lectured. I'm
Please
a grown
address your comments to
woman.
the full
Yes, I'm
board.
telling you, I don't appreciate being lectured. I'm telling you that when we showed up, I came back to another meeting and I said, I would appreciate some public participation because I think this board has a problem. I think that we citizens need to stand up and ask that some of this drag queen story hour be looked at. If you guys agree with me at all, come, speak up, speak out, which we have every right to do, in my opinion. And I wasn't the only person that had a problem. I might be more sedate in my addressing it occasionally, but today I'm not. I'm firing mad right now, Ms. Chair, because what's been presented is not accurate. It's not accurate at all. It's not accurate in the press, and it's not accurate here. The library board is very disrespectful to the public. As a matter of fact, they had probably 50 Hispanic people show up, most of whom could not speak English. They brought their own interpreter. They were very outraged. The public outrage is real. It's palpable. They refused to say a Pledge of Allegiance at their meetings, which some of the immigrants there were totally offended by. So we've taken it upon ourselves to use our 3-minute speaking time to say the Pledge of Allegiance. They find that offensive. You don't know what you're talking about when you talk about what's going on. And you know, Amy might be a really nice person, but she's never given us the opportunity to find that out because she's so disrespectful at these meetings. Absolutely disrespectful. And if we have to appeal to the library board about any of the books that we have objection with, who do we appeal to? We appeal to the board who hates us. Where does that go to? To Mr. Scott, who obviously hates us. The people feel out of control, absolutely no way to appeal. Who do we appeal to? We appeal to you. That's why you're hearing from us. You understand why we're frustrated. You understand why we're here. We will go away when the problem is solved, and not a minute sooner than that. Not a minute sooner. As a matter of fact, the problem will grow.
Thank you.
Tracy Thomas, followed by Victoria Meyer.
I am opposed to this appointment primarily based on equitable and balanced representation of all districts within Washoe County. District 4, which is the majority of Sparks, is not being given a voice on this board. You have plenty of candidates from District 4 in the pool of applicants that you just considered at your last meeting. The candidate referenced on the agenda and staff report has also demonstrated behavior that clearly exhibits a disinterest, disrespect for the position, board, and the public. Why is this appointment being treated differently than the last appointment? No board position should be granted any privilege or preferential treatment than any of the others. This is discriminatory at the very least. I urge you to vote no on this motion and to direct staff to place the appointment for this vacancy on your next agenda so that all applicants from District 4 can be voted on in the same manner the last appointment was conducted. And I'm going to correct Commissioner Clark that there hasn't been any urgency exhibited by the county on the vacancy. The public has been asking for that vacancy to be filled since last year when it became vacant. But again, it falls on deaf ears. So I would just ask that you please save time, use the list that you just listened to 2 weeks ago. There's not going to be any more applicants. That list should be sufficient. It's current. There is absolutely no reason why you can't just use that list. You're just finding an excuse to waste more time to open it up again for another 2 months. Ridiculous.
Thank you.
Victoria Meyer, followed by Sandy Tibbett.
I don't care if it gets taken up or not. I just.
Victoria Meyer, for the record. Please put my comments on the record. I'm a little rattled also. I've been recording, and there isn't shouting and yelling going on that can't be picked up by the camera. I'm recording these meetings because of that very reason. So we'd appreciate correct representation. And I don't appreciate being chastised. It sounds like anything short of agreement or support is unacceptable. Well, not true. Public servant. Have you heard that term? Guess what? We, public, you, servant. That's the equation. We don't get to be chastised. That's not appropriate. That is not appropriate. There is no one here.
Comments to what we're looking at. Reappointment.
Library reappointments. I agree with everything that's been said here. This appointment just needs to be opened up to other people, to more diverse views. Right now, what we have is a library for 4 years that's been promoting Drag Queen Story Hour. Drag face equals blackface. It's an affront to womanhood, among a lot of other things. We don't need drag queen entertainment for our children in the schools, and Ms. Guillieri has been on the board and overseeing for 4 years. My understanding is she's the longest serving member on that board right now. And under her watch, we have had a growing concern in the community and growing controversy. And so I appreciate you commissioners who are willing to open this up to some diversity on this board and appoint people to our library board who can give perhaps a different direction. The controversy isn't born out of thin air. It isn't made up. Yes, it's going on across the country. And yes, parents are standing up. Parents, grandparents. I am a grandparent here. I have 5 grandchildren here. Newspaper reports say that it's made up, that grandparents are coming forward. Well, I'm a grandparent here. 45 years I've lived here. So I think we need to make some changes. I passed out some information to you on books that are in our libraries available to children, also in our high schools and middle schools. So you have those. I encourage you to look at them. I've listed some of the high schools. I'm sorry, I apologize for the handwriting on the sides of this, but this will give you an idea of what's going on in our schools as well. We want things to change, and we really appreciate your considering opening this appointment.
Thank you.
Sandy Tibbet, followed by Janet Butcher.
Sandy Tibbet for the record. So I just want to thank you, Alexandria, for answering a lot of my questions with clarifying why there was only one application for this open seat that everybody knew was going to be open by July 1st. So I now understand, it all makes sense. I feel like it was a manipulation of the process, probably conducted by Mr. Jeff Scott, because he's, good at that, lies and manipulation. If you look those up in the dictionary, his pictures, they're right there.
Please don't direct your comments to staff. Please direct them to the Board of County Commissioners.
I am.
Great.
Yes, great. So my questions, why are the commissioners having to make another appointment for the same board within weeks of each other? Why separate them? Our commissioners appoint multiple people to the same boards under one agenda item all the time. So why is the director wasting the commissioner's time and the taxpayers' dollars to conduct 2 separate appointments for the same board? Manipulation of the process. That's what it is. So I recommend that the commissioners watch some of the previous library board meetings before you make your decision on who you want to appoint. You will witness the dictatorship type of behavior from both our library director and the chair of the library board. Specifically, the 5/17/2023 meeting where Mr. Roger Edwards was removed from the meeting for asking a point of information regarding the Pledge of Allegiance. That was all. That was it. The chair, she proceeded to slam her fist on the table and yell, these meetings are hers, and she will run the meeting the way that she wants to. Those are words and behavior of a dictator. I also recommend that this gets tabled so that you can open it up to the community and make sure that the proper procedures were followed and no manipulation was going on. I also want to express my appreciation of the repositioning of our flags. It looks so much better, clean, the way it's supposed to. And I respectfully ask that you stop gaslighting the people of Washoe County and stop playing victim.
Please address your comments to the full board.
Narcissism is not a good look for an elected official.
Please address your full comments to the board.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Penny Brock.
Before Ms. Butcher speaks, Mr. Edwards, can you please remind the audience the rules of public comment?
Sure, Madam Chair. These meetings are undertaken pursuant to NRS Chapter 241, which has a statutory right to give public comment, which is occurring right now. The limitations on the public comment are stated in the agenda. They are written with the Attorney General's opinions that are published on this subject in mind. willfully disrupting the meeting is something that the commission can prohibit, and the chair can have somebody removed from the meeting chambers if they willfully disrupt the meeting to the point that its orderly conduct is not permitted. A speaker's viewpoint will not be restricted. However, reasonable restrictions may be imposed on the time, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant statements, unduly repetitious statements, and personal attacks that would objectively antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited. All comments are to be directed to the commission as a whole. I'm reading those last couple of statements under the public comment section on the first page of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. So hopefully that's a good reminder for folks. I don't want to have to take a break. I don't want to remove people. I would like to move on with this meeting and hear all of your public comments, but we ask that you follow those rules and look forward to everyone conducting themselves in the way that NRS requires you to. Ms. Butcher, looking forward to hearing from you.
Janet Butcher for the record. These comments that I'm about to make are not venomous. The comments are to be informative to the community. I agree with the fact that the term is up on June 30th. Would you run a business like that? Your employee left, but you don't have somebody to fill in for them? Kind of a poor business practice. But anyway, my comments that I'm going to make are not personal attacks. They are observations because I personally was at the library trustee meetings. So they already brought up about the fact that, about Roger Edwards. On 11/16/2022, while waiting for the trustee meeting to begin at the North Valley Library, there was a young person sitting in the front row. Based upon Amy's interaction with this young person, I would surmise that they did know each other. Perhaps it was her kiddo, as stated in her bio. Amy was heard calling this young person a-hole. Whether this was her kiddo or not, she is representing the community, and disrespectful jargon is very unbecoming. But perhaps it's done in her household. Also on 11/16/2022, while I was giving testimonial during public comment about a family member who had been groomed by an outside source of the family, and that we have spent 18 years in therapy, Amy sat there and smirked at me, but I've seen it from this dais too. There is conduction of very unprofessionalism during the meetings. She allows Director Scott to conduct the meetings. Sometimes she is seen eating and chomping gum. I almost brought something up to eat. While knitting is fine, I think it's very disrespectful. After one of the meetings, I saw Amy make what I believe was an anti-religious gesture. The trustees should be evaluated and not automatically reappointed. Please do not automatically reappoint Amy. No man can concentrate his attention upon evil or even upon the idea of evil and remain unaffected. To be more against the devil than for God is exceedingly dangerous.
Penny Brock, followed by Roger Edwards.
Penny Brock for the record. I hardly know where to begin. Once again, we the people are not being allowed our First Amendment right, freedom of speech. We're being told what we can redress our government about. That is not free speech. I take issue with this question, with the fact that this person that her term is up June 30th She's going to be allowed to stay on the library board as the chairman when her term is up? Where does that happen? When you, as elected officials, when your term is up, you have to either retire or you go through the election process again. Where in the processes of Washoe County does it say that an appointed person to a board can stay on the board? Now, what we've seen happen is a delay in appointing someone to fill the library board vacancy. Will that happen with this position, where it will be delayed and delayed and delayed, and this person, this Amy, however you pronounce her last name, will be allowed to stay on not only the library board, but as the chairman of the board? The least you can do is not have her serve as the chairman until this matter is resolved. I ask you to consider that. We, the people, are speaking. You are elected to represent the people. Where are the people supporting Amy? Where are they? I know there's one person here, Jeff Scott. We haven't heard him speak yet, but other than that, where are we, the people, saying we want Amy? We want her not only to stay on the board forever, but we, the people, are here. We are saying we don't like the process. I'm hearing you say that you're going to allow her to stay on the board until she's reappointed. We don't know when that's going to happen. This is not the American process. The American process is you stay in your position until you're reelected. The same applies, my understanding is, for the boards and commissions of Washoe County. When your term is up, your term is up. You can go and sit in the chairs with we the people if you want to attend, but you're not at the board table, you're not on the dais. That's not the way our process works. We see creeping socialism, and this is how it happens.
Thank you.
Roger Edwards, followed by Nichelle Hall.
All right, good afternoon, Roger Edwards. The well heard from. Anyway, this is, I'm a veteran of many library board meetings, and I carry the distinction of being the only known public member that got thrown out before a meeting even started. And all for asking if there was a problem with the agenda, which normally gets handled very early on in a meeting. I know a little bit about agendas. I've managed 100 meetings in this county. Planning Commission, Regional Planning Commission, Board of North Valley Citizens Advisory Board. And as much as I love Alexandria and all the work she does, she's factually incorrect. Chair Guillieri does not manage the library board meetings well. She has lots of problems with open meeting law and with just general items and how to run a meeting. And she routinely relinquishes the control of her meeting to the district director, and that's not the way meetings are run. And if you're going to sacrifice your position to a hired assistant, that's doesn't bode well for the library board. And this is just one of many reasons why this person is not qualified to, let alone keep her job. But possibly she could be on the board in some other position, but certainly not as chairperson. And I take issue with one of your members, Madam Chair, when she says that this item, with all this conflict with the library board, is a national problem. It's not. It's a local problem. The Drag Queen Story Hour comes right here in, the first one I saw was Downtown Library. I couldn't believe it. And that's what's ginned up local reaction to the library board, not what's going on in Loudoun County, Virginia. It's right here in Washoe County, and we're upset, and we are the public. We have a voice, and we will use it. And if you want 100 people out in front of a library some weekend, like we've already done, we'd be happy to do that.
Will you please address your comments back to Ms. Gilliard?
I am. I'm only talking to you, and I'm only looking at you because this is important. We, the public, think this is important.
Thank you.
Nichelle Hull, followed by Cliff Nellis.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. Nichelle Hull, please record my comments in the permanent record per NRS. So before I get started, I want to address Mayor Luz's comments. Essentially, Mayor Luz is saying to us,
please address the board as a whole.
Board members, Mayor Luz is saying to us that that Miss Amy has experienced challenge in her position since last fall. And Valerie said that's when more and more parents came. So Miss Amy is ill-equipped, unprepared to deal with the challenge of her position, then she is not the right fit for that position. Okay? The attitude that Mayor Luz is saying is coming from weakness and misunderstanding.
No,
yes, it is, ma'am.
Personal comments, madam.
I can describe
board as a whole.
my
You can
thoughts
not
during
attack
public
personally our board members.
Ma'am, will you explain to me how that is a personal attack?
That is a personal
Explain it to me.
attack.
Explain it.
That's all it takes.
You can describe what a person is saying. That is not an attack, Miss Alexis.
Continue on with your thoughts on reappointment of Ms. Gallieri.
Okay, thank you. I don't recommend her reappointment because we don't want that continuity. That continuity is deaf ears to the public. That is not what we want. I totally appreciate where Ms. Clara's comments were coming from, that, and Mr. Clark's as well, that it's time we have fresh blood. In that 4-year period with Ms. Gallieri as chair, she, like Jeff Scott, unfortunately, has shown disdain to the people coming to their meetings, the public library card holders, because over and over again, we have wanted change from the minor attracted persons video that is geared for the preschoolers that's on the library website. That is under their control. Ms. Gallieri, Mr. Jeff Scott have not removed it. They refuse to budge on the one program that we month after month after month after month ask them to remove. Do we ask them to remove 10 programs, 100? No, we ask for one program, and they dig in their heels and they create a completely hostile environment for parents' rights. They make an totally intolerant space for children's safety. They are not inclusive of a safe, wholesome place for children because they insist upon having transvestite entertainment, transvestite show, a drag queen mixed with infant to 12-year-old age range.
Thank you.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Fred Meyer.
Hello, folks. Thank you for considering this and opening up to other applicants. I think that's just a wonderful thing. Our problem, let me explain something to you. Our problem has been with the library board director.
That we are talking right now about the reappointment of Ms. Gallieri.
Yes, and it has to do with it because, let me give you an example. When some preacher comes to town, he takes over church, first thing he does is he replaces the board with yes people, people he can control. I've seen it in churches all the time. That's exactly what's happened here. We have a controlled board. And now I think Ms. Gilleri is the same opinion as Mr. Scott, and he does not represent our values in this community. San Francisco values maybe, but
we're talking about the appointment of Ms. Gallieri.
Yes, and she has not listened to us in removing some of these things like the pink, the map colors, the pink and the light blue. That's minor attracted persons. They won't listen to us on anything. There's a lot of books that need to be taken out of the library that promote the homosexual point of view and transgenderism. And I've spoken to you before about Mr. Scott's experience in Berkeley.
We're not talking about Mr. Scott. We're talking about the reappointment of Ms. Gallieri.
Okay, well, he has a lot to do with it because he controls the board.
That is not
That's
on the
why
agenda
we
today.
need new people. We need fresh blood so that they can vote him out of being the library board director. I've come to you guys and asked you, hey, get rid of this guy. He doesn't represent our values. And what do? Just ignore me because there's a couple of people on this board that are radical leftists and don't represent our values either. And then they pretend to be attacked and all this other stuff. That's one of their tricks. So I thank you. I appreciate you guys for considering letting other people, and it's a wild card thing. I don't know the people that are applying for this. I haven't interviewed them, and made sure they reflect my point of view. So you're going to have an opportunity, you guys, it's a democratic process to elect someone new and fresh blood to represent the community, and that's not antagonistic towards us like Miss Gallieri is. She is very antagonistic. See what she did to Roger? She won't, I mean, she's an angry person, won't listen to us. So thank you for reconsidering this. Thank you.
Fred Meyer.
Fred Meyer, for the record. I just want to concur with everybody that's spoken so far. Appreciate that we're going to, looks like, open it up. I think that's great. It certainly sounds fair. It feels fair. I appreciate it. I also want to appreciate each and every one of you because you all pay attention. Unlike when we're there, I've been to many of these library things. Jeff Scott is, the board there is so disrespectful to us. You guys look at us, whether you agree with us or not, and you pay attention. And to each and every one of you, I want to say I appreciate that. It really is, at least to some degree, satisfying to know that, you guys are at least listening. So we appreciate that. I appreciate that. We don't agree on a lot of things, and this thing is just out of control. The library thing is out of control. We do need to open it up. I appreciate, looks like maybe that's where we're going to go. I hope so. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in.
Okay. At this point, I am looking for either more conversation with the board or a motion on how to proceed. So, Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, thank you. So, Amy is a history professor at Western Nevada College, and she's a mother, and she's an educator, and she believes in free and public access to books, and books that reflect our community, all of our community. She did not run for public office and knock on doors and get elected and be prepared for a certain level of stress and discourse that us electeds know that we're getting into. She is a volunteer from our community, a mother, an educator. She is doing this because she believes in our public library system, as are the 5 other individuals. I opened my statements last time with recent resignation. This is a problem we are having on particular boards and commissions, not just here in Washoe County, but throughout the nation. The same polarizing, hyper-politicized topics are entering our chambers at school board meetings, in our county meetings, and at even our lower boards like library commission meetings. My opening remarks this morning were about respect and decorum. I can't even get through my statement without being interrupted, and I'm an elected official. Amy is not. How do you think it is for her to run or try to run a meeting in a professional, safe manner when she is not Chair Hill or Assistant DA Edwards? These folks have experience. They have training. They have the mindset going into chambers that they have to uphold decorum, and there's ways and security and other manners to get us there. Right now, I'm trying to talk and I'm getting, So this is what I'm talking about. We cannot even get through our comments. You have your 3 minutes. We have our time. I am respectful in waiting for my turn and listening and making eye contact. I give you that respect. I can't even make it through my comments without being able to, or getting shut down. And that's not fair. And so I feel like it is my obligation today to stand up for the voices of the 5 volunteers who sit on this board out of the goodness of their hearts because they care about our community, that aren't here today to say they wanted Amy to be their chair. She is the last standing member of an old guard, a board that is continuously attacked personally. There's fights breaking out in rooms. People feel unsafe. She is a mother and an educator who volunteered for this. Now, you can shake your heads all you want, and you can try to interrupt me again. But what I'm saying is this behavior is unacceptable. It's unruly. It is difficult to manage in these chambers, and is far more difficult to manage out there when we switch branches for our meetings. This has got to stop. There are methods and procedures and policy, just like I outlined this morning. You wanted the flag arrangement changed? I talked about how that was done in a respectful manner. You want things to get to the Library Commission and get to Jeff Scott? There's a thing called the phone and email, and there's opportunities for you to talk and have conversations. What is happening is not okay. And we have a very dire situation where we're losing members, community members who are afraid to step up in these positions because of the lack of decorum that is found in our chambers. I see it every single meeting. So you can pretend like it doesn't exist, and I'm saying it does. It is difficult to take it, and it is even more difficult for somebody from our community to volunteer to take it. It's not feeling safe for people. Okay? You have a right to believe what you believe. I respect that, especially if you have young children and you get to decide what your children take in for content. That is my right. I have a 9 and a 10-year-old. I don't know how many of you have a 9 and 10-year-old in this room, but I know that day after day, meeting after meeting, it is about the same 10, 15, 20 people that show up. And guess what? That's 10, 15, 20 people of our county. We have almost 500,000 people. We just received a report from our county manager's office that said that the data from our artificial intelligence is not representative of what you are saying. It is one slice of the pie, one piece of the puzzle. It does not represent all people. I said earlier, my District 3 constituents are not available to come into chambers to express why it's important to have books on the shelves that reflect who they are. My job is to represent my District 3 constituents. There are some of you in this crowd that are District 3 constituents. We can agree to disagree on some things, but do so in a respectful manner. But I'm standing here today to reiterate the lack of respect that happens here every single day, and the lack of respect that has been targeted to Amy. And she is not here to defend herself, and so that is why I am, again, reiterating the important part that it was item number 1 on what Alexandra said was the continuity. That is the important thing, the first thing that she listed in the email to us on what is important to consider when we look at these reappointments, continuity. And we desperately need that.
Commissioner Garcia, is that in a form of a motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so motion to reappoint Ms. Gallieri. Okay, do I have a second? I will second that motion. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none from the board, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
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 Okay, and it looks like that motion does fail. So I think it would be helpful if the folks who said nay give staff some direction and do a motion. Yes, Commissioner Andriola.
First of all, want to thank Commissioner Garcia for opening up today with respect. And I think we have to have respect for differences. I think that when we have differences of opinion, we get to a better place. I think we have to have civility, and I think we have to have the ability to be open to dialogue. I am not supporting, as I already have confirmed in my vote, Amy Guillieri, because I feel that there is an opportunity for the library board to actually look at having leadership that may actually have a better balance. I think Amy Guillieri has been through a lot as well. I think that there is an opportunity for her as she goes through the transition, which I'm going to put a motion to this, that she's going to retain that until such time as quickly as possible we find, I hope, 2 appointments for the vacancies that now are in place. So I also want to just get on the record one point. I have done a lot of research in terms of the process. Many of you now understand the process. If you don't like a book, or you don't like a program, there is a process. You fill out the form, it goes to the director. The director will either approve or deny it. If it's not upheld to be action taken, it goes to the board. The board will take the appropriate steps. I asked Amy Guillieri after I went through all of the research on the process, how that works, if she had ever seen anything that went to the board. And this is no reflection of Amy Guillieri. How many did she see? None. That was surprising to me, given that there's been some information that's been shared on the record in terms of just some questionable things. I've also want to take an opportunity to commend the county manager, because I spoke with him about looking at having the commission and the public understand the process. And it speaks directly to Commissioner Garcia's point. There's a way to get business done. Sometimes it's not as quick, even me pushing for not 2 months, a month and a half, maybe 5 weeks. It's not always as quick as we'd like it, but there is a process, and we all have an obligation to follow that process. I'm process-driven, data-driven, compliant, follow the rules, and respectful. And I do appreciate the fact that we do all need to work together to solve things that need attention. So having said that, I am going to take a stab at a motion.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Just a second. I just want to make sure DA Edwards wanted to say something, and I want to make sure that we get his, sorry to interrupt you just a moment.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
And I'm making these comments based on what the remarks that were just made. The only thing that's on the agenda today is to reappoint or not Amy Guillieri. So there was a motion to reappoint. That motion failed. At this point, I expect there would be a motion not to reappoint. And then if that's seconded, you will all vote, and then that'll be the case. Regarding the rest about laying out a framework and those types of things, I'm going to recommend you don't put that in the motion. Staff has heard that. And I'll just put on the record right now, which I've already kind of alluded to, the statute says 2 things. It says that trustees serve a 4-year term, and then it also says that they serve until their successor is reappointed. And that's kind of an unusual thing, but I think I understand where that comes from the legislature. The legislature wanted to build in kind of like a grace period so that there's not this window of time where you're not having quorums and things like that because somebody's term expires, but nobody new has been reappointed yet. However, I would say that reading those two provisions together requires that the reappointment come back to the board with what I'll call reasonable haste. And I think what Ms. Wilson has described, a roughly 2-month process from now to bring in the batch of new potential candidates, would fit that framework. So I think that that's appropriate. So I would say that is what the law requires, and I would say that, you know, staff has heard your comments with regard to that piece, but as far as the motion, I think it's simply either reappointment or not reappointment.
Okay. May I just ask a follow-up?
Yeah, absolutely.
To your information? Yes. So is it appropriate to give direction at the end with the commissioner comment section on a recommendation to bring an agenda item? Would that be procedurally how you would like?
It would during that item, if you wanted to say, I would like to see an agenda item come back in this approximate time frame, that would be appropriate.
Well, I think I might be able to successfully make this motion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, DA
Thank you. So I would like to move to not appoint the incumbent Amy Giglieri to the library board.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. With the motion not to appoint Amy Gallieri and a second, any question on the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. Okay. Thank you very much for that. We will now move on to item 11.
Item 11 is a recommendation to appoint one member of the Washoe County Regional Animal Services Advisory Board. The member shall fill the position in Washoe County Code 55.036, Section 1D. An individual with an interest in promoting the health and safety of animals for Washoe County applicants include Jill Fisher, Joe Rodriguez, Bob Pierce, William Robinson, and Irene Payne, who is the incumbent. This open position has a 4-year term from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2027.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And Ms. Wilson, thank you again. I bet you had no idea when you were given boards and commissions what the job would be like. So you're handling it with grace and looking forward to moving forward with this item. Let us know what we need to know.
Absolutely. So Alexandra Wilson, for the record, ahead of you, you have our...
I don't know if the mic is on.
Is that better?
Yes.
There we go. You have, I believe, 5 applicants, one of which is the incumbent. We brought the incumbent back, although technically Ms. Payne is termed out. If you do not feel that the other applicants are qualified, you are able to reappoint Ms. Payne. But all of the individuals listed in the staff report are listed on your closed ballot. So you will select your top 2 individuals, and then from there will be a vote depending on who receives the most votes.
Okay, so Ms. Payne is termed out, and we will need to, if we don't see other qualified applicants, then we can vote for her, is what you're saying. Okay. I hope that's clear as mud for the board. Any questions from the board on that direction? Not seeing any. So, Madam Clerk, if you'll lead us into public comment.
Valerie Fianaka, followed by Penny Brock.
This one I'm going to bring down the temperature on. I was sorry I was so mad before. Taking a deep breath. Valerie Fianaka for the record. I just want to say paper ballots and hand counting works really well. We ought to consider it for the county. That worked out real well for y'all. And just say no to Joe Rodriguez, Mr. Ethics violation himself.
Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Irene Payne.
Penny Brock, for the record, I would ask that you consider anybody but Joe Rodriguez. He's on the school board. You just considered him for another appointment. He's going to run for Sparks City Council, so I'm thinking he's throwing his hat in the ring for all these boards so he can make his campaign piece look really good. So I hope you deny him that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Irene Payne.
For the record, Irene Payne, good afternoon, Commissioners. Firstly, I would like to thank you for all the work that you do for our community and for Manager Brown for the work that he does. I know sometimes it's a little challenging. As you know, I'm here today to talk about Washoe County Regional Animal Services Board. We know that we are in such a critical time for Washoe County Regional Animal Services due to extreme overcrowding. I've worked alongside animal services staff who do such a first-class job in really difficult conditions, and I've also worked with other members of the advisory board to try and find a resolution to the challenges that our community's animals are facing. And I'm happy to say that progress has been made, but my goodness, we still have so much work to do. So as such, I'm the only person who is looking for appointment today that is qualified to immediately step in and continue with the work that we have all been doing to address these challenges. I believe now is not the time to make significant changes to the advisory board. We all, and that's the whole community, we have to come together to support Washoe County Regional Animal Services, because if we don't, then we're looking at the unthinkable, and the unthinkable is putting healthy, well-adjusted animals down, and we don't want that. That's the last thing we want. So I hope and plead with you, given the exceptional circumstances that we find ourselves in and the extreme need for continuity and institutional knowledge, that you give my appointment consideration, serious consideration, and I just want to thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, sorry, Madam Clerk, any more public comment?
There's no one else signed in.
Thank you. I thought that, but I want to make sure. Ms. Wilson, one more question for you. Just on the technical question. So say that Ms. Payne is appointed today. How does that work when she's appointed for another term out when she's termed out? Does that mean she gets a full term and then reconsidered after that? I just don't know how all the rules work. If you could help us with that.
So she would get a full term for the 4 years, I believe it is, from the state to 2027. And then she would be considered again if there are, again, no qualified applicants.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any commissioner questions, comments? I'm not seeing.
Yes.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I hate to be a broken record, but I guess I am. This is same song, different verse. We need some fresh blood. We've got a lot of quality candidates. I don't know this lady. I've got no axe to grind. I'm not against her. I'm just against the idea of continually reappointing. The counties, it looks like we just broke it in the last vote we had, but we've got a habit of continuing to appoint people. Maybe, just maybe, there's somebody out there who's qualified who might have some better ideas, who might get us out of this perceived crisis. I want to see some other ideas. I want to see some other people allowed to participate in the process. And that's just my opinion. She was a board member. She wants to be renewed and get a renewal on this. But I need again to say that we've got a number of people who applied, and I'd like to appoint a new person. This has nothing to do with Ms. Payne. There's so many of these appointments, and surprisingly, when Washoe County advertises and announces these commissions, we're getting other people stepping forward. I want to see some fresh ideas, and quite frankly, I think we should have an opportunity to vote somebody else to this position. So that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments? Not seeing any, so I think it's time for the ballot. Madam Clerk, thank you so much. And so if folks vote for Irene Payne, is the rule that you can only vote for her on your ballot, correct?
No, you can still vote for your
For two, okay. So we're voting for top two, right?
Top two.
Thank you for the direction. Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Yes, we want to make sure we do this right. So top two.
From Vice Chair Herman, Jill Fisher, and Rob Pierce. From Commissioner Garcia, Jill Fisher, and Irene Payne. From Commissioner Clark, Jill Fisher, and Rob Pierce. From Chair Hill, Jill Fisher, and Irene Payne. And from Commissioner Andriola, Jill Fisher, and Rob Pierce.
Okay. It looks like Jill Fisher received the most votes, so I am looking for a motion on that. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make that motion to appoint Jill Fisher to the Washoe County,
Animal Service, Regional Animal
the
Services.
Regional Animal Services Advisory Board. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking for a second.
I would second that.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Herman. With a motion and a second, any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, I think that went unanimously. You were great, don't worry. Okay, 5-0, got it. So, congratulations, Ms. Fisher, and thank you, Ms. Payne, for your incredible service through a very tough time on the Animal Services Board. We really appreciate you. So, we will now move to item 13.
Item 13 is the first reading, and I'll turn that over to the clerk.
Thank you.
If passed, this will be Bill number 1897, an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 55, Animals and Fowl, by adding a section governing variance permit renewals, by modifying the threshold requiring a variance permit from 3 dogs to 5 dogs, and by amending provisions related to the variance permit requirements for the permit application, the mandatory premises inspections, containment of dogs and cats, approval or denial of a variance permit, renewal fees, and permit revocation. The ordinance also amends a section related to dangerous and vicious dogs registration by changing the word dangerous to vicious in one sentence.
Thank you very much. And does the commission wish to have a staff summary on this? Commissioner Clark?
I'd just like to get on the record, what's the difference between dangerous and vicious? I'm sure there's discussion, I'm sure it's written down somewhere, but for the folks that are here in the audience, can we hear what degrees did we go to get from one word to the other?
And then while you're remembering that question, I also have Vice Chair Herman signed in. Vice Chair Herman?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm probably the only one sitting up here that was involved in the original vote to put this policy in place. It was right in my second year, I think, that I was here. And I voted against it at the time. And this was my worry, was that, well, the first point would be that, you know, it's not the number of dogs that counts. It's the owner's ability to care for them. That's the most important part of animal health and animal care. And we have ignored the situation that we have come upon now. We haven't paid attention. We have a no-kill plan. And there are a lot of dogs that come in that qualify under the vicious dog or whatever. We run across that quite often. That can be handled. But those are the only dogs that ever get put to sleep. So the number, I don't feel is really the point of this. And because if someone has above the number, they have a kennel, right? If they're above 3, or is it now going to be 5?
Cheyenne Shull for the record. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. The variance permit amendments that are before you for consideration today are to, 1, change the number of dogs that are allowed from 3 to 5. We currently trigger that variance permit once someone has more than 3 dogs. So we are requesting the consideration be, we move that number from 3 to 5. And currently 7 cats are allowed without a variance permit. And so what you have before you today is a request to change the number of dogs, but also there are several processes that we have identified since 2018 when this code was last amended that we have some weaknesses and we need to tighten those up process-wise. The applicant needs to have some accountability as well as Animal Services needs to streamline processes on our end. We have approximately 125 variance permits on file, and 49 of those variance permits are for 4 dogs. So it's an incredible amount of work. For every variance permit, staff contributes 8 to 10 hours of time, scheduling inspections, monitoring, sending out neighbor notifications, following up on the annual renewal. So the reason for the consideration is for some of the efforts and trying to streamline some of those efforts on the staff side, but also to minimize the impact on our community who wish to have 4 or 5 dogs, and if they can responsibly keep those 4 or 5 dogs, they don't need to apply for a variance permit. And if I may answer the question that Commissioner Clark had about the dangerous and vicious, that is a clerical error that was missed in our dangerous dog amendments that happened last year. And so we basically, prior to that code amendment, we only had dangerous as a designation for dogs and their behavior. And so what we wanted to do was break out the various behaviors and categorize those based upon the severity. And so that's where we broke out dangerous and vicious. And so of course, the vicious component of that relates to more egregious behavior by a dog. And if a administrative hearing officer declares a dog vicious, they do have the ability to recommend a dog to be euthanized for public safety if the department requests it. So to answer Commissioner Herman's request or question about euthanasia, it is on a very rare occasion. It has not happened thus far under the new code. However, it is an option that the administrative hearing office can request be done.
Great.
Can I
Vice Chair,
continue?
yes, go on.
I don't see how changing the number is going to help the situation, though. The situation you're in right now is that there are too many dogs for the facility, right? Too many coming in. There's a lot of people that got pets when that COVID case came out, when the COVID came to us in spades. And so people got dogs to keep them company. And maybe they could afford to feed them at the time, but now there's a lot of people that are barely able to afford to feed themselves, their family. And I think it's going to increase no matter whether we have a number of 3 or 5 or 4 or whatever. We have a problem and we need to fix that problem. And we created it, so we've got to fix it. And I'm not sure that the number is going to be the way to go. Just my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Any other commissioners have comments, questions? Commissioner Andriola.
I would like to thank you for taking the time to give me a tour as I am still going through the onboarding process. But when we did discuss this, it's my understanding that state law, the alignment of this is actually to put these provisions to align with state law. Is that correct?
Commissioner Andriola, are you referencing the variance
The
permit?
increase.
There is not a state law that outlines the process. So we are
okay.
within state law to create this local ordinance within Washoe County's ordinance, but there is not a state law that we are aligning.
So what drove the 3 to 5?
Great question. There are lots of drivers for changing the number from 3 to 5. First driver for it is, since 2018, our staff has been working with our community with this variance permit and as it's currently written. We've been listening. We've been trying to make amendments to the process, taking notes. There's been a lot of processes along the way that our staff have identified that have been very problematic for us. Some of the things that we've put into the draft code language to address accountability on the applicant's part to show up for your inspection, to contact us within 24 hours if you need to cancel your inspection appointment. Those things are things that we have encountered as problematic along the way. The other side of it is the number of animals that people own are frequently above 3 animals, sometimes 4, and as I've mentioned, 49 of our 125 current variance permit holders have 4 dogs. And the numbers decrease from there in terms of the number of permits that are held. So we have lots of people who are experiencing economic hardships. They are moving in with family. They are bringing on roommates. And so if someone has 3 dogs already and mother-in-law is moving in, or son and wife are moving in and they have a dog or 2, that puts someone over the limit and therefore requires them to pay for and apply for a variance permit. And so that number from 3 to 5 is a reasonable number that we thought would be, based on the number of animals that are currently owned in our variance permit process, that would be a fair number of animals to suggest to increase to. Also, our DESA assessment that was conducted in 2022, which is required through our professional service agreement with Nevada Humane Society every 5 years, recommended that we consider changing the legal limit of animals from 3 to 6 dogs. Of course, Animal Services staff discussed that. We also met with our advisory board members. We met with the public during that advisory board meeting. And we feel that 6 is too many to allow as a legal number of animals. So we compromised at 5. So those were some of the reasons that we considered 5.
So thanks. So I guess where the state law is it's permissible under state law to increase it to 5.
Correct.
And so it's really relief based on all the information you've gathered in order to accommodate this addition from 3 to 5.
Correct.
And I just have one follow-up question. We all know that capacity is really an issue in our community and the county, and I'm just wondering, would you see relief in that? Because if you are giving relief essentially to the circumstances where people are moving in and bringing their pets with them, in this case, another dog, that it is over, makes it 4, for instance, it would not put somebody in a position of having to take that dog to the pound or take it somewhere that continues to impact capacity. Is that a correct assessment?
Commissioner Andriola, I think that we will experience some degree of relief. I don't think that is the steering reason for this variance permit modification. However, if we talk to our adoption agencies and our partner shelters, the Nevada Humane Society and the SPCA of Northern Nevada, I'm sure they could give us statistics on the reasons why people are surrendering pets. Many of those reasons are economically related, and housing is a big challenge, and pet-friendly housing is a bigger challenge. And so there are definitely things related to pet ownership that we could see some relief from, but I don't think it's going to be a significant relief.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any other commissioners have questions or comments? And Commissioner Garcia sits on this board for our commission. Do you have anything to add as the liaison?
No, again, thank you for your leadership, and I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There is not.
Okay. Oh, Ms. Thomas.
Sorry, I was going to go ask Commissioner Clark if his question was answered between vicious and dangerous. I didn't hear the response. Was it answered?
I thought it was, but
Okay.
if you didn't hear her,
Thank you.
maybe you could
Okay.
talk to her individually.
All right, no other public comment, Madam Clerk? Okay, Commissioner Garcia, if you want to read the first reading into the record, that would be wonderful.
Madam Chair, I move to introduce and conduct the first reading of Bill number 1897. Was that correct? Okay. As outlined in the staff report.
Thank you very much. We don't need a second because this is a first reading, but looking forward to seeing the second reading, and good job, Ms. Schul. Thank you. Okay, we will now go on to item 14. Mr. Manager.
Item 14 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And Madam Clerk, if you could introduce our first public commenter.
Terry Brooks, followed by Valerie Fianacca.
Mr. Brooks, our resident poet laureate. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Hello, it's me, Terry Brooks again, and today I'd like to respectfully address the subject of health when it comes to homelessness. Health is another factor of homelessness that's getting worse every day. And I remember something that Benjamin Franklin years ago did say: early to bed, early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. But if you're homeless and don't have a bed, you'll probably wake up poor and unhealthy instead. If you're homeless and hungry and want food but too poor to buy it, that's going to lead you to a very unhealthy diet. If you don't have a warm home in the winter but live outside where it freezes, it makes you much more susceptible to all kinds of diseases. And living in an unclean environment that's not sanitary but impure and having a lack of hygiene can lead to feeling very insecure. Homelessness leads to respiratory problems and disorders such as asthma and chronic bronchitis, as well as emphysema. Hunger also leads to many problems such as these, and also reduces resistance to all kinds of disease. Children are especially vulnerable to lack of sanitation and to the problems resulting from hunger and malnutrition. They may not be getting enough food for full physical development, nor enough for their needed mental development. Being homeless is bad enough, but if you have children too, just imagine what your children are having to go through. And not having mail or a phone for communication leads to a lack of access to health care, especially when you have no means of transportation to get you or your children there. Health is a major factor in everyone's life. Being in poor health can lead to suffering and strife. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back when I have even more to say.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you.
Valerie Fianacca, followed by Susan Stieg.
Valerie Fianacca for the record. And Mr. Brooks, I appreciate your comments. A lot of you don't know this about me, but I was a child that was homeless. Spent a lot of my time living in a car. And I do appreciate your poetry, even if it's not about that. Respect is a two-way street. It's earned. And I hope that we can earn each other's respect one day. I really do. I feel like activism is out of control. Ann Nichols addressed this, one of the speakers that spoke earlier. The discretionary monies need to go away completely. It should be very, very hard to obtain our taxpayer dollars for any group. 67% of Americans feel we have an out-of-control government, and virtually no one trusts mainstream press. Our local Nevada Independent wrote this week that, quote, right-wing activists controlled by Robert Beatles have invaded country or county commission, school board, and library board meetings. This is so far from the truth, it's laughable. He probably wishes he could control us. He really does. You don't know him, but he really does wish he could control us. The press is laughable at this point. I will respectfully remind everyone that we all have a constitutional right to petition our government for redress of grievances. I would hope it always is respectful, but free speech is not always polite and respectful. Politicians need really thick skin. Also, there's no expectation of privacy in public spaces. If you're worried about pictures of you and your children attending a drag queen story hour, the simplest solution would be to sneak in the back door, like Governor Sisolak did, or be unashamed and celebrate with pride.
Susan Steeg, followed by Tracy Thomas.
I don't think Ms. Steeg is
Tracy
here.
Thomas.
Okay. I believe you all were provided a copy of Commissioner Herman's resolutions for an Election Citizen Advisory Board and an election integrity at your June 20th meeting. Commissioner Hill informed Commissioner Herman that the manager was already working on the resolution to establish the election cap. So where is it? We've been waiting. There is absolutely no reasonable excuse for not having it on today's agenda. And as of the Voters' Bill of Rights, number 11 states, we have a right to have complaints about elections resolved fairly, accurately, and efficiently as provided by law. This has not been efficient at all. Commissioner Hill also informed Commissioner Herman that the election integrity resolution was being reviewed by the District Attorney's Office. The resolution provided several references with election laws within Nevada Revised Statutes, Chapter 293. The resolution was barely 2 pages. What can be so complicated that the DA's office can't figure it out? Again, there's absolutely no reasonable excuse for not having it on today's agenda. We got an election coming up. We need to get busy. Interviews were completed on June 6th when we were told decision would be made by June 9th for the Assistant Registrar of Voters position. Staff has demonstrated that they can't staff this office. Washoe County is not required to have a registrar. NRS 293 provides counties with a population of over 1,000 people, 100,000 people, the option to create a registrar. Washoe County did that. Washoe County also can undo that. They can rescind their registrar and hand our elections back to the clerk's office. I heard a big gasp there, I know. But this would also return our elections to the control of the people because we vote on the person that actually is controlling our elections. I know it probably took a big breath there, but I am completely confident that the clerk's office could get the job done. We need to return the choice of our elections and how they are conducted back to the people and the voters who choose the clerk. So I just hope that you either get the cab in place or else hand it over to the clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Finley, followed by Susan Steeg.
Please enter my comment and these documents into the record per NRS 241. My name is Scott Finley. I'm a resident of Washoe County and have a military background in the financial management and Comptroller Career Field of the United States Air Force. This commission is intentionally releasing the personally identifiable information of its constituents without their informed consent. The Washoe 311 document presented before you shows the public comment of Mara Wiebold as part of the emailed public comments for the last Audit Commission meeting. As you can see, his personally identifiable information was not redacted. In the world of basic security and fraud prevention, such redactions are common sense and need no explanation. Initially, I thought this was a simple mistake made by the county clerk's office due to possibly being overworked. I was shocked to find out that this was being intentionally done. The privacy policy for the clerk's office states, although we do not directly share personal information with third-party vendors outside of the county without your express permission to fulfill an online credit card order, personal information you supply to us may be subject to disclosure to anyone who asks. Access to personally identifiable information in public records at the clerk's website is controlled by NRS 239. Should you have any concerns regarding the possible public disclosure of personally identifiable information, you are advised to inquire further prior to submitting any such personal information. Why is this privacy policy not mentioned anywhere on Washoe 311 page? How is a constituent supposed to know that they should inquire further prior to submitting any personal information when it's highly unlikely that they even had the opportunity to read the privacy state policy? If a mailing address or email address are not provided, how can the clerk's office supply documentation relating to a public records request? To make matters worse, this has been going on since September 29th of 2017. For over 6 years, this commission has allowed personally identifiable information of its constituents to be put out there for the entire world to see without informed consent. The clerk's office cites NRS 239 as granting authority. However, just because you can legally do something does not mean it is morally, ethically, or even socially acceptable. An obvious, quick, and easy fix to the problem is placing the privacy policy on the Washoe 311 page. An even better fix would be the automated redaction of relevant data fields. For these reasons, I request that the Board of County Commissioners immediately halt this policy. This is wrong. I do not consent. We do not consent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Steeg, followed by Sandy Tibbet.
For the record, my name is Susan Steeg. I live in South Reno, and thank you so much for your public service. It has come to my understanding that you were provided by Commissioner Herman's resolution for the Election Citizens Advisory Board and election integrity at your June 20th meeting. We would like to know why it is not on the agenda for today. The manager has been quoted by the local newspaper for the need to start all over with our elections. Therefore, time is no more critical than now for a Citizens Advisory Board. Valuable time is being wasted as the primary elections are drawing near. I respectfully ask you to put it back on the agenda. Not taking action undermines the credibility of elections in Washoe County. Election Citizens Advisory Board would demonstrate that the county commissioners are listening to the electorate who consistently express concern for the integrity of the elections in Washoe County. I pray that you take this action and put it on the agenda. I would also like to add to item number 13. I own what my neighbor is calling a dangerous and vicious dog. I am not exactly sure what is in the wording of item number 13, but I am just really scared if that gets passed. And I also have a neighbor that has 3 dogs, and in hardship times, she has had up to 7. That scares me because her dogs howl from 10 o'clock until 5 o'clock in the morning every day. So I do not understand item 13. I would like to look at it a little bit more, but it just scares me when I just read that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sandy Tibbet, followed by Janet Butcher.
Sandy Tibbet for the record. Respect is earned. Respect is a two-way street. I don't respect you, and I don't expect you to respect me. So, Billy Graham once said, "Courage is contagious. When a brave man takes a stand, the spines of others are often stiffened." The people of this county have been silent for far too long, and that silence is being perceived as acceptance. Do you accept the collusion between these out-of-state companies and our elected officials who want to steal our 2024 elections? Do you accept the repeated appointments of the leftist liberals with woke agendas to sexualize and indoctrinate our kids? Do you accept the recurring donations to our local nonprofits to buy votes while seniors and veterans suffer from the neglect and the abuse from our elected officials? They keep us as their debt slaves, spending our tax dollars as if we are bottomless piggy banks, wasting millions on their homeless circus tent to cover up the brown stain money laundering scheme while giving huge raises as hush money to the complicit high-ranking county employees. We've become timid, too afraid to stand up and speak out against the tyranny being waged upon us by these evil, corrupt clowns. They claim to represent the people of Washoe County as they sell us out to the highest bidder or to
Please, no personal attacks.
to whomever aligns with their personal
I look forward to hearing your public comments
political
without
agenda.
personal attacks.
They spew hollow promises to give us false hope, playing both sides by asking common sense conservative questions only to vote as a leftist rhino. We've allowed them to feed us their propaganda fear porn to scare us into submission to control us, all to steal the 2020 elections. We must never forget they locked us up in our homes and out of churches, closing our businesses while liquor stores and dispensaries stayed open, masking our kids and forcing them into distance learning while brainwashing them with their CRT, SEL, DEI, and gender ideology. These actions caused irreversible damage to so many Washoe County residents, to so many Washoe County families, and they still continue with their destructive behavior to destroy this county. We've allowed them to divide us, to weaken us, to deteriorate us. They have preyed on us far too long. Now is the time to exercise your free will, stand up for your rights, and peacefully reclaim your freedoms, your children's freedom, and your grandchildren's freedom. Now is the time to unite and take back our county. You have an election coming up really soon.
Janet Butcher, followed by Penny Brock.
Janet Butcher for the record. My comments are not meant to be venomous. My comments are only meant to be informative and advantageous to the good of Washoe County. Artificial intelligence? Really? We're going to run our county on artificial intelligence? That's scary. The commission was right when stating that some of the same people show up. Wonder why that is. Oh, the first public comment is taken away. This decision is disadvantageous for the constituents of her district and to the county as a whole. It is mean and squelches the voices of those people she is supposed to represent. Also, I really felt bullied today. There was some bullying comments coming from the dais. I agree that why don't we get the election citizen advisory board on the agenda? It's been asked for. The election integrity resolution, why isn't it on? Does it really take that long? I mean, you can peel away the layers, folks. I know you think we're stupid, but we can kind of figure out what's going on. And also, too, I hope that people understand that the regional shooting facility has been closed down. The public range, because they have a staffing shortage. Why are we always a day late? I don't understand why the county always has to run to catch up. There was plenty of notice that these people were going to retire. So why is it closed? Also, I know that sometimes, obviously, some of you aren't paying attention. I know some of you are. Some of you aren't. Some of you are reading from your phone. But we have stood before you before and told you that there is no individual emails for the trustees at the library board. Director Scott controls the emails. Also, there were 20 applicants for the trustee for the library. There were a couple other things today that had plenty of applicants. So I really take the comment that people aren't stepping up to the plate, because they obviously are. And a lot of times people scream from the back because there's misinformation being said from the dais.
Penny Brock, followed by Roger Edwards.
Penny Brock for the record. Well, I observed today that I immediately followed Janet Butcher. That is so interesting. So I'm here I have some ideas about the library board situation. A few weeks back, I recommended a library CAB. So I know it was the first time I mentioned it, and I know in the world of marketing, oftentimes you have to mention something 5 times before people get it. So, library CAB, library CAB, library CAB, please appoint a library CAB. There, 5 times. Hope you heard it. Secondly, an idea that's being used across the country to solve the library book and events materials issue. It's called a standard. Set a standard like TV and radio have from the FCC. It's working. They're implementing it in the libraries, a standard, an FCC standard. That's got the data. It's data-driven, and it's working, so that's good news. So I would ask that one of the commissioners ask an agenda item that they're to discuss a standard like the FCC has for our libraries. I feel that's very reasonable. Second thing is this Saturday at the Sparks Library, and Commissioner Andriola might be interested and want to drop in. It's the Drag Queen Story Hours. I say that because it's at 10:30 and 1 o'clock. There will be booths, food trucks, and games. I would like to ask that the Sparks Police be present, because at the North Valleys Library, the taxpayers were peaceful. But Director Scott has had an assault and battery filed against him. 4 of the taxpayers that were not allowed in the library, incurred assault and battery. This is serious. I know at the event there's a rent-a-cop, but they cannot arrest people. So I would ask, because this is a safety issue, I would ask that you have the Sparks Police Department at that event. Secondly, the public is not being allowed to attend the Drag Queen Story Hours event. We're paying for this. We should not talk about censorship and being banned. We, the taxpayers, the grandpas and grandmas that do not have a child to bring into that event, we should not be banned or censored from attending. We have a right to know what's being read to the children. We have a right to know.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Roger Edwards, followed by Dorothy Edwards.
Now, Roger Edwards again for the record. I want to comment a little to begin with about one of your fellows, Madam Chair, who was commenting about how the director, Giglieri, was a professor at TMCC or someplace and then a volunteer at the library board. I know a little bit about volunteering. I've started volunteering on August 5th, 1965, and I've been a volunteer ever since. I'm a 20-year member of the North Valley Citizens Advisory Board, 37-year member of the United States Air Force. I know a little bit about volunteering, and I would like to have the same kind of consideration as your fellow board member gave to Ms. Giglieri when I comment about her inability to run a meeting. I've got way more experience in that position than she does. Another item, affordable housing priorities, workforce housing and so forth. That's 8 years on the Planning Commission. I know a little bit about a cure for our problems. I don't know how we're going to do it, but you know, if you look at the older communities like in Ohio and Pittsburgh and places like that, all of the stores had apartments above them. And they made them available to the workers at a really reduced price, and they didn't have to go anywhere. They'd come downstairs, go to the shop, and go to work. If we could figure out some way to get that into as a recommendation, you can't make it a requirement, I know, but we need to figure out some way to get that into a recommendation in the Planning Commission. That's a solid item for correcting the workforce housing problem. And I'm just tickled by Chair's talk about every time we get up here, she talks about how, well, it takes us a while to get around to things, but we get around to them. I'm the guy that's been fighting for the water recharge program in Golden Valley for 7 years. You know, I just got another notice of lien on my property for a program that's been shut down for 7 years. Let's get around to that, all right? Public comment being at the end of the meeting. You know, I'm retired, so it doesn't bother me so much spending all day here. I like your company too, but I also am an advocate for the Citizens Advisory Board. I'll be the first one to volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dorothy Edwards, followed by Harold Skip Schambach.
My name is Dorothy Edwards. I'm the Washoe Regional Behavioral Health Coordinator, but make this public comment on my own behalf and ask for indulgence from those who may have heard this before. It will be my last presentation of this comment. I just lost a dear friend and an amazing colleague, Michelle Bennett. At 47 years old, her death was a shocking, devastating loss, and many of us are still trying to process it. Clark County, the state of Nevada, and the world lost an amazing leader. Michelle served as the Clark County coordinator with the hope she could implement the changes she so desperately wanted to achieve. Michelle was beautiful and funny with a heart that had room to love everyone. She was so excited when she got the job of Clark coordinator, and as my southern counterpart, we spent many hours talking about the behavioral health needs of our mutual counties. Public service is honorable, but not always easy, and sometimes not kind. There were times when Michelle wondered aloud how to succeed at building relationships and fostering community rapport. But she embraced the positive, and when I had those times, she always lifted me up. In fact, her last text to me on the day before her passing, while I was looking for her, was, "We can't stop trying. Don't give up, Dorothy." The purpose of my public comment is really to make a public plea, a plea to whoever is in earshot, a plea for the ideals that we strove to incorporate in our role. Courage to use whatever influence or position you have to right or wrong, point out something that needs attention even when it may be uncomfortable to do so. Courage to agree we cannot normalize bad behavior. Courage to embrace diversity and call out those that act in the contrary. And courage to say, "Good job, can I help? Can you help me?" Collaboration with all without feeling threatened, even though belief system or ethnicity or profession differs from ours. Inclusion is a philosophy that embraces the idea that everyone has something of value to contribute and everyone has a right to belong. Collaboration across county, state, and private agencies. It's tough, but we cannot build trust until we do that. Communication that's professional, sensitive, and respectful. We can't assume just because we feel our words sound clever and enlightened that they can't hurt and offend and cause devastating results. Conversely, you may never know the impact a kind word has to someone who's feeling down, less than, or frustrated. We can be a bulwark without being a bully. We can have meaningful conversations without being mean. Kindness isn't partisan or reserved for the religious. It's a skill we can all master. I'm recommitting my efforts in my personal and professional life. I'm sad and I miss Michelle terribly. I feel what Charlie Brown said, saying goodbye makes my throat hurt. Thank you, and I yield back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Harold Skip Schambach, followed by Susan Van Ness. Okay. Susan Van Ness.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Lord, for letting me speak. We serve an awesome God. Thank you for the Holy Spirit that's with me right now. Last night at the North Valley's Cab, Eric W., Assistant County Manager, presented what's going to be called Google Speak Up and Comment, e-comment. I want to ask some things. I know there's more coming on this, but I want to make some points so we can all chew on it before it gets implemented. When Eric was asked for the presentation, Scott Finley asked the question, when people are setting up the profile, how do we know that they are real? Or are we just assuming? And Eric said, we can only go with the honor system. Now, I know this is confusing to everybody that doesn't understand what this is, but that's a real problem to me. We can't have people signing online under the honor system. We need to know who they are. We need to have a picture. We need to have an ID, in my opinion. Okay, so how are we also going to how are we going to stop shadow banning bots, AI, subversives, and foreign actors? When people just want to sign up, this to me does not, something's wrong, and I want more information for it, I understand. But also, Eric said that this information is all going to the county manager's office. There's not, what's going on here? It should be going to the county clerk because the county manager does not have a privacy policy on his website. So we're all filling out something online that appears to be a Facebook, Twitter-like agreement for people to make comments and present. I'm confused, and I know there's more information coming. Secondly, I would like to, I'll hand these out. I guess somebody made a huge comment about the flag, but I'm here to ask, this is from Cornell. Our flag's displayed improperly. According to U.S. Code 7, the position and manner of the flag to be the flag of the United States of America when it is displayed with another flag against the wall must be higher than any other flag. Plus the Union, that's the blue. It's folded, it looks like it's pinned. Our flag is supposed to fly free and sit free. That's pinned back. This whole thing needs to be changed, and I would propose
Thank you.
citizens come forward and help fix it.
Nichelle Hull, followed by Doug Flaherty.
Okay, Nichelle Hull, please insert my comments into the public record per NRS statute. Thank you. So I'm going to start out with something really positive, I hope, and that is in regards to the library audit that's scheduled for June of next year of the county libraries. That came about from one meeting that a number of citizens went to, where there were images of books in our library that were presented. One of the books had images of pedophilia, sexual acts between an adult male and I believe it was a 10-year-old boy. And so anyways, the commission made a motion, approved it to do an audit. And so it kind of in response to that, Wake Up Washoe County, the group I'm associated with, and also LaRue Press, we are sponsoring an event, and I want to invite all of the commissioners to it. It's August 5th at 3:30 p.m. at the South Valley's Library Branch. And that event will be about virtuous books, books that are fun and adventurous, that are value-based, that are positive. And that will be not Drag Queen Story Hour, but that will be Brave Kids Story Hour. And so I just want to invite all of you to that. The books that will be read from are from the company Brave Books, and they also focus on children's books that do not contain LGBTQ material, sexual images, graphic depictions of sexual acts between adults and children. These books, like I mentioned before, have to do with values, virtues, bravery, patriotism, and so on. So if you are interested, you can RSVP at contact@wakeupwashoucounty.org, that email address. And then I'm going to conclude with what I think is really dishonest, and that is I attended the Drag Queen Story Hour event on South Center Street, the main library branch in Reno, and Jeff Scott reported that there were nearly like 300 people at that event, which I was there the entire time, and there were nowhere near that many people. And I would say I saw at max 40 kids. So out of all the kids that use the library, all the kids in the country, there were 40 children there. And in the RGJ photos of that event, there were only 2 children that were close to the drag queen. 2.
Thank you.
Doug Flaherty, followed by Bruce Foster.
Thank you, Doug Flaherty, resident in Incline Village, Nevada. None of my remarks are going to have any personal attacks in them or incite some sort of riot out here. Do not jeopardize my First Amendment right during this next 3 minutes. Quasi-government organizations. District 4, thank you for at least, although I wasn't happy with the outcome totally, but thanks for beginning to shine the light on quasi-governmental organizations, which is a national movement in this country to thwart and bypass the public, the real public's comments. They're bullying. We have a member of this group up here that is on the Tahoe Prosperity Center board. Please don't let these quasi-government organizations manage this self-fulfilling type of, let's call it a roadmap, build in hundreds of thousands of dollars to be funded by all of us up here. There was no real public process. You probably didn't know that. All of a sudden, it's here, and let's vote on it. Please don't spend our money on this. This goes far deeper in the social realm of the destruction of our, if you speak about process, the destruction of our democratic process, meeting here. Please don't. Please do the research. Secondly, one more thing. I brought this up a couple of times in the past, but now it's time. These quasi-governmental organizations, including I don't know how many subcommittees, committees, workshops that our folks here, one or two of them, are on the TRPA and other processes. They're called small leading groups. They've been used throughout history, including, I'm not accusing anyone of being a communist, I'm just saying that these are being used the same way. Small leading groups, check, I believe it's Article 9 of the Chinese Communist Party doctrine. They're being used to circumvent our process. I don't expect you to do anything about that because you can't, but you can take their money away and get us back to a process that's being represented by the public. By the way, elections have consequences. You're putting together quite a record for yourself. Looking forward to it.
Bruce Foster, followed by Mark Newman. Mr. Foster has documents that are being distributed to the board and will be placed on the record.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Bruce Foster, Washoe County resident for the record. And I am excited here to introduce you to a new art concept. And it's all over the country. Some communities utilize animals of different types. But here in Washoe County, we have the opportunity to utilize what is already there. This has been coming for a number of years, thanks to hundreds of volunteers, as well as those companies that have donated shopping carts. And what am I talking about? I am talking about, in conjunction with Art Town, as well as Ride with Mike on Sunday through the Truckee River, I'm talking about cart art. And this is throughout Washoe County, and we want to again thank all the individuals that help promote this concept: the City of Reno, the City of Sparks, this commission, as well as all the nonprofits. And I have just a small snapshot of what we can see in our county, and provided to you again by our hundreds of volunteers. And again, these are fresh pictures from just yesterday of shopping carts that have been strategically placed in different areas. This one here is Rock Park. And you can see the contrast in colors, the greens and the silvers and the blues. This one, wow, this one was placed strategically over at Spice Island Drive Park. That was brilliant. This one here is on the bike path going towards Cottonwood Park. And then you have two in between, as you can see there, in between a memorial sign. So that kind of brings it to that memorial sign. And then here, we have, right here, we do have 3 shopping carts, but unfortunately, this individual here, a camper along the river, I believe this is McCarran, have covered it over and then placed articles there. Hopefully that'll be addressed. So this here, we want to thank Target and Walmart for providing these donated shopping carts. And this one's on McCarran. And then this one, this beauty here is over by Cottonwood Park. So, we can include bicycles. So we're saving the taxpayers' money. No COVID money has to be here because the average cost is $175. Thank you.
Mark Newman, followed by Victoria Meyer.
Hello again, Commissioners. First, I'd like to thank all of you for appointing me to the Open Space and Regional Parks Commission. I will do my best on that as well to listen to the people and bring forth to you any of their great concerns. Second, I'd like to thank you for the money for the Sun Valley Bike Park. It will go to great use out there. The other thing is the Sun Valley swimming pool is open Tuesdays and Thursdays from 11 to noon to free to any senior anywhere. Doesn't matter if they're a Washoe County resident or if you bring a friend from New York City and want to go for a swim for an hour, is open. There's no children, no grandchildren. It's all just a bunch of us old folks out there wading around and swimming laps and having fun. And I invite all of you to come and see what it's all about. And second, or more onto it, is thank you for redoing the 7th Street down through Sun Valley. It gets great use of traffic from North Spanish Springs and the North Valleys to in and out. I would like to say that in the future, when it gets redone again, that maybe add 3 feet on each side of the road so that people can walk and ride their bikes, because right now, when you're going down the road with all the traffic, if there's anybody on the road, traffic has to stop, wait till it's clear and go around them. So for the safety of the drivers and pedestrians, it might be good to widen it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Victoria Meyer, followed by Nicholas St. John.
Victoria Meyer here for the record. I just want to ask that public comment be brought to the beginning of the meeting. I think that would alleviate some issues that we're all having and give more people an opportunity to speak. This is supposed to be a way for us to interact with you guys, and I'd appreciate it, Chair, if you would put that on the agenda and bring it back to the beginning of the meeting. I'd also appreciate if you would put on the election integrity cab that our Commissioner Herman has been wanting to bring to the onto the agenda. We'd like to hear about that, and we'd like it discussed. I think trust in government is pretty weak, and if there are some ideas to help improve our confidence and trust, it would go a long way if you would put that on the agenda. We'd appreciate that. And I think that this is where we have a platform that we can be heard, and this is the process for we, the public, to change the course of certain things that we don't agree with. If there were board members from the library that supported Miss Guillieri, they should have been here to do so. Instead, you have us, and we have our opinions, and we showed up. So thank you for voting, some of you, in favor of what we were asking for. It's time that we do get heard and that we do get responses that are favorable to what we communicate. I know that you get a lot of emails regarding some of these issues, and we are not, for every one of us that stands here, there's probably, a couple hundred people with the same views or more. I don't know what the stats are on that, but I know they're out there. For every person who's active and shows up, there's a lot of people behind us with the same views. I don't hear opposing views on child books with obscenities in them geared toward children or available for children. I don't hear a lot of people promoting that, who would be in favor of that. So we're just here talking about children, books. A lot of the stuff we've brought up is about books that are geared toward children. They're in our high schools, they're in our junior highs, they're in some in our primary schools, they're in our libraries, and we need to have response from our represented officials, you people. You control who's on the library.
Thank you.
Nicholas St. John. Mr. St. John has provided documents that will be distributed to the board and placed on file.
Okay, for the record, Nicholas St. John. What you have before you is the first page of a document that is from the America's Republic First Amendment Assembled People's Grand Jury. This is a presentment. We provided a document with a lot of the questions that are in the full document, which I'm going to send into the county manager's office and which is also on record with the clerk. On this day of July 11th, 2023, and just for reference, this is about Roger Hillegas and Stuart Hanty and the mistreatment of those two individuals. On this day of July 11th, 2023, offered to the County Commissioners of Washoe County, Nevada, be it known by all that service was recorded hand-delivered to the offices of the judge and prosecutor June 27th, 2023. The failure of the two named administrators to release the two men, Roger Hillegas and Stuart Hanty, from their custody unharmed is further evidence of intent of the two administrators to continue to collude in the probable cause found as corruption. Trusting each of these honorable county commissioners to provide the remedy sought by the Washoe people to allow the law to prevail and justice to be served as due process provides. In summary, simplification of the facts and the questions presented to Mr. Breslow and Mr. Steggy as follows. Our research shows the false charges of kidnapping Mother Susan, resulting in ADA Jenkins commanding the FBI Silver Alert, resulting in the violent takedown of both Roger and Stuart, were based on the false assumption that a restraining order existed on file which would have prevented Roger and Stuart from leaving the facility with Susan's request to go home. The county commissioners, being responsible for the budget, are hereby given notice of liability that the People's Grand Jury has the evidence that probable cause of corruption is found in the claim here presented. We, the people, require Roger Hillegas and Stuart Hanty be released from custody immediately, and with the power of your authority, remove the judge Breslow and DA Steggy from the office until the jury can hear the evidence of corruption against them. The premise is that there was supposed to be a restraining order. There was no restraining order. Even the guy who was in charge of the facility is recorded saying there was no restraining order filed against Roger. It was a picture of Roger and his wife Debbie with the words, "If you see these people, call the number." That is not a restraining order. They have been seriously abused, arrested falsely. There's a lot of corruption that is surrounding this case, and you now have a document that has been well researched and shows that these men have been abused and that they need to be released immediately.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in.
Okay. Mr. Manager, we'll now go to item 15.
Item 15 is the commissioners' and county managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates. Requests for information or tasks for future agendas.
Great, thank you. I have Vice Chair Herman signed in first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that almost 18 years ago, the cabs were stopped. At that time, we had developments on our boards. For 9 years, I tried to get them back, and that was before I got on this board. For 9 years, I chastised and nagged at the boards that were here, and we got the cabs back. I was at every meeting. So now it's almost 9 years more. I'm in my 9th year here now. And I'm still fighting to get developments back on our cabs. Just a little history lesson. 18 years almost. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. I know Commissioner Andriola had a few thoughts as well.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I know it's late, and I'm sure everyone's tired, but I hope I do this justice in terms of asking for a request to give direction to staff to open up the applications and bring 2 of the open positions back to the Board of County Commissioners for the Washoe County Library for our next, or for in the most expeditious way possible. Hopefully within the 2 months, or maybe the month and a half. No, but I really appreciate that opportunity. And again, I want to thank Alexandra Wilson for all of her hard work and for all the questions that she so eloquently not only researched, but balancing all that information is a task. So I'd like to also thank her and the staff for all their hard work. So hopefully we'll see that soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Commissioner Garcia.
I know it's late, but I'm just going to finish off my soapbox for the day. 3 minutes to talk about an agenda item, address the body as a whole, no personal attacks, no irrelevant statements, no unduly repetitious comments. These are basic rules for respect and decorum. However, these rules are not being followed, even after constant reminders from Chair Hill and Mr. Edwards. And what I wanted to finish off by saying today is the thing that bothers me the most about this, about what has been happening over the last 6 months, is not what you say to me. I'm okay with that. I'm a big girl, I can handle it. But when you come at me and it bounces off the shoulder of our clerk, of her staff, when it affects the people in the back of the room, when our staff is watching these videos from their office and feeling demoralized and deflated and nervous to come into our chambers and present to us all of their hard work, that's what bothers me. It's not about me. You can throw all the punches you want at me, but your attitude and your behavior in chambers day after day for the last 6 months, and I've been watching and patiently waiting to be thoughtful and reflective on what has happened, and what I'm saying is not inaccurate. This is not okay. Our community is better than this. To Commissioner Andriola's points earlier, there are procedures and processes for respectful and professional ways to get things done. I look forward to working with you. My email is and text and phone, all of that is available online. Please call me. I will adjust the flag per the other public commenter. I want to make things happen that improve the overall quality of life for all citizens in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other commissioners? I think we had some great dialogue today, and look forward to a new day in chambers when we all can give each other mutual respect. And so thank you everyone for your time, and we are adjourned.